Yeah, we're back. We're
Wait,
back.
we're alive.
F5. F5.
Yay.
Uh,
Yeah.
there we go. So you're talking about drama on Spectrum, which is nice.
Yeah, like I don't know if I'd really call it drama, like it got the posts that I've referred to have gotten just a lot of attention. Like the YouTubers were talking about it, and people were writing about it, and it was all over Reddit. And I think that more importantly, that just means that it resonated with the people, that was particularly the last one was about the light fighter meta, which they deny exists, but it very much obviously exists, in my opinion. And, I was basically in a place where the end of 2022 was when I thought Star Citizen was going to we're going to see the real or get a glimpse of the end goal. You know what I mean? See how far they're really going to take this. And so I'm still hoping the stuff at Citizencon, the Pyro planets looked awesome. Some of their ideas that new ship is cool too. I'm not going to lie. I'm probably not going to pick it up yet, but I'm tempted to get that luxury one. The thing is sweet.
Oh, the Spirit.
Yeah, the
that
Spirit.
thing looks sick. Yeah, I already grabbed the E1. I couldn't hold off. They gave me a black and gold skin. Come on,
fancy.
Yes. Also, Chad, I do know that the YouTube stream crashed and it automatically created a new stream. So I'm just going to keep let it roll. So keep going ahead.
That's pretty much it for me.
Okay.
My main passion in this game is just getting people together, because I think Star Citizen is pretty boring when you're alone, but with people, it's awesome. Even when it's messing up, you can still have a lot of fun. And so that's my passion. That's what our Discord and our org has been all about. Just community, and that's why we play other games together too, just to keep the people together when Star Citizen isn't necessarily tickling the fancy. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's it for me. Go ahead, Ghost.
Ghost, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
Oh boy, I do a little bit of everything in Star Citizen. Really just anything that piques my fancy. I'm looking forward to trying out salvage. I've gone around the block with mining. Everything that there is to do so far. I've tried to dip my toes in a little bit and get a solid knowledge on it. What I enjoy doing so far, despite being new, I've only been around since last November, so just coming up on a year now of playing. I've been watching for a while, but I enjoy hopping in and giving people the same kind of treatment the community gave me whenever I first got in, which is just teaching. Like everyone that I have met, be it in game or anywhere else, has always been like, "Oh, hey, try this and this." They're always willing to help teach you, so I'm enjoying doing that. A few months in, I ended up meeting Orbiting and some of his guys. They threw me in with the first jump town that I was able to do. It was January they were running it, I believe, or something like that. I played with them, and then they kept me around, taught me some new stuff, and I've been chilling with them since. From there, where to find me? Find me anywhere. I do custom PC builds, Ghost Tech PC. I'm based out of Austin, so I do those. And then I've done streaming for a while. I'm lax on it right now because I have a bit of an issue with power delivery on my board. Trying to fix that and then see if I can do streaming again. But you guys can find me there with streaming. Same name here, GH05T18. Yeah, just call me Ghost Chris, that guy with the ugly mug. That's what works for me. Find me anywhere.
Yeah. Awesome. All right, so we've been talking about CitizenCon all today. So let's go through, and I want y'all to tell me what your highlights of CitizenCon has been, like the best parts of CitizenCon in your experience. Starting with you, Ghost. What was the best of CitizenCon? What stood out to you as the great stuff about it?
So, a bit of a controversial thing here, because I know some people are, back and forth, like they said they weren't going to do this, but I like the idea of the character stats. Not in the mentality of, MMO, I'm going to be stronger because I do this and that, but I sit back on the side of things where it's nice to not only have like a nice like bar to basically say, hey, you've been doing this, you're good with this, same way that reputation is, but obviously, if my guy is spending all day, every day lifting and moving boxes and operating machinery, I'm going to be really good at lifting and moving boxes. And I might hit a little bit harder because I have beefy arms compared to a guy that just runs around with a beam all the time, doing heals. You know, I kind of like that, and I don't think they're going to go down the route of full MMO where you can just break the game because you sat there and lifted barbells for 3 weeks straight. You know, there's going to be a, well, your human body can't do more than this, so deal with it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I don't think you're going to be sitting there going like, I'm going to get the gains 3 days straight. I haven't slept.
Arnold Schwarzenegger in space isn't going to happen.
Yeah, that's going to happen. Anything else? Is there anything that stood out to you?
I like it's a nice little slide, and I like the traversal that they added, where you know the crawling and such on zero G environments is cool, and of course the spirit ships. I grabbed the E1 as soon as I saw. I'm like, okay, I like that concept. I'm grabbing it. I just want more info as to what they think is going to happen with it, when it's going to come out, and stuff. But
How about that new EVA system?
yeah, that's the traversal thing I was talking about.
Oh,
yeah,
sure,
like crawling on the zero G. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear you say zero G. Got it.
Yeah. No. I'm really interested in that. Looking
weird
forward to how that
spider
works
walk.
with repairing. Yeah, I was laughing whenever he's doing them. Like, oh, thank God he pushed off and actually floated.
Yeah. Anything else?
Sorry, go ahead. No, that's it. Just looking forward to those.
All right. Orbiting. Your big takeaways.
The size for me, the biggest one is the size and scale of. Well, I guess this really goes out to everyone who doesn't like traveling through Orison's atmosphere. There's going to be a lot of that. Pyro is much bigger, than Stanton, and I'm very excited for that. Graphically, I mean, I'm not going to lie. Like graphically, everything they showed of the new Pyro stuff just was everything that I was hoping for. You know what I mean? Like everything that I've wanted to see in this game. I was just like, everything for the new foliage, and their cloud tech has obviously evolved from what we have in Stanton right now. Super stoked for that. Kind of excited to see if because typically we've seen the last couple of years they put out a ship for between like $80 to maybe $150, $200, and then they drop a more expensive one that's like $300, $400, 500, 600, whatever, like shortly after. So I'm curious if they're gonna release something else. What's the next event here in November called? Sorry, I'm brain farting right now.
IAE.
Yes, sir. That's it. IAE. I'm kind of eager now for IAE, to be honest with you, just to see, and I guess 318.
So I have a question for you. Are you saying like they're going to drop a new concept ship that's 400 to 500, or like for instance,
that's what they've been doing. That's what they've been doing.
Yeah,
okay.
Usually a larger one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it always comes after. And I see that as kind of like a good marketing thing, because you fork out a couple hundred, and then it's only like a couple hundred more to upgrade to the next one, and they're both concept ships, so it's like it feels easier for people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm sitting here. This is new to me. This is my first IAE because I joined like right afterwards with the holiday sale.
So they generally speaking, they usually do for Citizencon, they do a good they do a sale. They usually a bigger ship and a smaller ship, and they've done that sort of a little bit. And then the IAE, they do something similar, either a much bigger ship or a slightly smaller ship and another ship. So we know for sure they're going to do another ship. So it might be a larger, might even be not even be a concept ship, because I think they said it's going straight to flyable. There's like one that's done that they're
really?
Yeah, for it. So it might be a bigger ship, but I don't know if it's going to be like but it might be like a 600i size, like kind of that medium sort of stuff. So
yeah.
Do you think it might be something along the lines of like? Do you think they might be saying that the Spirit is going straight to flyable? Because they seem to have a lot kind of fleshed out on those.
That's a good question. I don't think so, because they usually will say that during their announcement. It's like, oh yeah, it's going to be a little flyable at 318. They didn't say that. And IAE is when 318 is going to release. So, or at least what they're planning on.
Okay.
That. So at 318 is when they're going live with something. So.
Okay. Fair enough.
Anything else they're orbiting, or is that kind of it?
Oh, that's kind of it. You go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, I've been going through a lot of these. I've been doing this for 20
hours.
19 hours. So this is like my 9th or 10th time doing this.
Okay.
This
Okay,
question
my bad.
specifically. So no. So what I'm going to do is I've been pulling out, like I went through every single panel and said which one I liked and what I didn't like. So I'm going to go and say my top of the panel was the bunkers one, because I was just mwah. And I'll say my
that
number
is beautiful.
my number 2 was the Lorville one, because when they said this is white box, I almost threw something at my screen. I'm like, no, it's not. That is not white box. That is a complete fucking asset. That is a done asset. It's finished. What? How could you improve this? So
what is there to improve?
What is there to improve?
Rats. Because it's Lorville, you can have the rats.
Yes. So yeah, no, it was just amazing to watch that, just to see that and be like, what? So yeah, that's my second basis.
I'm sure you've already said it. What do you think about the investigation, like tie-in stuff that they're bringing up? I know you talked about it a bit in your Thursday stream, hearing about it. I'm looking forward to it because I do see it being interesting, being put in for like bounty hunting, how it's going to work with it. But what are your thoughts on it now that we've actually seen it?
I think it's definitely the prelude to bounty hunting. I think a lot of the stuff they're using that are going to be the prequels to, like, what do they do for fuller bounty hunting? Does this work? Does this not work? How does this work better? That kind of thing.
Okay.
So I still think that's the case. I just think that they're using that as the early method to be like, does this work? Because this could completely blow up in their face, and if it blows up in their face, they'll be like, let's do something different with bounty hunting. But not, then why not just use the same system and just attach it to the bounty hunting system? So. Let's go reverse order. What did you not like about Citizencon? Starting with you, Orbiting. What did you not like about Citizencon?
To be honest, it's more of like it's going to sound very generalized. After, I'm trying to choose my words without sounding totally condescending and doom and gloom,
Yeah.
After 317.2, Star Citizen just kind of felt like it was in a really rough spot to me, to a lot of people in my org, a lot of people that diehard players, people that have invested a lot of money and time, and I noticed that a lot of people seemed like the hype kind of died a little bit for some of the hardcore players with 317. I think that there was a lot of hope, and so I feel like Citizencon restored my hope for future stuff, but at the same time, I didn't really get enough on like the persistent entity streaming and what's a real timeline for that, because as we've been hearing in the pipeline, that patch is still pushed back. It was supposed to come out
a week ago,
Thursday or Friday, I believe. And so Evocati still doesn't have it. So we're looking at more delays. You know what I mean? And I wish there was like a clearer, just like, this is the timeline that we're looking at for 318, 319. I wish that they were more clear about that with Citizencon. I know that sounds, because Citizencon is supposed to talk about the future, but there's a lot of people, getting into the game right now, and I feel like the gameplay that is available should be more functional, because there's a lot of people that want to put a lot of time into this game right now, and you can call it an alpha, and it is, very much so, but at the same time, like, it's
people
a product
enjoying
that's
the game.
right
now.
And they've put loops and things to do in the game, that people are spending their time and getting, like when Jumptown happens and you're in a server of 120 people and you get 20 to 25 members of your org on at the same time, and then like it doesn't work.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like we were looking forward to that event for 6 months when they announced it. For 5 months, And so I wish that there was more of a push for what Star Citizen is right now and what they're doing to make it more of something that people can put time into right now. And I wish that would have been addressed at Citizencon. And that's, I think that is probably something that a lot of people would want, Kitty, stop. Sorry, my cat's clawing me. He didn't like that either. My bad.
For those who are wondering, yes, the YouTube thing did fail. It's still going. It just restarted. So under the same title, it's going again. So if you need to hop back onto it, you can hop right back onto it. It should still be there. It's just under a new stream. Ghost, what did you dislike about Citizencon?
So as far as Citizencon went, everything in there, I didn't mind. It was all very nice. I'm kind of in the same line as orbiting there. I didn't like the fact that they omitted talking about any progress with PES, any progress with server meshing, anything that pertains to us in the near future. They're talking about stuff that I know I'm not going to see for at least a year. Like that investigation, I'd be surprised if I saw that before next November, because I know it's going to take them a while to flesh it out. At this stage with Pyro, I don't think I'm going to see that until the end of next year either, just because, again, nothing against them taking time. Take all the time they want. I want it to come out and be functional before anything else happens. But they're talking about things that it's like, I'm not going to see that for a while. I'm sitting here on the side of things where I want to go in and do things and have fun with people. And the stuff you're working on right now is the stuff that's going to let me do that. But you didn't talk about any of it. I heard nothing about what your plans are to make the game more playable. It's one thing to be doing testing and call it an alpha. It's another thing to the point where all the stuff we've tested as of past have been reoccurring issues because you don't have these things in place. So let's get those done so I can go back in and keep on playing with people to test your hardware.
I will say
That
on a
was
positive
my
note, though, the underground and bunker concept stuff that they had drawn up looked pretty awesome. Like that was straight out of the steal my life away from real life.
Yeah,
that's where they got that from. They were like, how can we get orbiting to not care about real life anymore? So they drew those pictures.
Yeah,
and they said we're gonna make this one day.
what made it worse wasn't that they drew those pictures; it's that they drew those pictures and then, like, by the way, here's the blockouts. So it's like one of those things where it's like, oh yeah, we're not only is this just a picture that's like, oh yeah, that's nice, I want this. This is coming soon. It's like, no, it's actually coming soon. Here's the blockouts. It means it's within the next 3 months. You're doing this. It's like, oh, God damn it. Just when I'm out, they pull me back in, kind of moment, which is why I really like that whole thing.
True.
I will address. Go ahead.
I see, Alex, here that they had a PES update 2 weeks ago. They did, but 2 weeks ago we were also supposed to see Evocati to be testing it, and we haven't. So they just had the largest audience they've had in a while. They could have said something just to be like, hey, even if it's not going to say it there, they could have said, later this week we're going to have an update for you guys as to what's going on with PES. Instead of the only update I'm seeing is nothing for Evocati today, and then the next day, nothing for Evocati today, and it keeps on rolling and rolling and rolling.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing on the positive, when they talked about the different ship roles and how they want to clearly define them, I really loved hearing that. The whole, like, I think the way they worded it was like a combat speed versus, or you know what I'm saying? That is like so huge for something like this, because there's players that, just in my org, there's players that want to mine and never encounter anything PvP. There's players that don't want to troll, don't want to pirate anyone, want to be friends with everybody, and then we got players that are just psychopaths and they just want to literally attack everything they see. And I shouldn't probably use the word psychopath, my bad, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
like they just want to mine salt. And I think that having those ship roles clearly defined creates, kind of like, call it gameplay pockets to a niche for everyone. If that's their mindset going forward, I'm super hyped about that. And I was the one who posted about that whole, ship to ship combat thing when they came out with the blade and made it ridiculously overpowered and just ruined all of Jumptown. And it turned into just blade wars, blade and hurricane wars only. And it's like, okay, like, people, have invested like hundreds and thousands of dollars in ships and they want to use them and they can't. And there's no benefit to group gameplay. But I think that going forward, it's going to be like according to what they talked about with the need for multiple speeds. They're going to take all that into consideration, and we're going to see some pretty big changes. And I think this whole fighter meta and strafing, circling AI type fighting thing is gonna go to the wayside finally. Hopefully by the end of next year, because if that happens, oh man, then they clean up some of the bugs. This will be like the biggest game in the world. You know what I mean? Yeah.
And I will say that your concerns about addressing what's coming on right now is kind of warranted, because I think you're not the first person, even on this podcast today, this 24 hours, who said would like to have known what the hell is up with stuff that's going on with 318 and stuff like that. Even just an acknowledgement of like, we know what's going on. It's even a small update, because they had those live sections that could have easily been like, hey, this is what's going on. We're just working on it, that sort of thing. But yeah. But I will go on and say that, yeah, like I would have liked to know more about what the plan is going forward. Cause like they also they've mentioned in the past, they want to do a 319. Is that still on the table? They originally said that 318 was going to take several months to test. Now it's going to, but they want to release it at by November, by like the Thanksgiving. So they've got 6 weeks, which is about normal for a patch cycle now. It's like, what is, you went from needing multiple months to now you have a normal patch. Is this going to even work? Like, what is your plans going on? Like, has everything got thrown off? So it'd be nice to have some more information, and I hope we'll get more information soon. But
going back to what you just said, that letter from the chairman that came out, I believe, like 5 or 6 months ago. Yeah. Yes, roughly then. Chris Roberts himself said that 317 was going to be, his words, gameplay rich, with a focus on, correcting bugs and making stuff more playable. I think they kind of missed that mark a little bit. Yeah. I'm not trying to, and by a little bit, I mean like my org, which was extremely active, is dead on Star Citizen right now. Like, which we're playing other games together. The homie ship stayed together, but we used to be on Star Citizen every day, and we would regularly, without even inviting people, have parties of 8 to 10 people without even inviting anyone to come or making an event. When we make events, it's 15 to 20. Like,
you could hop on at any hour and have people to play with.
There's people on all the time, and now it's just like no one's on it, and you know what I mean. And we had I think it just came down to getting 20, 25 people together, multiple chat rooms, organizing stuff, and then having just our time get ruined by things out of our control. And I think that, not ruined, the homies got together, so that's cool. It's not all bad, but, people wanted to get on and zoom around and, do space stuff, and it didn't really work out. And so it kind of demoralized everyone. I think that happened to a lot of the player base that's been around for a while. It seems like a lot of the people on are new players right now. Which is cool. It is cool. It's good to see, but I don't know how long a patch like 317.2 is going to hold a new player's interest. You know what I mean? So I hope that they come through hard with 318 and it just blows our mind and sucks me away from every other game and girlfriend and everything else. I hope that's what happens.
Yeah,
I'm basically sitting in the same boat on that, where I'm just sitting here. Like, I still love Star Citizen. It's fun to hop into. It's screenshot generators, everyone knows. But I've hit the stage where there's nothing for me to do if friends are going to get online. And what's the point of friends getting online where if we all hop into a Connie, the Connie can just randomly explode because God said, screw you.
It is funny, though, when you stream it and get everyone's reaction. But
yes, true that.
I will say, welcome to being a veteran in Star Citizen. This is what it's like for the rest of your life.
Man, I ain't a veteran. I haven't even been here for a year.
You're a vet now.
Now you're a veteran.
You went from basic to the front lines real quick.
You've reached the point in Star Citizen veteranhood where you're just like, I have done literally everything in this game 4 times. And the only way I can get any enjoyment out of this is bringing new people in and being like, yes, I'm sucking your vicarious enjoyment from you. So I remember when I was young. But I agree.
Isn't there a point where I can just reject that promotion, though? Because I still go and I enjoy, hey, these volumetric clouds look especially nice today.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's my experience with Star Citizen has always been, I'll play Star Citizen and sometimes I say this, sometimes I play Star Citizen, sometimes Star Citizen plays me. But when I'm playing Star Citizen and I'll just be taken off from a mission. I'll take it off, like, say, from Hurston. And I look over and that sunlight's coming down and it hits through the clouds and you just see the whole landscape. I'm like, fuck you, Star Citizen. Why are you looking so beautiful? like out of nowhere. Like, I'm like, all right, I gotta grind up this mission. I take a look to the left and just like, here we go, picturesque scene that comes out of like a perfect screenshot. Like,
Oh yeah, that's
why?
what's been giving me a newfound passion for cargo running. Surprisingly, I used to always sit on the side of like, yeah, it's a great way to make some money, but it's boring, it's monotonous. But going to the obscure spots all over the fucking system and just running cargo, you just end up you get to that point where you're coming down for your landing or you're taking off right as the sun peaks the corner of the planet, and all I can sit there and think is like, damn, Star Citizen, double cheeked up on a Thursday night, surprising me like this.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, it's I will say that when you make flying enjoyable, which they have done a pretty good job of, I'd say for the most part, you can just, like, I personally just want to make all my money from doing passenger missions. You know what I mean? Just throw in some cool beats and just get to it. You know, I cannot wait for that gameplay. Is this Lorville redo supposed to come out like what, 4.0? Is that when it's due?
4.0 at the earliest, yeah.
At the earliest, okay.
I mean, they were already saying like they're heading to gray box phase. So in 4.0, the earliest is coming out is like Q2 of next year. So
yeah, okay,
it'll be out probably by then, based off of the current situation. I will say, all right, let's move on. Let's just move on to the next section, which is this year in total, based off of CitizenCon and this year in total. I'll start with you, Ghost, on this. This is your first year in Star Citizen. Is this been your best, your worst, or I guess you're technically like your second year, right? Like you started just at the beginning of last year.
So I started basically right as they dropped 3.16.
16.
Yeah, like I saw the.
You came in rough time. You 2-patch cycle. Yeah.
Here's my thing though. I came into 3.16, right? And you know, the bugs, they mostly made me laugh because it was just dumb bugs then. But I'm sitting there like, oddly enough, this game feels more polished than 90% of the other games I play nowadays.
Yeah.
It beats out Arma. I'm not even gonna get started with Call of Duty. Cyberpunk was just then starting to play nicely and be fun without having to deal with the bugs while you're trying to achieve story content. Because if Cyberpunk was just a sandbox, it would have been perfectly fine with all those bugs. But I remember getting in and like everyone I talked to was like, "Oh man, this is so hard and so bad for you." I'm like, I'm having a blast. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm flying. I'm having fun. I'm trying to figure out how to get this stupid Aurora off the ground. I got rid of the Aurora first week.
So let's ask this: like, for this first year in Star Citizen, because you have a unique experience compared to most of the people who've been on here. Compared to other gaming experiences, would you say you've had a better time than other gaming experiences for your first year, a worse time, about an average of your other gaming experiences? What would you put Star Citizen currently in terms of your overall game experience thus far?
Gaming experience thus far as this year has gone and looking into the future, Star Citizen is going to be the game that I will probably play the most just because I want to do FPS stuff. I can do that better than I can in most other games. I want to have a flight sim. I can go do that. I want to, eventually whenever it comes out, if I want to go farming, I can go farming. I can do anything because it's a full scale simulator that isn't sitting there making it hardcore. It's making it fun. It's giving you that achievement bump, but it's one where I can do all of that with friends, which is why I play games. If I have very few single player games. I can name like 3 of them off the top of my head, and those 3 being Cyberpunk, Horizon Zero Dawn, and no, that's just 2.
I almost said something that I wasn't supposed to say. Caught myself.
Yeah,
all right.
No, just the 2. Like I always play games with friends because that's my community. That's my connection that I have. That's just what I do. Star Citizen is the best place for it, despite its bugs.
All right. Orbiting, since this is
Yes,
your
sir.
second or third year, right? So
Uh-huh.
give me what out of your overall experience with Star Citizen, is this the best year you've experienced with Star Citizen, the worst year, average year, somewhere in
I would
between?
say it's definitely the second best year.
Mhm.
Um, three, I believe it's 314 and 315. We had so much daily gameplay just from mining,
Mhm.
and we had a blast. Like, and we were running, multiple moles, scouts, crew in the moles, like we have a system, and we were just having a blast, man, playing a game, and it felt like a extremely polished. You get the occasional, you know, HUD glitch or something in the mole, but other than that, it was great. And then it seemed like mining kind of took a dive, and so half of my player base in my org were kind of like lost interest. A lot of major contributors.
Mhm.
The ship combat, I think, took a step back too, a little bit, which sounds crazy. Um, it seems like they were kind of doing the League of Legends style type of releases where, oh, new ship comes out, it's the Redeemer and it's unkillable unless you
Mhm.
ram it. You know what I mean? Unless it's broken when you spawn it. You know what I mean? It's unkillable from most guns. Um, and then next patch, new ship comes out, Redeemer gets nerfed, new ship's OP, and that happened a couple times, and so that kind of ruined it a little bit. It felt like what they did with the blade and then Alien Week and all that just felt kind of like a slap in the face. $300 light fighter that none of the wings or parts can be broken off. You know what I mean? It was just kind of
Mhm.
ridiculous that ship went from you never see it to it ruined Jumptown for a lot of
Mhm.
people, and Jumptown had its own problems. Um, as for like Star Citizen itself, like the second part of that question, um, I think Star Citizen is the best community of all video games.
Oh
And
yeah, definitely.
I've been to Bar Citizen now and met people, and I've met tons of people online, all different cultures, walks of life, types of people. You know what I mean? Like I'm super proud to say our org is extremely diverse in that way. Um, oh, we got an ad going. Look at that.
Oh, we got ads going.
Yeah.
Woot
Um,
woot.
let's see. But man, I love the community of Star Citizen. Like it's the best online community experience I've ever had. And I think that's probably the same for a lot of other people too. Um, it definitely brings a lot of people together. Everyone wants this big space sim. This is everyone's dream game. So
Mhm.
I might have answered the question differently than it was asked. Forgive me.
That's fine. It's basically kind of gauging your experiences with Star Citizen thus far, and also with like Citizencon and stuff like that.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah, okay.
yeah. So just
Yeah,
overall, would
yeah.
you rank?
Overall, community is amazing, man. It's a place that I want to continue pulling people together in. Um, and it's gotten to the point now to where like, well, that's another topic actually. Go ahead.
Yeah. Um. Okay. Let's move on to the last little bit.
Cool.
What are you looking forward to the most? Start with you, orbiting for between now and the end of the year.
End of the year.
End of this year.
End of this year. Okay. Um, I'm really excited to see some persistent entity streaming. I know that's probably the most basic answer. I would like to see a very successful. Um, is it IAE? No, it's not IAE. What's it called again? The November event. I
It's
always brain.
IAE.
It is
It's
IAE.
IAE.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
always confuse the two. I'm hoping for a very successful IAE. It would be really cool if they announced that they'd been working on some older ships that they've had, sitting in concept for a while. If they came out and surprised us.
Mhm.
According to the roadmap on RSI, Squadron 42, all the chapters are supposed to be getting done by this month, according to the roadmap, which we know how that goes.
Yeah.
But at least they're not saying they're starting chapter 1, now
Yeah.
it says it's the end of chapter 1 through 25 or however many there are.
Um.
S- with some news on Squadron 42, that would greatly boost my morale, and hearing that they'd be able to focus more on the PU would be that'd be rad. So we'll see. I'm hoping for big news. That's what I'm hoping for.
Right at IAE. Okay. Yeah, Lando showed up, so just is saying it's too early, definitely not wild yet. Because Disco Lando is up at ungodly hours in the morning. Hi, Disco.
That's quitter talk there, Lando. You just take a swig and start a jig.
He said, remember that PES won't actually look like anything. Well, it will when like you leave your ship and all of your mined materials or whatever you stole out of a bunker and you leave it there, and then someone comes along like the next day or something like that and it's still there and you can get your stuff jacked or even get your stuff back, you know. It's going to change the way a lot of people play. And I'm
318 probably won't have that. That's the thing. It's like 318 is not going to have a lot of persistence. It will have some persistence, but not full persistence.
Yeah.
We're gonna have like tier 0 persistence of it. Yeah. Starting out.
Which will probably be like what, ships or something?
It's mostly gonna be what we have now, but with a new system. So you might have like you drop you take like some layer night and you drop it on the ground and you leave, and that server crashes. It'll come back and that layer night will still be there, but you have no idea if you go back to that right server or not to find that layer night.
Oh, okay. Got it. That makes sense.
Because the shard system isn't there to make sure that you log back into the same system that's holding all your data, because it's still going to be deciding, oh, you're on US server 3, we're going to have you, all your stuff is tied to that server currently. You're not going to see it to anywhere else. What I will say I'm looking forward to, though, with the PES is that since it's not going to be reliant on a dedicated server, we might be walking away with better performance overall, which
we're almost certainly going to get some performance boosts simply because of the additions, not just of PES, but of
Vulkan.
Gen 12. Yeah. So there's a bunch of Gen 12 stuff coming in, which will likely improve some performance. Not perfectly. It's not Vulkan, so it's not going to turn your potato into, you're not running 120 FPS on your potato PC, but it will almost certainly, because we saw what happened when they turned on a little tiny bit of Gen 12 in 317. We went from like 25 FPS to like 50 FPS overnight. It's like, Jesus Christ, what did this do? So you're probably, because everything else is going to be minimal in terms of its changes, I expect that might jump our FPS up a little bit higher. So
through that. Speaking of performance-related stuff as well, that is where my area of expertise is. Orbiting can tell you, as well as multiple other people in the org that I've gotten to talk to on stream as well.
Mm-hmm.
I can help you push some FPS out of your system if you need me to. Just DM me of somewhere and I will do my best to help you out.
Mm-hmm.
The Star Citizen is horribly unoptimized. I can help you optimize it. That's all I can say on that. But no, I am looking forward to that. And also, I don't know if you see any of my comments or not, Astro, but I'm not the best, tech priest is what you call it. I do try to help whenever you're doing those reads and put out a little of the information that I do understand from it.
Yeah, it was good to see some of that. Yeah, I do see some of those when I go through. I read those comments, and I do pull out some of those comments.
Okay.
Anything else that you're looking forward to, Ghost? Are you looking forward to for 318? What are you looking forward to? Not just 318, but like say to the end of the year, because we technically could also be getting a patch towards the end of the year with like a 319 or a 318.1.
So I have two things I'm looking forward to. One is, of course, the performance increases from PES, because I'm the guy that's always trying to run the system as close to red line as possible, trying to keep the thing, pinned the entire time and get the best performance out of everything. So I'm looking forward to that, to see how much more performance I can eke out of it with what's available to me. The other thing I'm looking forward to is just more of a joking thing. We have an unofficial Jeep in the game now. I'm just waiting for Jeep people to get a grip on it and start ducking each other. I don't know
Jeep people.
Yeah, Jeep people, somehow figuring out how to make the thing lifted and take the doors off of it and all that. But no, I don't know if anyone else here knows. Jeep people have this thing that they call ducking, where they take a rubber duck. If they see another Jeep, they take that duck and they put it on that Jeep. The duck says where it originally came from, and it just passes from Jeep to Jeep to Jeep until there's no more Jeeps for it to pass on to.
They do other weird stuff like honk at each other, wave at each other, and they pass by. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
I'm waiting to see all the
People.
race guys start doing some stupid hill climbs or mudding runs with them. Um, but yeah, I'm just
It'd probably
waiting
be
to
a
see if
blast in
people
that
get
in that
Peter the
race,
Penguin
right?
on it. Oh, it'd be fun. Oh, that'd be so much fun in that little thing. But yeah.
Yeah.
Beyond
I
that, can't really say much more than I'm looking forward to. I don't know if it'll be by the end of the year, but the spirit, I'm really wanting that E1 because
yes.
I want
And
that so bad.
and since Jared is here, we'll ask that if he's still watching, if he's still policing us. The question I'd have to ask for Jared, because this was brought up multiple time. Would you be sad if the what is it? The Genesis got reconcepted to look more like the Spirit, because that's what everyone thinks.
No,
Is that it's going to happen? Because we know the Starliner is going to have to go into a reconcept to fit more the Crusaders' current angle. So everyone's like, well, what if it looks more like the Spirit rather than the original design? So
it
As a
should look more like the
longtime
spirit.
Starliner JPEG owner, might be sad, but that new one does look tight. So
yeah,
if they go that route, that's cool.
I think it'd be kind of cool if they released the Starliner, but then had like Starliner V2 that also released, like I don't know, Star Sailor or whatever you want to call it.
yeah,
Would be like the upgraded version that's meant to seat more into the family, because it's like the spirit looks like a tie between the MSR and the Ion series, and I like that tie in together. But then it uses the
yeah.
naming convention of the Hercules, which throws me off.
I'm just
Yeah,
ready for the Polaris in 5 years.
yeah.
Hey, right? Only 5. Wow.
All
I mean,
right.
that's honestly believable. That's not even me trying to be insultive in any way. Like the UK, I forget the gentleman's name. He has red hair and he always talks in the tech videos that they release on Twitch and YouTube. I forget his name right now, but he's one of the developer dudes. I think senior developers over at the UK.
John Crew, you talking about?
Maybe
Okay.
I have to look him up, but he said that it would take the entire UK staff a year and a half to build the Polaris. He said that in a video. And so I think that's realistic, waiting for cap ships. And we don't even have the servers or the gameplay for cap ships right now, so it's irrelevant. But I just can't wait, man. Like having people together, just all working towards one thing. It'd be like Sea of Thieves, except in space and lots more people and lots more thieves. You know?
A lot more emergent gameplay than Sea of Thieves brings you as well.
All right. I think we're gonna wrap that up here for this section. We're gonna move into the question and answer session. Chat, if you have asked questions, please do ask them. If you've been watching this, I am fading fast, y'all. It is getting late for me, but I still have 4.5 hours left, so I'm in the final stretch. So we're gonna moving into the question and answer session. If you enjoyed this, please do hit that follow button if you're watching this after the fact. As I've been saying, there'll be an entire 24-hour stream. We had a crash in the middle of this one, so it'll probably be broken up into 2 sections, like a 20-hour one and then the whatever ever last little 5-6 hour bit. If you want to watch the whole streams, I think that might be YouTube, but just may have been like, boop, you're done. You can't do any more than a 24 or 20-hour stream or whatever. So something crashed there for that one. But let's. So
to kick off the question and answers, I got a question for you.
Sure.
You don't have any heart problems, right?
No.
No? Okay, cool. So it sounds like you're at the stage where you could use a Michigan car bomb.
Oh, God, I don't know what that is.
It's also known as a Michigan trucker bomb.
We'll talk about that in the questions. let's do that first. Before that, let's come to wrap this up, and we'll be right back for those of you who are still watching live. And like I say every time, make sure you're following Ghost as well. And check out orbiting and what was the name of the org again?
The Apollyon Vigil.
The Apollyon Vigil.
If you guys want a Discord invite to come hang out, DM me here in Twitch, because we don't really do open invites. Come hang out with us, type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
Got to play with us to get in.
So thank you so much for watching, and like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Oh yeah,
Alright.
Paul, just letting you know as well. If I'm ever kind of just rattling or anything, just cut me off. I
I'll-
don't have much of a filter being ADHD, so my bad if I do rattle on.
You're good. My brain is so dead right now that I can
Okay.
barely fucking barely focus. So I get it. I understand that.
Okay. But yeah,
Uh,
I'll say what the Michigan trucker bomb is
What
for
is it?
whenever we. Okay, so you want to
Yeah.
know now? Okay.
yeah.
You go to a 7-Eleven, you grab yourself a big gulp, you fill it with a baby bottle pop powder,
Mm-hmm.
dump some slush in there, put 2 espresso shots and your favorite can of energy drink, and you just down the thing. It'll give you energy for about 12 to 16 hours against your will, and if you really want to stay awake, then this is why it's called the trucker bomb, because a trucker can drink this and go for a ride from coast to coast if need be. It's generally called a Michigan trucker bomb because you stop in Michigan to grab it.
Mm-hmm.
You throw in not 1 but 2 5-hour energies.
Oof, that sounds. I'll be fine. I only have, like I said, I only have 4.5 hours, so I'll be fine. I think just in general.
Okay.
All right. Let's move on to the question and answers. Let's see if I can pull up some of these question and answers specifically. There are. I freaking unpaused. I didn't have. All right. I'll be right back. The questions are unpaused now. I'm so tired. Ask questions in the chat. Ask questions in the chat, please. Didn't realize what was going on. So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab some water. Don't go anywhere. Yeah. All right. No, they don't hear you, but I muted y'all, but I kept the music on. Oh, the music wasn't on. I'm an idiot. All right. Sorry.
Get back to their questions and re-answer then.
Well, no, don't worry about it because we're gonna. I'm gonna read the questions out loud, so I'm gonna do a recording and stuff like that.
Oh,
so,
cool.
Yeah. All right. Start with. I can't do that. All right. So starting with recording. We're back with the question and answer session with Orbiting and Ghost on our third to last session for this 24-hour podcast for raising money for charity. We've raised over $2,000 for charity so far. I think we're at, let me see, $2,251. Thank you to Kilroy, Hammer of the Gods, and Pappy for their donations.
Speaking of the charity here, what's the Gamers Outreach Foundation? I haven't actually heard of them.
So they get video games and other things and get them to children in hospitals. They do things like the gamer cart, which is I think it's the game cart, where it's like they can attach a console to a mobile cart that can be sanitized and everything like that, and has its own screen, and so they can wheel it into any location they need to, where kids are sitting down there, pop open the screen, start up the game console, and play right there, and be able to play it on the spot.
Okay.
And so those sorts of things to help out kids who, anyone who's been stuck in the hospital for long enough knows that, like, the hardest part is you're just bored. You just sit there and gotta hit heels. So having the ability to have those sorts of distractions help, alleviate stress, and less stress helps you heal faster and all those sorts of things. So,
and it builds community if they're playing with other people. That's really cool. I really like the idea of that charity. That's cool.
Yeah. We actually had someone who came on earlier, who one of the people was on here. One of the guests had a friend who works at a hospital where where Gamers Charity or Gamers Outreach kind of works, and reached out to him, and it was just like, yeah, it's a really good charity. It really works really well. I'm glad you're raising money for him. So it's good times. Cool. All right. So this is the question and answer session. We're sitting with Orbiting and Ghost, and we're going to be taking questions from the chat, and we're going to answer them best we can. So the first question is from NazYT, who asks, what would you pitch as a Citizencon keynote? Start with you, Orbiting, on this. If you were going to see a Citizencon keynote, what would you pitch for a future keynote?
If I were to be on stage pitching one to people, is
pitching one to Chris Roberts, pitching one to Chris Roberts, like what? It's like to make your own keynote presentation.
Oh wow, okay. What would I pitch to Chris Roberts? Wow, I didn't think I was gonna get stunned on the first question. That's pretty bad. I'm only half a beer down. All right. Ghost, you go first. Let me think about that for a second.
Okay. Thanks for putting me in the hot seat. Thankfully, I'm quick on my feet and I have a thought on it. My keynote that I would pitch is how to properly scalp, because people in the game as of current have a very unimaginative way of offing each other as needed. My main example is Jump Town. They just roll in and shoot you, be it with a grenade launcher. Otherwise, man, whenever you come in, I want to bop you in the back of the head, then throw you out the airlock with your helmet off. That's how I'm going to scalp you.
Okay.
That'd be my keynote, is how to properly execute combat if we wanted to give it a more
Okay, I see where we're going with this now.
Yeah.
If I had to pitch something to Chris Roberts, I would say let's get a bunch of Navy and Air Force pilots in the room and have them talk about actual dogfighting in atmosphere and give a talk to all the developers. I had some experience in the Air Force, and so the flight thing has always been huge to me, and simple things, like how important is climbing? Like, there's a reason why the F-22 is like the best dogfighter on Earth. Is because it can outclimb a NASA rocket. You know what I mean? It gets higher than. I wish capabilities and stuff like that were taken into consideration with the air-to-air combat in Star Citizen. So that's where I'd go with it. Did I answer right, or was that way off?
That works fine. I don't know how I'd pitch for Royce. I think we pitched already a little bit earlier. I said something that would kind of encompass the far future of Star Citizen. Like, what would Star Citizen look like in its final form and the way that they envision it as a means to kind of show off? Because I think that's one of the things that people play the game now and enjoy the game now, but I think there's a lot of people who are waiting for a game to come out in the distant future, and they have an idea of what that is. And I think their idea may be different from what CIG's idea is. So if CIG could find a way to pitch the idea of what they're generally going for at a 1.0 release Star Citizen, so people go, oh, I don't know if I like that, kind of thing. So that sort of thing.
Now that I've had a second to think without being in the hot seat, I very quickly, because I know we got to move on. I have an idea of what I would pitch.
Okay.
In-game, fully functional, moving from system to system, the Arc. 100%.
What do you mean?
So the Arc is a in-game, if I'm understanding the lore and such correctly, it's an in-game like emporium of everything to do with the history and lore of not only Star Citizen, but the universe around us, be it our information on what we know about the aliens to what we know about our own history and everything in between.
Okay.
I would make the pitch to put that into the game finally.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Let's keep going on. Next question comes from your DJ AJ. Our question's open now. We'll check that. Sandgroper asks, are the voices in your head talking with you yet? And now? Sandgroper. Z242 Pilot asks, how do you think you will balance multi-crew mining, how do you think they will balance multi-crew mining to be worthwhile with the Mole and the new Argo large miner, hopefully Argo? It looks like it's more like RSI. But how do you think they're going to balance it to make it worthwhile or make it profitable for multiple people? Ghost, why don't you start off on this?
I'd say I think the easiest way to make it profitable would just be giving it longer running canisters, so you have a longer amount of time to collect like Quantanium, because let's be honest, as it is right now, that's the only information I have to go off of. If you're mining and you're not mining Quantanium, you're not earning, you're not doing well. So if you're going to mine Quantanium, the Mole, which is a much larger storage of a craft, has the same amount of time that it can hold Quantanium as the Prospector can. I would think that the Prospector being smaller, short amount of time. The Mole, it's so big that it's good luck finding a single set of rocks that's going to fill you up with enough Quantanium to make a profit off of it.
That's why
it should have a much longer timer. Oh, no, definitely using scouts and such. That's still a thing where it's like, now you're paying more people off of the same thing. It is currently more profitable to use a Prospector than it is a Mole.
True.
Fully crewed Mole with one scouter, you're splitting a store that's only triple the size of a Prospector amongst 4 people now. Yeah.
So I think that the community has been, at least on Spectrum, the general consensus is people. Best way to say this: people want group gameplay to be rewarded.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, I think a lot of people's stance would probably be like, well, I spent $350 or $400 on a Mole, so I want to be able to get rich with it. Like, if it's really going to cost that much and it's going to cost this many million in game, it should, like, the payoff should be exponential, I think that now that the servers are bigger, CIG is going to start rewarding community gameplay more than the solo gameplay, and I hope they do. I'm not trying to hate on solo players. Don't feel threatened. I just think that Star Citizen's the kind of game that brings people together, and it's a good community. It's a great place to meet people, so drink more beer.
At the Skybar in Orison in particular, until we get ourselves the pub caterpillar that you're looking to make.
I'm trying to make it eventually, yeah. I honestly think, the answer is just be more efficient. Not necessarily more money, but more efficient. If it just takes longer for a prospector to crack what needs to crack, and makes it shorter for the multi-crew. Because the key is time. Time is money, and for most of these loops. So with okay, CIG, that's not funny. As I say this, CIG pops into the chat, says, long-time viewer, first-time caller. I was just wondering if you have any information on when. 2 hours, 1 hour, exclamation point 318 in chat. You think I'm joking? Do it now. Twitch. And Star Citizen, feel free to click it. I've got irrefutable evidence listed in that it'll be released in 1 hour. Click that link. Trust me, it's completely legal. It's legitimate. It's got all the information you need to prove that 318 is coming out in 1 hour.
I'll buy it. I'm clicking it.
This better be the Rickroll of Rickrolls.
Let me just plug this into my mic.
I called it before I clicked
it.
We need to start doing Jared rolls.
Yeah, you sit back and you always say Star Citizen isn't all about fucking the memes and shit, and here they are making their own for us.
If Xylo's up, it's really goddamn early for Xylo. It's like 1 o'clock in the morning for Xylo, or even Galactica. It might be. I don't know who it is.
Oh, jeez. I approve very heavily, Paul.
It's Chris calling me.
Just start hearing the little iPhone jingle in the background. You're like, just a sec, Chris.
Yeah, Chris. Yeah, no, I'm going to keep doing this. You know,
you can't stop me.
You can't stop me. I'm drunk with power and no sleep.
Hey, who is Star Citizen verified?
That is the CIG's personal account. The CIG's official account.
The joke, but are you just now getting it, man?
No. I just didn't see the name Star. I was looking for CIG, but now I see Star Citizen. Okay,
yeah, Star Citizen. Yes. All right. So,
Jared roll.
But basically, yeah, I think it's about efficiency. When you get more efficiency, more people will do it if it's more efficient. Mm-hmm. Why do people use hurricanes? Because they're more efficient.
Yep.
They kill everything around you. So it becomes better overall to run a hurricane than it is to run a normal ship. Then people will, especially with multi-crew, will do that if they can. So same kind of thing. I think they got to make that efficiency factor. All right. Ocean asks, on a scale of 1 to 10, how comfy does your bed look right now? Not that comfy. I'm at that uncomfortable stage of tired where like I have enough caffeine in me that I'm not going to go to sleep, but it's late enough that I'm just tired. I've been up for so long. I'm just tired. Paul, are you tired? Am I? I'm slurring my words. That's for sure. I've got 4 hours left, so I'm tired.
You could say you're at the stage now where the caffeine is just making you dumb, but faster.
Yes. Dumb, but faster. That's the way of putting it. Zell asks, what are your wildest guesses on Tony's secret project? Economy changes, dynamic ore prices, dynamic ore spawns. For those who don't know, Tony's Chris or someone else said that Tony was trying to cram something in last minute with 318. I think it was specifically around cargo refactor. My guess is it has something to do with cargo refactor and Quanta. Maybe attaching cargo refactor to Quanta. I don't know. Maybe something like that. What do you all think? Any idea of what Tony Zervek's secret project might be?
I have no idea.
Yeah, nothing against you, Tony. I have no clue who you are. Knowing
Shout out
CIG
Tony,
could
though.
be anything.
Shout out Tony. I don't know who you
all
are.
I know, we're going to get a
awesome.
new version of Pips.
So you know what Quanta is, right?
Yes.
The dynamic system. He's the person who's behind Quanta, like the mastermind behind Quanta and everything like that. So if you saw that video, any video of him going like, let me explain how this system works, that's Tony. Like how the Quanta system works.
No,
got it.
I know what he's working on. He's working on an in-game actual insert of Rick Astley for us.
Right now, last minute.
Maybe it's some kind of way of that maybe mineable materials and commodities and stuff like that for trading will probably have like a
connected.
Yeah, and then maybe every station will have a certain count of it, and then the first iteration of Quanta will be what station or what sector needs what, and building gameplay loops around that for the space truckers and smugglers.
God, I'd love that. I'd love if it was actually like the supply and demand system for that. I don't think that's going to happen. But
I
I'd love to see that.
wish.
Yeah,
I wish
a
that
very
lowering-
basic version of it, but still,
Yeah.
we're talking about a mastermind, Tony. So
and controversially saying lowering the price of Laranite so people move other cargo, because I get why Laranite isn't available because everyone wants it.
Mhm.
But like, I should not be struggling for resources in what is the economic hub of the UEE.
Yeah.
No offense, I should not be struggling to get supplies to move.
Yeah, I get it.
But yeah, no, I hope he's right that I'm not. Because if I get Rick Astley, I might actually be upset.
All right. Next question comes from M. Holmes, who asks, question about the Corsair. Looked like, based on the footage, that it has a size 2 shield, two size 2 shields, even though they're comparing it to 600i. Do you guys think it would be size 1 or size 2? Oh, the Corsair, yeah. So the question is, the Corsair is getting 2 size 2 shields, even though they're comparing it to 600i. Do you guys think it should be 1 size 3 like the Connies? No, because 2 size 2 will be a little bit more efficient, I believe.
Me and Orbiting were actually talking about this during a little break there.
Yeah.
Where I was sitting at with it is the Corsair is being made as a competitor to the 600, the Constellation, and argumentatively the 400i, right?
Mhm.
Of all of them, the 400i easily is the most maneuverable. The Connie is that nice midpoint, and then the 600 is the space egg. I mean, what do you expect? It's a space egg. So I like the firepower that's available to it by the way it looks and the fact that they are touting the atmospheric qualities of it with the wings and all that. I would assume that the Corsair is going to be more maneuverable. So part of its quote unquote balance and nerfing to it would be making it a little bit softer anyways.
Okay.
Kind of like the whole reason why I have to keep on explaining to people why the MSR is made out of paper mache and hopes and dreams is because it's fast.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, let's not forget the Corsair is really armed.
It's armed to the teeth.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
and
got a lot
that's-
of guns.
And that's Drake's thing is heavy on the guns and the maneuverability. It's speed and its firepower. It's its defense. Not really its defense.
Drake,
So
is there
I
enough
think it
duct tape
competes
to
with
hold
the
it
class
together?
as well.
What's that? Orban?
I was just saying, I think it competes in the class very well.
Yeah.
You know, if you want something tankier, take your 600. If you want to go kill somebody in a split second, take the Corsair. You know what I mean?
All right. Next question comes from Nazareth YT, who asks, do you think Citizencon should be what's coming in the next year, or this is what our end goal is show? So do you think we should be seeing with Citizencon, do you think it should be focused on what's coming in the immediate year or what's coming at the end of the year?
I think they do a good job of showing what's coming in the immediate year. Citizencon should probably focus on just building hype for the big dream, as it's pretty much done for the most part. You know, they use that hype to definitely generate sales, which helps the game be developed. You know, in all honesty, so it's super important that they do it. And it just keeps everyone's morale up and desire alive. You know, for what is to come. So.
Yeah, that's what we talked about earlier. Like a lot of times it's hard to see the forest through the trees. Forest for the trees. So like seeing stuff that's immediately coming out is nice, but having a big perspective, a big like, this is the target, this is the thing you're looking for. You know, why we pledge sort of situation that to give those people like, oh, that's the thing we were going for. That's where we're going. And I think to a degree, in the past, CIG, people have been upset about it because CIG has been like presenting it as if that kind of distant future as if it's soon. Like, oh, this is what we're looking for, but it's like, yeah, but it's acting like it's going to happen sooner than later. But I think CIG is better at explaining that in a way that I think is a little bit more. This is not soon. This is our vision for the future, and this is what's going to be coming out in the distant future. We wanted to show you off to give you an idea of what we want to see. I think that would be pretty cool, because otherwise, you get people being like, "Oh, sandworms," It just comes in river. So, Ghost, what do you think? Should we be seeing more focus on the immediate coming year for Citizencon, or do you think Citizencon should be more focused on the long term goals of Star Citizen?
So I have a mix of it. I wish that they would. I'm actually wishing they would focus more on like the immediate, like what's coming out in the next, whatever current patches we have in the progress tracker is what they should talk about first. Afterwards, after they're done with the nitty gritty of what we're trying to currently do, that's where you can go ahead and go theory craft. Yeah, tell me about how you want to have us be able to ride the space whales through the clouds of Orison, because I want as much as you do. I know I'm not getting it anytime soon. But please, by all means, talk about it. If you had someone who made us some art for it, go for it. But tell me about the stuff that's in the here and now first, so that I know you guys have your head in the right place. Because that's the main thing here is I'm trusting that you guys are doing what we all want you to do. The whole reason why we're called backers. Just show that to me, and then I'm down to sit here and theory craft, and go on and on and on about things that might never come to fruition because who knows?
All right. Next question comes from your DJ AJ, who asks, when, if ever, do you think we'll see a shift in focus to providing more career-focused gameplay instead of combat-oriented gameplay? I think the obvious answer is Squadron 42. When does that pivot happen? When Squadron 42 is no longer the focus, and it's now it removes the basic gameplay functions from Squadron. When you get the teams that are currently building the push pull mechanics, and those teams are removed from Squadron back to Star Citizen, that's when those non-combat roles will start to become more fleshed out.
So seeing like career gameplay in Star Citizen, right? Is that how we're interpreting the question?
Yeah. Like non-combat role, but with more career stuff.
Whenever the reputation system is fully online, which isn't going to happen until after Squadron, because that's where they're fleshing it out for the majority of it. They test some stuff with us, but it's not going to happen until after Squadron. After Squadron, and they actually bring it to us, we'll probably see it come into fruition more so, just because it'll be tested, it'll be tried and true. They're going to be left people. Exactly what you said. Just it's not going to happen until we have a way of tracking your skill in that profession.
Okay.
Orbiting?
Not soon enough. No, you're probably right. Your name's Paul, correct, sir?
Yes, Paul.
You're probably right. It'll probably happen after Squadron 42. I'm assuming Squadron 42, from what I know about it, which isn't much, it's going to be a linear, story-driven type of epic thing. Think like the Order 1886 or something like that. It's kind of how I'm thinking it's going to be. So probably once they figure out all the combat stuff, which is going to be the main gameplay loop in Squadron 42, they'll probably open it up to working on everything else: cargo, passengers, mining, research, whatever.
All right, let's move on to the next question. Sorry if I seem a little bit out of it, because I am a little out of it.
That's cool.
How many ships should Star Citizen have? As many as they need.
A lot.
Yeah. I don't think even CIG knows how many ships they should have.
More.
Yes. More than we currently have, I think is the answer.
And Paul, I'm sorry. I posted a link to our
fine.
CIG page. I didn't know that was against TOS. My bad, dude.
It's not against TOS. Did it get banned?
Yeah, moderator took it down. I'm not allowed to plug my org. Should I do it again and tempt fate?
Yeah, do it again.
I did it.
Of course you tempted fate.
Diablos took it down. That's right. Yeah, you're good. Diablos, he's fine. He's literally the guy who's standing. He's right there. Diablos, that's orbiting.
Hey, this guy right above me.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bad. I didn't know I was breaking a rule or something. My bad.
No, yeah, he's just doing it because he's wanting to make sure there's no one, because I think we're still top streamer in Star Citizen category, so you would be surprised how many times.
Excellent.
All your mods are backpedaling like, it wasn't me.
It was definitely Diablos because I know who it was. I see who it was. So
Oh, you're saying it. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't doing something wrong.
You're good.
Like, my bad.
He just thought I was just a random person coming in to drop an org link.
Oh, nah.
Yeah.
That's the best org in the
Got you.
game. So
100%.
it ain't just
easily.
no org link.
You come chill with me in orbiting.
All right, so your DJ AJ asks, what scenarios do you see the Spirit C1 being preferred choice over the Cuddy Black or the Freelancer?
Ooh, I got this one.
Okay.
I see it for time critical movements because it's Crusader. It's got to be a fast ship. And it looks like it's going to be the best for atmospheric flight. I 100% see it being the ship that you're going to want to use for time critical shipments and quick movement of light loads of cargo.
Okay.
Bar none.
Does the C1 have a cargo bed on it that comes down, or is it a ramp that you walk up into and drop stuff on the floor?
It's a ramp.
So probably be like kind of like the same area. I always use Jump Town as my baseline. So say you're trying to move boxes. A Cuddy Black is really good because you can throw them in the side door if it's a friendly jump town, and people can't jump into your ship unless you park incorrectly, and someone can jump off of another ship and get into your side door. So you can leave your ship alone in the middle of the field with the side door open, and no one can get into it to steal your stuff, and you can just send boxes in with your tractor beam. So it's awesome. It also vertical takeoff is great. Probably like the same. It's probably going to be very on par with the Cuddy Black. I don't know if it'll be more come down to just like preference, you know what I mean? Because it'll seem like it might even be like the MSR. What does it just have, like the ramp in the back, like an MSR, right? Is that how it is? Yeah. Which you have to close every time you walk away from it, so people don't get inside of it. So I think the Cuddy Black is better because you can just leave it parked with the side door open and no one can fuck with your stuff. That was a very ramble answer.
No, I get what you're saying. I agree. I think it's more of a blockade runner. Like whereas the Cutlass Black is kind of like a more of a multi-crew, like multi-purpose but utility ship, and the Freelancer is mostly a cargo hauler with some other additionals. This is like the one when you got to go somewhere fast and go somewhere with like just breeze by people who are trying to tackle you. That's what it is. So. All right. Moving on to the next question. Naz asks, what is an odd customization you'd like to see available for your ships? In furniture moving, easy. Being able to customize my furniture, moving like chairs around and desks around, or adding those things to like cargo bays. That's what I'd like to see for customization options. Orbiting, what would you like to do on your ships that would be kind of an odd thing?
I would like more lighting options.
Okay.
If you're chilling and you're in a dark room, like probably all of us are, and you don't want to be looking at some annoying ass lights when you're trying to do some basic flying passenger cargo transport type of thing. So more lighting options so you could mood light the shit out of your ship. And I'm sure the community has talked about this before, but I would love maybe like a sun visor or a light dimmer for the cockpit glass so that you're not just getting blinded when you look at bright things. That would be probably the coolest thing ever.
That'd be so useful for your dog.
And night vision. Night vision would be awesome on ships too, because freaking turboprop planes from the 1980s have infrared IR, black hot and white hot. So freaking spaceships should too.
Ghost?
So an odd thing to put on my ship or customization for my ship? What are we looking at?
Like odd customizations to your ship. So either putting on your ship or to customize your ship in the inside, just in general.
I want to put skis on the MPUV cargo.
Okay.
Just so I can blast the engines and go sliding across microtech. Beyond that,
he only owns the MPUV. That's his only ship. So.
Oh yeah, that's how I get around the verse. Everything I do fantastic. With the MPUV.
It's that true space experience.
The short king.
The Gemini was a true godsend because now I can actually leave microtech. No, beyond that, being able to turn off exterior lights entirely so I can actually go full stealth
Okay.
Yes. Oh my gosh, yes. But they're not that visible anyway, so it doesn't actually matter that much.
I don't know if you're sitting there trying to, hide with the arrow, like watching over Jump Town, short of them getting within 4 kilometers so they pick up on you, right? I can see the lights on one of those sitting on the ground, even with the engines off at like 7 to 8 kilometers out.
Yeah.
And that's my mild annoyance is like, I should be able to turn those off and not be visible. I don't need my running lights whenever I'm sitting in the middle of a desolate wasteland. I'm not coming in for a landing. But yeah, beyond that, nope. Skis, being able to turn the lights off. That's it. That's all I want. Makes me happy.
All right. So this question I think is mostly for me, who asks from a lore perspective, do you think they might rediscover, quote unquote, a Tavaran outpost and have a third Tavaran war or a story to prevent it? Would make a good way to introduce new ships later on. Probably not. But they already have discovered a Tavaran outpost called the Cabal system. And we know that there may or may not have been some shenanigans going on, even though that system was abandoned well long ago. There seemed to be some stuff that was still being made there that shouldn't have been, like only a couple of years ago in lore. So that definitely has some more aspects. That's where we got the Talons, where we got the Prowler, that kind of stuff. So the answer is yes, but we already do. My voice is starting to go already. 24 hours of talking does that. Nazareth asks, should we have more Kraken-sized ships, and who would make the next one? No. We have too many large ships. I know a lot of people want more capital ships, but it's already going to take them years to make capital ships. Let them catch up with what they already have. That's what I was going to say. What do y'all think?
I say no from a world perspective. Because you got to think for each one of those, you're eating up a ton of resources and a ton of time to make each one. Short of them gating the ability to have these by releasing them in, limited time sales or limited quantity sales, it should be a thing where, okay, anyone in the game can own a Kraken. Because at some point in time, you're going to be able to buy a Kraken in game by just earning enough and buying it. But you got to think the more of each type of these ships that isn't just, a cookie cutter, I can make multiple of them ships, should not be a thing. Because every single one of these ships, I'd say the one that's the least cookie cutter of all of the cap ships is going to end up being the 890 just because it's a luxury ship. You can do what you want with it. Every Carrack's going to be, every Kraken's going to be the same. Every Idris is going to be the same. And every Javelin's going to be the same. They're just copy paste, make a new one. But you only have so many resources to do each one with.
Okay. Orbiting?
Kind of forgot the question, but I remember the premise.
Do we need more Kraken-sized ships?
No, because they haven't even built one yet that's flyable. And there isn't even gameplay to hold it unless you just want to get like the 120 players onto your cap ship and fly around, or have 2 cap ships lag the server out. It's not going to work right now. And no more big concept ships either, because the Polaris is like 7 years old and it's not out yet. And that's the smallest cap ship.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not even the biggest one out there.
That's the smallest one. So, and it's not even they haven't even built 1 pixel of it yet.
Yeah.
So no more big ships. More gameplay loops that use the other ships that aren't combat ships would be great. I think that's what we need.
Yeah, and beyond that too, I think people put too much stock in big ships because legitimately, what are you going to do with a big ship short of using it to, Kraken? All right, move a bunch of ships from point A to point B and make an outpost, or be a pirate hub, or it's my home away from home. Javelin, you're going to only use it whenever you're going to try and assault a large area and you have enough people to do it.
Most people are solo players too. They don't even play with big groups of people. So
yeah.
And then you have the giant orgs that send, what are they called? Test Squadron and Evil, and what's the other one? I forget. But they send an invite to every single Star Citizen account, and you're basically just going to have a bunch of unorganized orcs essentially on your Javelin, that's not going to get you anywhere either. So it's you can either solo AI crew your Javelin, invite a bunch of random people you don't know, or have a dope ass crew of homies to run what you got. But I think as for effectiveness and what was the word you used earlier, Paul? I forget. But
I don't remember either. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
you used a great word, efficiency. That was it.
Efficiency. Yeah.
Efficiency is going to matter because an Idris with 3 people is going to get stomped on by a hammerhead with 7.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, through that.
So Naz asks another question for you and Orbiting Ghost. Where did you get your names from?
I'll let you go first, Orbiting. Mine takes a second to explain.
I've been a musician for like 20 years. And I
Mhm.
make beats and stuff. This is like my little beat making music name and what I'd market myself as a bass player as
Okay.
and DJ. So I just kept it the same for gaming.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I'm
Ghost?
a nerd.
So my name, whenever I was a kid, I used to do a lot of airsoft. I did, yeah, kid, but I still do it every so often. But I went to a game once. It was a larger event up from where I was born from, and I pulled off a really, really difficult maneuver and scared the living daylights out of 23 dudes, of which I took down 18. Whenever I got back to our little HQ area at the end of the game, one of the dudes pointed me out and said, you're the ghost that fell out of the tree and got all of us. And from then on, I just kept a name because my buddy said, hey, you're Ghost with 18 kills. I'm like, call me Ghost 18 then.
I guess
There we
I'll
go.
give the real answer. When you fly in reconnaissance planes, you fly in orbits around your targets.
There we go. All right. Next question comes from Texas Winchester, who asks, with cargo refactor coming in 318, making it so loading and unloading of cargo will take long, do you believe they will increase the profits to make the cargo more appealing? No. Because loading and unloading of cargo is not going to be in 318. They have not stated that. They have not stated anything about cargo other than cargo refactor may come in with 318. They still have it planned, but they haven't explained it yet. So as far as I'd expect 318 cargo to be the same as 317 cargo, but with a new system. What do y'all think?
I think probably the same. And just if you guys don't know, if you want to make a ton of money before they wipe it again, every time they do an event, they always boost the cargo of certain commodities to the event location. So when they had the Orison event last time, and the ship show and all that stuff, all of the trading, audio, video parts, and stuff like that was exponentially increased. Like I was making, what was it, 17 million a run with my C2 to you know what I mean, just to run audio, video parts, and that was profit, 17 million profit per run. And then they said, oh, it was just a we put the wrong value in, and it's like, no, they didn't. Like they do that almost every event. There's certain cargo missions that are there. So if you guys are cargo haulers, that's your time to shine during those events.
With regards to the question of is it going to go up because of the increased time, I think what we're getting down to is it. No, I don't think they're going to increase the value or pricing of anything just because why would they want to make the game mode or the career different for something that was always planned to be a thing? Because your cargo just doesn't magically appear in your ship. That's game logic. They're going for a sim. You're going to be moving your cargo into your ship. Whenever cargo is movable, it's going to be a thing where, okay, you want to make sure that you're moving the proper cargo. Food doesn't sell for much unless you got a system that really wants it, which means it might be worth you filling up your C2 with food supplies and taking it to that system because it's worth the time. That's part of the weighing the odds that you're going to be doing whenever you're doing cargo. It's not just this place always buys at this price and this place always sells at this price. It's not the way we have it now.
Contagion brings up a good point. With cargo refactor, they'll increase the value and pricing of things with cargo.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that. And when they do a pirating pass after the cargo refactor, obviously pirates are going to be enticed to do it, and they're going to ruin a lot of cargo haulers' times. So CIG is going to have to make it worth it for cargo haulers to do that gameplay loop. So you can bet the value is going to go up.
Oh yeah, they're going to
Just because
raise
of that.
the risk to reward factor heavily whenever that
For
becomes a
sure.
thing.
Because all these pirates are
100%.
sitting around what they were pad ramming in 315, Now they're stealing ships at Jump Town. What do the
Mhm.
trolls do next? Fly blades. Now the blades nerfed. So what are they going to do? They're going to go after cargo once the refactor happens. You know?
All right, so I'm going to pause this because we're getting a bunch of stuff here, and we're already kind of cutting into the next times. So, lightning round. We're going to get through these questions pretty quickly. Hammer of the Gods asks, "What flavor G Fuel are you running right now?" I was running Bahama Mama.
Beer.
Mountain Dew.
Diablos asks, "What's the cosplay competition? Where's the cosplay competition, Paul? You have connections. They didn't do it this year. They never said they were going to do it this year." Daljus asks, "Do you think we have enough PTU time in the PTU to test 318 if it's meant to go live mid-November? And if not, do you think they'll have a backup plan?" No, they don't have a backup plan. Their backup plan is to release it. And of course, it's not mid-November. It's end of November. It's Thanksgiving weekend, which is
That's not even an Evo Cadi.
No. We'll see. I don't think there's a backup plan, though. I think
they have to release it.
They have to release it no matter. I think the backup plan is cut features they can't test. So like 318 is either going to make it in with PES and some other and like salvage, and then everything else is going to be chopped at the block, or it'll be released as a dumpster fire because they got to get it out because it's their IAE patch, so they got to release it. IAE
got to do it to get the sales.
Second or third biggest sale of the year, so it's going to happen. Paul, can we get a pub dance party helmet? No. I don't need that right now. Sorry. I'm good. I just need a focus is what I need. Dal just asks, how do you see what happens with chapter 2 of Squadron 42? Since everything should be built, should it be quicker turnaround time? So this is the question about Squadron 42. For those who don't know, it's the single player aspect, which a lot of resources are going into right now. And there's a discussion going on there about saying, hey, will Squadron 42 Part 2, because it's only Part 1 of 3, will that take less or more time, or the same amount of time as it current does? Because if it takes anything other than less time, people are saying, oh, well, they won't pull people off of Squadron to go back to Star Citizen. They'll just keep going on Squadron, so Star Citizen is never going to be the primary. And the problem is that the reason why everyone's on Squadron right now is because Squadron needs basic functionality. They do not need to recode all of push-pull system that they had developed for Squadron first. That's not going to have to be reconcepted and redesigned for Squadron Part 2. The reason why they need those in Squadron now is because they can develop it in Squadron and then port it to the PU. So it's fasterly, like it's basically making that the primary development and test platform for gameplay additions, so that they don't have to waste time trying to integrate it into the new patch stuff. They have more resources of the people working on that. So that's means that when Squadron 42 Part 2 comes out, it will mostly be content, levels, characters, the things that you won't really see a lot of in Star Citizen necessarily, and doesn't have to be the priority. So I think you'll see more people definitely, or more people leaving Squadron to work on Star Citizen aspect of things once Squadron first releases. Maybe like a patch or two after Squadron 42 releases, because I'm sure they'll also have some post-release patches to fix up any bugs that show up. But what do y'all think? Do you think what do you think how is Part 2 of Squadron 42 going to be developed?
I honestly don't think it's going to take less time. If anything, it might take a bit more time. But as a saving grace, I do think that once they release, story 1, and are going to move on to, episode 2 of it, they're going to go through a period of time where they're going to let it themselves just ride on, the profits that Squadron 42 makes, focus on the PU, while also giving, their writers and a few of the more back end things that don't require a ton of, multifaceted teamwork to create the game, to do their stuff for Squadron. That way, whenever it is time to hop back on and make it, Again, they already have the tools. They can pump out the game and have it completed and ready to go within a year or 2 years tops, depending on how long it takes to create it. The other reason why I say I think it might take just as long or, longer than most games do for quick turnaround style games is because knowing CIG, they're going to want to keep on doing stuff that's making history, like PES and server meshing. They're going to want to make something that you don't get out of another game. So they're going to put a new hook that doesn't do stuff like episode 1 did.
The
Yes.
mentality, excuse me, the kind of what they've kind of put off. They meaning CIG. They have kind of said that Squadron 42 is what's taking away from the PU development. Once Squadron 42 drops, and I hate to use this word, I'm not trying to be mean, but they're not going to have that excuse anymore.
That's true.
So I think, and the PU is 100% what's holding up this entire project. Like, people aren't pledging for Squadron 42; they're pledging for their Idris and for their light or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever ship they're trying to get. So I think CIG will be relieved to be done with Squadron 42 Part 1. And I think that they will go ham on the PU for a while. And Squadron 42 Part 2 won't be a thing for a couple of years. And it'll make sense business-wise. It'll make sense for what the community wants wise. You know what I mean? Like, for a lot of players, Squadron 42 is an F8 Lightning.
Yeah.
To use in the PU. So I think that CIG is going to be relieved to wash their hands of that and not think about it for a while.
Yeah. And I also do think that it's important to remember that because right now we're developing a lot of basic fundamental systems, we're not going to see, they don't have to redevelop those systems for part 2. So they don't need that basic fundamental group who are building gameplay to stay in Squadron. They can come back and they can work on iterations on mining and salvage and cargo and everything else that needs to be put into the game because they'll have been done with all those aspects of Squadron. And anything that's being done for Star Citizen can then be put back into Squadron for the next part. So you can use Star Citizen as kind of like a lab to say what works and what doesn't for the changes that you want to make. Because, single player games, every new single player, like say if you have a trilogy of games, each game wants to improve on a little bit of here and there. And with Star Citizen, you have an active laboratory of gameplay changes that you can make and go, does this work? This doesn't work, and you get active feedback from players. And then you can incorporate that into the next game for the single player campaign and see a new twist on it or something like that. And we see those sorts of things with like the Witcher series had stuff like that, and all those sorts of things. So like just once you have the basic formula down, it doesn't take you don't have to build a brand new engine to work on the next part. You know what I mean? All right, that's the last question. Thank you, Orbiting and Ghost, for joining us for this session. Make sure you're checking out Ghost 18 and Orbiting. What is the name of the
the org Apollyon Vigil.
Apollyon Vigil.
I'll put a little link in there for everyone if you guys want to check us out. I'll put a Discord in there too.
All right, go for it.
Do we have time for my personal question?
Sure. What's your personal question?
Talking from a stance of what would be available in the game and like the universe itself and the lore, what do we think the Hades earth-shattering weapon might be? Just as a quick little headcanon thing, because I'm curious as to what we think the tech behind it might be.
I don't think it's a weapon. I think it was a mistake. I think it was likely like a power source. My guess is, knowing Star Citizen's background, it either has to do with artificial intelligence or it has to do with some sort of faster than light travel, something that would be designed that like those are two big themes that come up in the lore, which is like trying to use faster than light travel and failing, trying to build artificial intelligence and it failing. So I could easily see that those themes coming in again, where like they tried to build a faster than light engine because they needed to get out of their system because they'd already stripped all of their resources out of their home system. And they needed to go somewhere else. to try to grab more, but they didn't have jump points, so the jump points didn't exist, or they need to find, and so they developed this FTL travel as to hopefully maybe stop a civil war that was going on, and it exploded, it backfired and blew up the whole planet, or some sort of AI system to do the same, and then it imploded on accident and did something like that. So
what if it worked, but part of it was sacrificing the planet to leave?
That could be too. Yeah, it's hard to
Cool.
sell.
The thing I was thinking of is if it is a weapon, maybe it was some sort of like magnetic polarity switcher, because as we know, planets and other bodies that have a magnetic force and have, what do they call it? Geothermal activity. They have, polarities to them, but they switch every, so many thousand million years and all that kind of jazz. What if they did something that switched it overnight and that caused the planet just to crack? That's what I thought, because I've heard a lot of people be like, "Oh, it's antimatter." Why would antimatter split something in half? It tends to just dissolve it.
Yeah, it would just disappear.
Oh yeah. Anyways, that's my personal question.
All right. Thank you for coming on, y'all. Make sure
Thank you for your time, my friend.
Stuff. I'm gonna move on to the next crew, and if you are watching this at home after the fact, remember this is going to be entirely recorded in I guess 2 parts now, because we had kind of a little boo boo, but 24-hour block, or like a 20-hour block, and then like a 4-hour block. So if you want to watch the big longer stream, and of course these individual ones will be releasing as well. I want to hear your comments, your questions down below on YouTube, and make sure you like the video, subscribe, and check. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.
HadRam all CIG employees on site.
All right, so it should be Croncy coming up here shortly. There's Croncy.
Hello.
Hello. Good morning to you, sir, or afternoon. I don't know what time it is there.
It's about 6 p.m.
6 p.m. So good evening.
I did just wake up, so if that counts.
All right, Croncy, there's your link, or your OBS link. And then, Naz, you were in camera 2, right?
Yes.
Before?
Yeah.
Double check. So yeah, I chose the right one. I chose correctly. Yes. So just use the same link that I gave you last time. And I will be right back.
Roll up for almost 24 hours. Great. Okay, got it.
Yeah. You were the first and now second to last. So,
yeah, I should win for the
right
last
back.
one. Be the perfect booking. September 17th. That's too far. I've gone too far. Oh no, it's in my PMs. don't think we've actually met.
Hello. Yes. No, I didn't believe so. Getting my cozy setup.
I'm standing.
I usually stand. Like I usually use my standing desk, but I got a
Mhm.
fancy chair, so I need to use my fancy chair.
Yeah, that makes sense. I go straight from here to bed.
Yep.
So I've been up. I've had 4 hours of sleep in the past 24 hours, which is 4 more than Paul. But
Hey,
after
same.
this, I'm going to bed. So in order to not look like I'm already falling asleep in my chair, I'm standing. It should be interesting.
There we go. This should sound better. Race was good, chat. Race was good. I don't know if I like the vehicle that much. Yeah, they can hear us. They should be able to hear us.
Oh, okay, I thought we were muted.
Which is really weird that you said all that racist stuff too. That was crazy.
All right.
I know, right? Good thing Paul wasn't here.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So, how did you do on the Babbage Bash there, Concy?
I was going all right. I was coming 6th. I got 1 lap through, and then I didn't look where I was going. I was paying attention to chat or something, and I just rammed into a rock and blew up.
Oh.
With the STV,
So-
the STV is not bad.
Steve.
As a racer, it's kind of trash.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah,
As a personal vehicle, it's amazing.
Yeah, it seems like it would be. As a racer, though,
So-
yeah, I'm a little disappointed.
I put it in a Nomad and flew over to Olisar, and then instantly 30K'd. Next day I got on, I went down to, I think that was this morning, I went down to Daymar, and just started running circles. Yeah, it was when I was with Paul the first time, and it's so fun to drive. And so about an hour ago, I went and actually just did a bunker mission. So I parked outside of the turret range behind a hill, jumped into the STV, and just drove up to the door of the bunker, ran inside, took out the 7 guys that were left, jumped back in the STV, and drove it back to the Nomad, up to the space, and then bedlog. It was amazing. Like, just jump in, like 10-minute session, get the bunker mission pay.
Yeah.
It was amazing.
All right, y'all. So here's the deal. I'm going to do introductions for you. Then we're going to go for best. What do you like about CitizenCon? What do you dislike about CitizenCon? Your rankings of this year and CitizenCon overall for this year. Like, was this the good, best year, worst year for Star Citizen? Average, good, bad. And best year, worst year, CitizenCon, average, bad. And then we'll roll into the question and answer session. Sound good?
Yep.
Sounds good.
All right. All right, I'm gonna mute y'all real quick. Welcome back to the second to last session of our 24-hour live stream. And I, of course, did not do anything properly because I forgot to do everything. I am that tired. Boom. And
It's
I forgot.
only been 22 hours, Paul.
It's only been 22 hours. You got the link, didn't you? I'm
Yeah.
probably an idiot. Hold on. Am I an idiot? I am an idiot. Boom. There we go. And I'll fix the names real quick. It's only been 22 hours and I'm already breaking down. But I'm almost done.
You don't do airsoft.
And then there we go. And then
72 hours when?
no.
No. If you do it using the Guinness World Record rules, you get for every hour you're going, you get, I believe,
a 15-minute break.
Yeah, 15-minute break, and you can stack those.
Yeah, or a 5-minute break or something like that.
Yeah, and so you can stack them to have like an hour off in the middle, but still technically have your 72.
Yeah,
Sounds like cheating to me, but
it does sound like cheating to me.
The reason I know that is because when Little Big Planet 2 came out, the devs of Little Big Planet 2 said we're going to break like 15 world records on launch day. And they did. They played they played the game for the longest time anyone's played a single game. They got most user generated content played, most levels played, I think, and just a ton of just world records were broken that day.
All right, so I want to give it a heads up. We are at $2,300 raised. Z242 Pilot just gave $50, and we also had Kilroy $20, and Pappy1775 $10. So we've been moving slowly towards the end of our end goal. We've already crushed 2 goals, so more money. Let's begin with our discussion, because we've been talking about Citizencon this entire time. Let's begin with let's try this real quick. Where are you? Come on, camera. Don't fail me now. There we go. Get Croncy all centered, so he's not off on the side. Croncy, who are actually Naz? We'll start with Naz, so we can do the reverse. Naz, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen, and where can I find you?
Well, I am Nazareth, as my name would suggest. I am half of the Pathfinders podcast. We deep dive into different subjects, especially ones that we've been asked specifically. We do like to do per request segments. But we take whatever subject that is and research it till there's nothing left. There have been spreadsheets made. There has been documents written. There have been, Spectrum posts and CIG questions asked. We also do roadmap roundup reviews, and we pour over the monthly reports. We put them in a nice document and switch back and forth covering those. And that's traditionally every Monday. So in X amount of hours tonight at 10 o'clock EST, there will be another Pathfinders podcast, even though we just did one yesterday, 2 days ago. It's yesterday.
Glutton for punishment, huh? I guess you don't
I
sleep.
went from Citizencon to Citizencon to podcast to this morning, Sunday morning.
Mm-hmm.
I was on, and so I had to wake up early for that. Then I had something right after that, and then I had work 3 hours after that, which I got 1 hour sleep, thankfully, in the middle of that. And then I didn't go to sleep between work and now. And so I had to go instantly to bed. I have a ton of work to get done in the day, and then I got to go podcast again. I also run my own YouTube channel. Where I do lots of creative games, not just Star Citizen. Though I am planning on bringing back my Star Citizen Adventure series, which I'm actually going to change from a traditional Let's Play kind of thing that like was into a kind of highly edited, more like somewhere between a machinima and a Let's Play, somewhere in between there.
Okay.
So like a highly edited Let's Play.
So something like Frankie on PC's old school gameplays, where he would do a gameplay, but he'd also add a little bit of role play in there, and then can add to this. So yeah, I like that.
Yep.
All right. And Croncy, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
I'm Croncy. I stream a bunch of Star Citizen. I make some YouTube videos, and I just harass Paul in general. You can.
I don't take it personally.
me on
You
Twitter
harass
stuff.
everybody. You harass everyone evenly. I feel like we have a very wholesome community, content creator community, because we constantly tease each other on all platforms 24/7. It just
I like to think of it as very authentically Australian, so it's very easy for me to very easy for me to adapt.
Yes, the meaner someone is to you, the more they like you. It's just the Australian way. All right. Well, we've been talking about Citizencon, so I'm going to start with you, Croncy, on this one. We're going to start with the very, very beginning. What did you like most about Citizencon?
The first half.
Okay. The first 3 hours.
Like two-ish hours. Yeah.
Okay.
I loved the pace of the actual presentations. I thought were really good. I think they did a really good job of actually explaining what they wanted to get across in a mostly concise way. out of all the presentations, the one that sort of got me most excited was the bunker presentation. I thought it was really, really cool. Very excited for that. I didn't expect them to show any in-engine footage of that halfway through, and then they surprised me and got me more excited for it. So, yeah, I think they did a pretty good job. I only really have last year's CitizenCon to compare it to, and last year's was a bit of a snooze fest. And so, yeah, I was actively watching a lot more this year, which was good.
Okay, yeah, I'd agree with that one. Especially the bunker missions. That was my favorite. Which is just like the perfect lead up to the point of like, oh, by the way, we're still making it. We're here's the block out. It was just like the notes, perfection. You know, Naz, is there anything else? Because you've had an entire day to think about this. Is there anything else you really wanted to you really liked about CitizenCon?
I hadn't thought about till Grunty just said it. Yes, the pacing on everything was actually really good, except for the first panel. I will never like the first panel. It could have been a sizzle reel, just as it's a 10-minute sizzle reel done. Did not need to be a big talking thing.
You're saying the pacing of each individual panel, or are you talking about the whole pacing as a whole?
Both. I think both were really good.
Okay.
There was a panel. There was a digest portion in the middle where mostly it was just a lot of ranting, and during that ranting you could get up, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, do what you need. So I think everything like worked out really well. There was no super dry talking in the panels themselves for like long periods of time. There was very switching different people to make sure all the information was at least covered, and possibly even covered several different ways. Which is the problem I had with last year's sound panel. It was just a guy talking the same 3 sentences like 50 times. And like nothing there. I love the sound design, but the panel was just horrible. Whoever wrote the panel just needed to not write the panel.
I'm still convinced that talk last year was actually them trying to sell someone the tech, because it felt very much like hey, this is what we can do, and you could do it too if you bought from CIG.
I
hope
so. I want to hear about CIG selling their tools that they've made. Like the Mighty Bridge tool, could you imagine any other studio using that? That just would accelerate so many things in so many places. Let's see. Any other highlights though? I guess because I did catch it in the monthly report, the mule crane, or the crane as we're calling it,
the Drake crane
was mentioned in the Squadron monthly report. Crane feature.
Okay, yeah, I remember
just
that.
Randomly in the middle of anywhere. We're also worked on the crane feature. Just that's it. That's the whole sentence. We worked on the crane feature. What crane feature? You didn't say anything before. But no, I think like the bunkers is like the biggest highlight. That and the like, oh, by the way, Lorville's in white box.
Yeah.
But the fact that the bunkers that we got were like very like, yes, this is Outpost Underground. But when they came and said, no, we screwed up. This is not what we wanted. This is your bunker. And like with the office, like not office, but the reception up top and the like more office space underneath, it's just like, it's like traditional game space, which Star Citizen is sorely lacking. It is a point of interest that is an entire level to put entire missions in, not just a task. Because we do a lot of tasks in the game now. Go get box, go deliver box, go kill person. Those are tasks. Missions are go infiltrate, go download this data. If you get caught, you have to do these 3 things, or go assassinate these 3 people without getting caught, kind of things. Like, there's more than just go here, do one thing. There's multiple things, like get in this way. So I'm glad that even just the media one, I want to see how they condense it into a small, and what the underground network's going to look like for a large, and will it go bigger than a large? and I want a fully functional one. I want there to be also a day at work version where you actually are one of the workers in the UGFs, where you go and have a work day.
Hmm.
I think that would be really cool. But yeah, Crane and UGFs are amazing. The proper UGFs, I'll say.
Okay. I've been going through my top 3, and I'll say my I already talked about my top 1 is the UGFs. Then I said the Lorville Redux, and then I will say my third most favorite is probably the Power Play, just because it was Dan Truffin talking about what they have right now and where they're going with it, which is nice. It was a little bit of an update of what we've had in the past. So,
But also
Naz.
showing it working as well.
Yeah,
like
showing it working in
here is
engine. Yeah.
Yeah, here is where like they were very obsessed with suffocating people, but like here is a room where the oxygen is actually depleting because people are using it. It's like, oh wow, that's working. Okay, that's way more than I was expecting. All right, sick. Let's
And
continue this.
the subtle hint of, hey, don't blow someone up, board their ship, disable it from the inside.
Yeah.
That was just like, yes, please do that. don't blow me up, please. I like that. I think that will be really cool, especially on bigger ships. So Hammerhead and up, where you have so many systems to take care of. I think it'll be really fun, and it's just gonna be like, instead of like, hey, I'm doing X mission, and while I'm flying, everyone has 0 things to do. They can be doing stuff now, or they will be able to be doing stuff, like checking the levels on fuses and things.
Yeah. Ness, what do you dislike about Star Citizen or about CitizenCon?
The first panel.
The first panel, still nothing else.
No, it's just it was okay. The first panel was okay. Dislike. Dislike. What did I dislike? There was nothing I like didn't like about it. There was stuff that I saw like sorely lacking. Like it seemed like half of a presentation for a CitizenCon, but given everything they said, that was what it was going to be anyway. So we had no keynote. We had like half the panels we normally have, so on and so forth. And then the pyro, the first panel and the last panel felt just lacking, just very, very lacking. We got the like 10 seconds of glimpse of outposts, but the only, I think I can't think of anything that I really disliked out of it. I did like that Chris showed up. I know why Tony Z wasn't there. Yeah, I like the biggest upset was there was literally no squadron. But they're the same spot. Squadron is the same spot that Tony Z is, so I can't really fault one and not the other, or not fault one and fault the other, because they're both doing the exact same thing. They're heads down, getting their crap done. We'll see it when they come up for air in the last year. If I have a problem with that, go find a new game. So, so I'm pretty fine with it. I'm more upset with the people not understanding the things that were done and said. Like one of the things was, so this is where backer money is going, talking about the new set. It's just like there's a budget. You have your personnel budget, your hardware budget, your software budget, your production budget, and they have way more money through subscriptions than they have ever used for video production. I almost guarantee that entire set was paid for by subscriptions.
I'm sure.
Almost guarantee.
And it's not like it's a one and done thing. They're going to be using that thing forever.
Absolutely. That will probably be where the remainder, what are they called? The ready rooms are shot.
Yeah, almost certainly.
Yep.
Croncy, what did you dislike about CitizenCon?
So I'm on record as having said that I don't really care about Chris Roberts at all. And so the entire ending was incredibly boring. Now they showed some stuff that they were like, hey, here's what we've been working on Squadron 42 that's coming to the PU, but we're going to over explain every single thing, and we're going to tell you things that we've told you a billion times before, and then finally show you a 5-second 5-second clip, and I wanted to see those 5-second clips, and I wanted to see maybe like a 1 to 2 minute explanation, but it just became. It went from this pace of here's a presentation on the pyro planets. We're going through each planet. Here's all the stuff. Here's a presentation on the ships. We're going through the ships. We're going through the concepts, and they're just giving us tons of information to nothing. It just slowed down a ton, and so the entire second half is really, really hard to actually pay attention to, which sucked because there was some really good information in there. Otherwise, I think they knocked it out of the park.
Okay. Yeah, I think generally I'd agree with that. I haven't really talked about. I think my two worst parts of Citizencon was talking ship, mostly because it felt underwhelming. It felt like, I mean, this whole thing felt like an ISC, but there were so many other things they could have talked about. They didn't talk about the SRV, the whole C. There was a ton of stuff that we know they've been working on, or that they were close to, and they just decided not to talk about it. And it's like, you've even given us images of this SRV's like interior, like a little bit more block out that we could see it. The whole C, we know that's getting a glow up. Looks like the only thing I can imagine is that's all being saved for CitizenCon or IAE, which I can understand. But even a teaser, like, yeah, we'll be talking about these. Like I mentioned, we'll be talking about these later. Would be nice.
They should have at least said, "Hey, this is going to be a cut down panel because we're waiting for the ship event to show you the ships."
Yeah. But I will also say that I like Chris Roberts and his passion, and Richard Tyre and their passion they're fantastic. But at the same time, I also understand that at their core, I know so many people who would say, how to put this, 5 years ago, people backed the project because of Chris Roberts. In the last 4 years, probably the vast majority of people who've come in the game the last 4 years don't know who Chris Roberts is, or only know him because of Star Citizen, not because of anything else. And I think a lot of people enjoy Chris Roberts' passion and his enthusiasm for the game, but also that kind of needs to be tempered because he talks in circles. I know what it is because I do it too, where if I don't have a coherent way of explaining something, I'm going to keep talking until I think I can get everything out for it, which is just generally not a good idea in my mind. That's just it ends up becoming more about the talking than the explaining. So you end up over explaining everything, and so people just focus on that. And it's difficult to watch it. So
like it just feels like that whole segment should have just been a pre-recorded presentation.
Yeah, I agree. You could have cut that down to about 30. Like that whole segment could have been an hour. If it was an hour. Basically, if we had a big long ISC and then an hour of SCL at the end of that, that would have been perfect. Yes, an hour would probably be pushing it, but I think you could still get everything said in an hour with all of the clips sprinkled out through that with that full 10
and
minutes.
Cutting out the things you really should not have talked about.
Yes. So.
I think it's interesting that they are enjoying the switch back to the traditional way of going about things, which is slightly weird. Like they're trying to bury their leads back into the company.
Yeah.
Instead of you hearing like this person has authority over this project, they seem to be like, okay, he's working on this whole like side. This project's not his. It's like he was over everything over there. And so like it's a very different split in the entire industry where you have Kojima building Kojima Productions. You have, Will Wright making the Sims games, but you also have Rockstar. I don't know if any of the Rockstar designers and directors have been publicized as Chris or Kojima or Will Wright, and like shown as a face of their designs and their games. It's a Rockstar game. It's not this designer's game. Yeah. So I think they're either playing with or just kind of transitioning back to once Chris is done and retired after Star Citizen Squadron, I think will be done. I think he'll retire probably. And the company needs to be able to continue on when the announcement goes out that Chris is retiring.
All I'm saying is I see a lot of people saying like, oh, people complain about seeing enough Chris Roberts now. People are complaining that they see too much Chris Roberts. I think there is such thing as enough Chris Roberts.
Yep.
A Chris Roberts equilibrium, if you will.
Yes. And that Chris Roberts equilibrium is in a focused 30 minute to an hour long video every 6 months. Because I think that's a good focus. We're getting everything we need done, and he doesn't feel like he needs to over explain. And to be fair to Chris, I don't think it was Chris so much this time. I think it was more Richard going on his longer rants about and saying the things he shouldn't have said about Squadron, and like the stats system that they're introducing and stuff like that. So,
and Chris's post on Spectrum, always good. He can post as many of those as he wants because they're always concise, they're always very detailed, and they cover the entire thought without looping back like he does in presentation, in voice.
Yeah. So, all right, let's move on to the next part, which is the where would you put this year and this year's CitizenCon in terms of rankings? You don't have to be like a perfect ranking, but like I've been saying, like an average year or an average CitizenCon, a bad CitizenCon, bad year, a good year, bad Citizen, good year, good CitizenCon, the best of that we've ever had, that kind of thing. So, Croncy, how would you rank Star Citizen for 2022, and how would you rank CitizenCon for 2022?
CitizenCon this year was the best CitizenCon ever that I've been to, because I've only seen last year's one. I really enjoyed it. I thought, yeah, it was super high tier for me, but there hasn't been many for me to draw on. But I will say it's gotten me extremely excited to hopefully have a live one next year. I think they destroyed last year's CitizenCon because the presentations were more concise. So I gave it 5 Uvidigas out of 5. I'm gonna keep butchering that pronunciation, but yeah, I think they crushed it.
Okay, for this year or for CitizenCon, you said?
For this year, like CitizenCon for this year, like
How about for the overall?
Yeah.
The game for this overall this year.
Oh, it's slow. Like the game updates of this year have been nowhere near as impactful as the other years that I've been part of the project. But we know exactly why that is. It's because we've got this god. There are a couple of like god patches that are getting delayed for good reason. And so there's been less and less content, but stability compared to other years has been much better. And I think people forget that. Doesn't mean stability is necessarily good, but I'll take a 200% improvement. So overall, I think the game's in the best state it's ever been, but as always, as every year, still lots of work to go.
Okay. Naz, this year and overall.
I think this CitizenCon was better than last, but I think the Microtech year was the best one I've seen. Because that was when they hit the absolute stride of CitizenCon. It was a big event in person with 2 stages, a keynote, community booths, what's it called? There goes the name. Theaters of War demo.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was a CitizenCon.
Mm-hmm. It
was the celebration of this game that is way too big for any one sentence to behold. So I'm hoping I don't think they'll hit that next year. I think it'll take another year for them to hit that kind of high again. But the year as a whole, I can log in and get 60 FPS. I can find some places where I get 100 FPS on a 1080 or 1070, not 1080. I'm not that rich. It's been great for performance. I can't say that I lived through the drought of the year with no patch, so it's had more than that. There's been stuff. There's been something in every patch. We've gotten one or two more events this year, and then replays of other ones. Siege of Orison is really cool. Origin is really cool. It's been a pretty good year, and being able, I don't really play Star Citizen is the thing. I like the project. I love the It is my favorite game, but I don't play it as much as I'm constantly hoping for the future, kind of thing. And with the amazing stable performant game we have now, and I'm saying that in relation to previous versions of the game, not like a fully released mid-tier game that are like actually QA'd and polished to a very fine level. Not AAA games, because those apparently can't come out correctly anymore. And having all the systems being really big systems, like we're on the cusp of server meshing. We have the cargo refactor and Quanta and all these really big things right there. It's a really nice time to be in my position, looking at whatever is that next thing to keep you connected to it. And their ships are being absolutely phenomenal lately. So it's been a heck of a year for me. I think it's been easily the best yet, just because they've done the most so far in every metric. So
I don't necessarily agree that they've done the most this year in every metric. Just in that last year we had a lot of more game-changing releases than we had in any other year, and this year we haven't had that. We might get that with 318, but we'll see. I'm not extremely optimistic, but in every other metric, yes.
yeah, in most, I should have most, not everyone, because I don't think it's been. I don't think the game has been really as nicely received as it is right now, as when it was way back, like social module, like, oh my gosh, we actually get to play the game now. That kind of enjoyment of the game is again happening now. They're enjoying the game again. Completely different game, but they're enjoying it. People are enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. Solo or with people.
Okay. I'm gonna skip my because I've been giving my evaluation this entire time. I will say, just in general, as I've been talking about this, I first start off being like, this is a below average, but there's a lot of stuff we got. A lot of stuff we got this year. Higher player caps, better FPS, refueling, and then we also still have PES, and we also got Quanta, so we definitely had Quanta in this year. Then now we may still get PES salvage and cargo refactor. That's a huge amount of content that was in the game. The problem is that most of that does not favor, does not face the player. It's mostly behind the scenes stuff, and like the stuff that does, like refueling, doesn't matter yet because it isn't really needed in game until we get into that stuff into Pyro. So most of the stuff we're getting is not really going to be super impactful. I guess salvage would probably be the biggest release, but still a lot of stuff was in. And I call this another stream. I said this was the most boring but important year for Star Citizen. It's boring but good, because it's good. It's a good boring, because it means that we sat there and went, yep, we got all the content they needed to get done. It's all in there and it's stable. I forgot how someone put it in the other streams. It was like, it's like how up until this year we've been like the fridge exploded and we're hungry and like, oh yeah, we want to get food, but like there's a slice of cheese and some mustard in the fridge, and like every year it's been a struggle to basically survive. And then this year is the first year that we sat down and went, we opened the fridge and the fridge full of food. You know, we could just eat food.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't get
boring is one of the best things to happen to Star Citizen, because when it's boring, it means you trust them to just be there and be good.
Yeah.
And the more boring years we have, the better it will be.
Yeah. And I don't think we'll have the exciting year next year, probably towards the end of next year, but hopefully maybe sooner, with things like Pyro and all these other cool features coming out. But I think, quite frankly, Star Citizen is in a better place now than it has ever been. And I don't, I could see a lot of newer folks coming in and saying, I came in at like 315, 316, and they're like, this is terrible now. It seems like it's so bad. It's like, it's perspective from us older folks. You don't realize.
No.
It's still bad compared to like most games, but it's in a good place to evolve from, if that makes sense. So
It's a game.
yeah. All right. I think the last thing I was going to say is, what are you looking forward to for the rest of this year? I'll start with you, Naz. What are you looking forward to for between now and the end of the year?
Whatever the heck Tony Z is shoving into 318.
That's true.
So I have wormed my way into a optimist spotty. And my hopes are always shooting for the stars. So when you say, well, very based, because like we don't have any evidence of it, but cargo refactor and physicalized cargo and just moving cargo, just anything cargo, the whole sea, everything cargo. We know there will be at least timers. So we know that there will be at least timers for getting cargo, because that's on the roadmap. It's already been said that is in junction with the refactor. So at the very least, we have to go buy stuff, and we'll say your cargo will be delivered in X time. That will be just amazing. I love it so much, and it will give me reason to do other things instead of just ping-ponging between two different locations. And as much as Tony Z can get things in game, not work on high-reaching back-end services or whatever, he's getting stuff in 318. So that is what I'm most looking forward to for the rest of this year.
All right. Croncy, what are you looking forward to between now and the end of the year?
It's going to be nice to have another gameplay loop. It's been a while. I'm excited for salvage. While I think that in the future I won't be a person who's going to do a lot of salvage, I am going to spend a lot of time, maybe 4 months straight, of just getting bored of salvage. That's my plan. It's yeah. I think the last time we had a proper gameplay loop introduced technically might have been prison. Oh, actually, no, medical gameplay, I guess. Last year, medical gameplay. But that's still a very long time for there to be any sort of profession stuff in the game. It's also, for a lot of people, salvage has been the gameplay loop that they've been waiting for since they said it was going to release in 2015. They just missed the mark by a couple of months. It's unfortunate, but yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. Cargo refactor is pretty cool, and I'm excited for that. I'm excited for the implications of PES, although we're probably not going to see. We're not going to feel really much of anything for it for a while. And then I'm also just in general excited for IAE, as I am every year. IAE is really cool. I'm excited for some new ships. I'm excited to melt all my ships and completely redo my fleet.
More Jackson Clarkson.
Yes,
true. Oh yeah, he's coming back from Pyro.
Yeah,
to Pyro at the end of last year.
In the Odyssey, we get to see the outcome of his walkabout.
I fully expect the first trailer to just be him rocking up in a completely pirated up Odyssey, and him just like take off a pirate helmet and be like, "Anyway, I'm Jax McCleary," and just go to IAE. Yeah, so very excited.
He'll just come in the Corsair. It's like, I found this thing back in there, and I couldn't find my ship wherever I landed it.
I lost this prototype ship that I technically stole.
That would be him. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they do a really good job with those videos. So that actually might be the most exciting bit about IA.
I am still shocked they do not have a TV show team, because they had the MSR with Haas and I forgot her name in the Belligerent Duck team that we had like, hey, this is actually going to turn into a series, and then it didn't. I'm shocked they don't have a team that's just set up to start making shows.
Well,
I mean, they
I think
probably do, but
Yeah.
they're doing Squadron.
Yeah, they definitely have the talent. Like the people there have the talent to do it. I actually think in regards to Belligerent Duck, they saw the video not be remotely as successful as they were maybe hoping for, which is also really disappointing because it's really good.
It's
And they honestly might have just scrapped the idea,
Yeah.
which I understand.
Well,
I get
CSG
it.
has never done anything like that before.
Never scrapped ideas. True.
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say what I'm looking forward to at the end of the year is Jax McCleary. Just Jax McCleary. Jax McCleary always has the best storylines and stuff like that. So
Eventually, I hope to eventually see him in game.
Yeah.
Like to be able to go to the AIE and see Jax like shooting a thing, getting an autograph from the NPC of Jax McCleary. Like they have a character, they have a living character that they've built. Use him.
I fully
Built a
expect he'll be a
celebrity
mission
in the
giver.
game.
There's no doubt in my mind he'll be a mission giver, especially for something like, yeah. So we're doing this special on like the Reliant Maker. I need you to go do some footage of it, or like, oh yeah, I heard that there's like some Vandal getting messy. I want you to make a funny video with them.
Have
Just
you,
like,
played Forza Horizon 4?
No.
It has that exact thing in it.
There you
Like,
go.
hey, I heard you're at the event. This is a movie production guy. And he's like, I want you to go take your car and ramp it over that lighthouse or windmill or whatever. It's like, we're going to film you while we do it. That could definitely happen. Like, hey, we, the lawyer said I'm not allowed to take this ship and run it through the Babbage Hotel. So we need someone to stand in for me. Could you, like, run this through the Babbage Hotel for me? Like that's a great idea. I would love that.
With that, we're gonna walk over to the question and answer section. I have two modes right now. I have active host Paul and 404 Paul not found. So I've got this. I've still got an hour and 2 hours, 3 hours. I got like two almost 3 hours left. So I got this. Let's move on to the question and answer session. Make sure you're checking out Croncy's channel. It's Twitch and YouTube, right? Croncy. Yep. And Nazarus, check out Twitch and YouTube as well. It's Nazarus YT on Twitch and Nazarus on YouTube. Mostly YouTube, right?
Yeah, mostly YouTube.
Yeah. And if you watch this and you enjoy this, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button. Like the video, comment down below if you're watching this after the fact. Remember, it's now going to be in two sections, but there'll be two sections of the big chunks of this whole stream from the very beginning to the very end of this 24-hour charity live stream. And we've raised right now over $2,371. So Astronaut just donated $20 and Marshall Plummy donated $50. So yeah, we're just slowly working it up there. So, all right. With that being said, like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.
I think I may have misspelled my own name at one point or something. I don't remember what it was. And then
all right, I'll be right back.
Oh man, that's great.
You comic, when did that joke start? I genuinely don't remember.
Great. Who's on the last panel? Panel. Yeah, we're doing panels now.
Oh, that's right, DreamHack. Yeah, I streamed at DreamHack, and they misspelled my name. They called me Cornsey. Yeah. I was like, I'm on a website. Oh, they misspelled my name. Great, fantastic.
You know what we should do for the launch of Squadron?
What?
We should get a whole bunch of streamers together, and we chain together 24-hour streams.
I mean, yeah. Except
That
the
would-
thing is, you say chain together 24-hour streams as if I'm not going to have a 48-hour stream trying to finish the game. Like,
I mean,
I am
you
gonna
pass it
marathon
off
the
after
crap out of
the
that
first
game.
24 or the last 24.
Yo,
whichever fits.
they know it's hot mic. Everyone knows where they're on.
Yeah. Wait,
yeah.
what?
Yeah. You said all the terrible things. Yeah.
What do you think, Paul? Chaining together several streamers to do several 24-hour streams of the launch of Squadron.
That sounds like a terrible idea. That sounds like a
Because it should be
horrible idea.
42
A
hour
week
streams,
of
'cause it's
24-hour live
42.
streams.
I am doing something not unlike that starting this Thursday. It's gonna be the worst.
Ooh.
Oof.
Actually, no, it's very unlike that. Never mind, I'm dumb.
Yeah. Okay. It's still longer streams, though. I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, I'm doing a challenger-thon thing. So it's like a
Okay.
subathon, but every sub goal makes me play a harder game, and I can't end stream until I finish all the games.
Ooh.
I might be streaming for weeks.
That sounds
Okay.
unhealthy.
Ah, I'm going to sleep during it. I didn't point that out.
Okay. That's a little more healthy. That's great.
All right. Y'all ready to go? Let me pull up the questions real quick. We do have about 8 questions, so we can get through this.
That's it? Come on, guys. More questions.
We're already like we might be able to get. I was gonna say we're already late, running a little late, but yeah, we're only about 7 minutes after, so we still got some time. So
A whole hour.
yeah, but it's a weird kind of thing. So
I know it's 1 in the morning. Get out of bed and make your question.
all right, y'all ready to go?
Yes.
All right. Hello and welcome back to the Captain's Table 24-hour live stream. It is hour 21 of the live stream. This is the question and answer session with Kroncy and Naz. Make sure you check their social medias out. Hear the last conversation. We've been talking about Citizencon all day with all of the different guests and getting their own kind of takes and unique takes. And I've been slowly but surely devolving to becoming brain dead. But I'm almost there. I've got 3 hours left, so I think I can do this. All right, so the first question is from Moondog Monty, who asks, with SCM speeds slowing down and a new faster mode of travel introduced for faster travel within 50-kilometer ranges, planetary system jumps, could you see quantum jump speeds increased with Pyro due to it being 3 to 4 times bigger? Kroncy, what do you think?
I don't know. Possibly. It depends on how much gameplay they give us to do over the course of a quantum jump, which actually, now that we've gotten a lot of the engineering gameplay information, could be quite a bit. So I think they'll find a healthy balance of the quantum jump speeds being not boring enough that you want to just like quit the game every time you make a jump, but also long enough that there's time to do things. So probably, but yeah.
Okay. Naz, what do you think?
I'm gonna chalk travel times in with the whole balance question. And the balance question, the answer is there is no balance. All the systems
Yeah.
aren't in yet. So until they have all the systems, everything will always change. Just expect it. Don't buy with real money. Don't like go to the gray market and buy all the like guns or shields or what. Don't do that. Every ship, every gun, every system in the game will change. That's why they made the whole set name the only constant.
Yeah.
And they will learn things when we move into Pyro, when we move into whatever's after Pyro. How long it takes to get across Pyro, how long it takes to run a cargo from Stanton to whatever's outside of Pyro the other way. So it's going to be a lot of learning. So if they do change it faster, it'll get across the system faster. I really hope they don't. I like travel time. Travel time needs to be a thing, especially with, like Kroncy said, mechanics, and being able to fix your ship. Me and Tree over on the Pathfinders, we were talking about. He was concerned that a mechanic's role would be hampered because you can't because it powers down everything. There's not a lot of pulling levers to get your quantum drive to go higher. If that's not a thing you can do in quantum drive, you can still, if you have few or only one engineer, that engineer can do the other half of his job, which is the mechanic, which is actually repairing the broken bits, which is something they kind of stated in Citizencon, the kind of duality. You have your lead engineer who's over his team of mechanics. So the engineer is the one pulling the levers and making sure all the resources on the ship is done. And if it's a big ship like a Carrack, you probably have several mechanics that can, go and fix the things. But if you have a smaller team, or even just the engineer wants to help more, he can also fix things. So quantum travel will actually give you that time to fix things, to tinker with things. So I'm always in favor of more travel time.
Okay. Yeah, I agree in general that like travel time is going to be. I don't think we're going to see it go away. I think we're just going to see more stuff added, and that will end up. It'll just end up being. Yeah, I don't think we're going to see much changes. There's going to be more stuff to pass the time with effectively. All right, next question comes from Del Ener, who asks, Croncy, what are your thoughts on the STVs? For those who don't know, Croncy does a lot of racing and a lot of racing commentary. So what do you think about the Grey Cat Steve?
I like the idea of it, and I had a chance to drive it, as did Paul, when we did the after party. Which, by the way, first off, we didn't get much chance to talk about the after party. I love that idea. If we can do multiple after parties every year for Citizencon, whether that's do a thing with Atmo Esports, do a thing with a different org of like a PvP battle or something, that'd be great. Keep doing that. That was awesome. Anyway, the STV itself is kind of boring as a racer goes. In comparison to the Cyclone RC, which has the boost enabled so it can go much faster. In comparison with the base Cyclone before the speed changes, the base Cyclone's drift was a lot more fun to use during ground racing. And I've been talking with a lot of the pro racers in Star Citizen and stuff about it, and so far everyone seems to agree that the STV is kind of just fine. It's nothing cool, but it looks good at the very least. They've done a good visual pass on it.
Nice and boring.
All right. Next question comes from Moondog Monty, who asks, how did I do, AstroPub? What happened for the race? I hit a rock in the first lap that I wasn't seeing because I found out you're not supposed to drive in first person, because I was driving in first person the entire time. Because I couldn't navigate properly with like in third person and first person, so it's like and I just didn't catch it last moment, and then just hit a rock. That's all that happens.
Especially with 40 people around, it's very hard to do first person
in the middle of the night. In the middle of the night with a storm brewing, it was insane to try to drive that course when they did it. All right, Velociraptor asks, does Sitcon really need to be live and in person, seeing as how much it takes away from the development? Or would you rather keep these meddling sitcoms as long as the team is making great progress? These like middling, I think is saying. Live and in person is not just for the developers, though it is heavily for the developers. It's for the community. And I think if this was 2 years ago, like 2020, I was at the stage where I'm like, yeah, we probably don't need many more big Citizen Cons. Just kind of go digital. But like 2023, yeah, we need live Citizen Cons. I think honestly, we're at the stage where we're going to see in 2023, Citizen Con is going to be fucking huge, like 4,000 to 6,000 people. I mean, my guess, just based off of the previous numbers, because it was gone from like 600 to 1,000 to 1,100 to like the last year it was live, it was like 16 to 1,700 total people showed up. So it's been 2 years. Star Citizen's concurrence has gone to 50,000 average and 130,000 peak. And I did the calculations because I looked it up on the Steam stats. That would put Star Citizen, if Star Citizen was a Steam game, it would put Star Citizen at the top 25. It would be like 23 or 22 most played games on Steam. And it would, at its peak, it would put it at number 7 of most played games on Steam. So, yeah, like that's some numbers. Like just that put it into comparison to context what Chris was talking about when he said that. So you put those and like at peak hours, the only thing that would beat it would be the free to play games.
Yeah, it's
it.
very impressive.
Yeah.
I think as well, like we've seen, obviously they've done a lot of stuff with Bar Citizens this year, and we've seen a ton of communities get together for that. And that's Bar Citizens are really a small get together, but nothing about these Bar Citizens has particularly been small.
Yeah.
Like we saw the China Bar Citizen and not the Singapore one, the South Korea Bar Citizen. Those were absolutely massive. I think it's also with the question, I don't think it actually impacts development as much as you might think it does for them to run this. It definitely puts a lot of work on the guys that produce the videos, and they do an awesome job anyway. So I'm all for giving them more work. And yeah, it's so impactful to the community. It brings in more funding. It introduces more developers to the game. It introduces the community to the game. It's, I think it's an extreme net positive for it to be live.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Naz?
I mean, like I said earlier, I think we got a similar question when I was on this morning. It's 3 parts, like we've already talked about. It's one for the community to, well, depending on your view, either to see the project as the developers see it, or to get the lowdown on what exactly they're doing now, depending on your view. Mine is the first. It's for the developers to get their heads out of their desk and to go meet the community that they're making this for. And it's for all the news organizations, all the journalists to say, oh yeah, it's time again to check in on our favorite overfunded, too long running in development game. I'm just saying that because that's how a lot of people phrase it. Because it's been in 10 years and there's not a released product, that's unheard of, and it's also the most funded game ever. So, yeah. But it is a thing, and I think it's very important that is a in person. The same reason why we had that or at least along the same lines of the when we heard that when COVID restrictions were loosening up, that they actually did want people to come back into the office and not just all remotely, because there's something special, and most people would know this. There's something special about humans interacting face-to-face with a human instead of face-to-face on a screen and a human. There's just something special about standing in a room with someone. So it's very important, I think.
Yeah, there's something like anyone who's anyone's been to a Citizencon will tell you half of the experience is being with the community. Being able to be with the community and talk with people is such an energizing experience. And it's important to remember that the staff gets a boost out of it too, because you'll have people like staff members who don't see light of day, and they'll talk with somebody, and someone will be like, "Oh, what do you do?" And the staff member is like, "Oh, I work for QA, or I work on the lighting." And people will be like, "Shit, let me talk to you about this," And you'll see these staff members get talked to, and a lot of these folks, especially if they've been working in the gaming industry for a long time, they don't get this treatment. They don't get the treatment of talking with the fans, where fans geek out about a lighting artist or an environmental artist or a QA person. Like, for instance, I'm going to forget his name because it's super. I'm working on no sleep for 24 hours or 8 hours of sleep for the last 24 hours. But he's the gentleman who always does their demos.
That means you have more sleep than I do.
Yes, I have more sleep than you do.
How did that happen? You have twice as much sleep.
Not Jake. It's not Jake who does the demos. I'm talking about like the one who's always doing the Citizencon demos.
It wasn't Jason. It was something else.
Not Sean Tracy.
No, it was a specific. It's
a specific
the guy
QA
they
member.
have. Like his job is a specific type of playtesting, and so because he has to play the game in a specific
Glenn,
way, like
thank you. Yeah,
yep,
Glenn.
yep,
Glenn.
yep.
So,
yep.
did you know that Glenn wears cowboy boots whenever he does a live gameplay demo?
No.
Yeah. I saw him in 2018 Citizencon. He was wearing his cowboy boots, and I'm like, "Oh, you're in Texas. You wore cowboy boots." And he says, "Nope, I wear this for every single Citizencon I've ever done this on. I did it the first time, and it was good luck, so I've worn it ever since." So it's like, yeah, like
so that's why the game's not out yet. We haven't had a live CitizenCon where he's wore his cowboy boots for the last 3 years.
Yes.
There we go. Solution, guys.
There's the solution.
I do just want to mention as well, when I was talking about the like it not being as much work on the developers as you might think. I mean, as in it's not as much work on the animators or the level designers or anything like that. I know it's a ton of work for, you know, the community managers and Jared and whatnot, and they do an awesome job. But it doesn't take away from, you know, the active development of the game itself.
Yeah. So, all right, let's move on to the next part. Aimless asks, does the level progress we saw in the last monthly report compared to other years create a reason to not invest significant dev time in keynote demos at this stage of development? The level of progress we saw in this latest monthly report. Yes and no. It's important to remember, we have 800 employees at CIG right now. They have 800 employees at CIG. They want to have 1,000 by 2025. They'll probably have another 100 by next year. They're going to be reaching a point where, in the next year or so, where they're going to have more employees than they know what to do with for the short term. People are going to be, and a lot of employees that'll be needed to be trained up. And those employees that need to be trained up on tools might do well to create a little keynote demo for people to use. We're doing at a different we're doing it a different time. Like we're entering a different stage of development for Star Citizen, where all of the core pillars are at least initially in, and you're going to start seeing a lot more of the people who like to develop games, like the gameplay developers, start to do what they've been wanting to do for years, is developing content for this game with the tools that they've been developing. And it's just, I don't know how to put it. It's just, it's important to emphasize that this time next year is going to be a very different CIG and a very different Star Citizen than we do see now. So, but my point about saying like Glenn's cowboy boots, I found that out because I went to 2018 Citizencon and asked him about it, and found out about those wonderful little things. And I bet you nobody knew that not a lot of people know that little secret about Glenn, about his little what he does for those demos. So it's a fantastic those little things are little nuances that you can pick up on for some of those things. So feel free to clip it and say next year, because I will guarantee you that the game is going to be in a very different place, just in 3.18, let alone 4.0, which will be out by next year at some point. So
Actually, 4.0. I think it's
yeah. I said 4.0.
So kind of harken back. There's a point I wanted to make for that last question. Is CitizenCon Live important? Why do you think Blizzard still does BlizzCon? Why do you think so many people are going to PAX, Gamescom, E3 eventually? Like, there is value in it, even to not Star Citizen. Like, there's a reason people go, and it's not, for a lot of them, BlizzCon, it's not one reason. It's all the reasons. It's for the players, it's for the developers, it's for the journalists.
Mm-hmm.
So having they were very smart when they said, we're going to start a project, we're going to start it with a CitizenCon. And so they have this repertoire, they have skilled up in being able to hold a conference, instead of like, hey, the things like next to version 2.0, should we try and make a conference, get a few guys together and hold a big, CitizenCon event? And it would have been horrible because they had no skill in it. Now they have skill. They know where to aim, they know where they can push, and they know what they can push. And with this question, seeing development in monthly reports. No, I'm pretty fine with them. It's important. Citizencons are important, so I'm very okay with them taking the resources to do that important thing. I don't need the month or so, 2 months maybe to catch back up to where they would have been. Rather, if they didn't do a CitizenCon event. So no, I think having the loss of dev time is important for the morale of devs.
Yes. Croncy, what do you think? Do you think we should the loss of progress is justified? Do we think, or should I say the great progress that they've made over this last month is justification to not have a gameplay demo, a keynote demo at CitizenCon?
It seems every year we get a lot of the monthly reports in August and September are always really, really chock full. I don't think that's actually a case of just this year. But also, like you said, there's a lot more employees. We've got a lot more people actually doing things, right? Like the Montreal team are actually putting stuff into the game a lot more content is being focused on rather than tech. So yeah, I think it's no correlation necessarily. So yeah, I think we'll see more progress next year than we saw this year, that we saw more than last year, etc. I don't think it has to do with CitizenCon.
Mm-hmm. All right. So Amos asks, what ship manufacturer should make the next mining vessel, and why is it Argo? Because I said Argo. What did you say, Croncy, for the ship?
Argo.
Argo. Naz, what did you say? Did you say Misk?
Oh no, that's not good. That's not good.
I had to choose my ghost favorite.
Your RSI?
I say my ghost favorite because they don't have a lot of ships that I actually like. It's RSI.
You're wearing the shirt.
Hey, Paul, is it too late to kick him off the podcast?
Yeah, I got the player shirt on.
Yeah,
it's the presentation. It's the Star Citizen presentation shirt.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't wait for the Orion. Not that I'll use the Orion ever. I think the Constellation needs a redesign. The Aurora is easily the best ship in the game. Don't at me.
I will.
Pegasus.
The Aurora
Pegasus
is trash.
is my. Pegasus is my end game. The Polaris is a gem. The Bengal is formidable, and the Retribution will kill you.
The Retribution is technically built by a lot of manufacturers, but yeah, I get you.
It has their shape on it.
Yeah. I actually am going to ask a little bit more from Croncy. How do you feel about because you're the mining person, you're the one who went mole for IAE or for ship showdown and everything. How do you feel about the idea of having a ship that's between the mole and the Orion for ships for mining ships?
So originally I didn't expect it at all, right? Like I thought it would just be, you have your prospector size, you have your mole size, you have your Orion size, and then sort of the in-between would be done by your habitation modules and your base and having mining there. But it does actually make a lot of sense. They mentioned, we wanted one where you would actually have a bit of a cargo bay, so you could bring in your Grey Cat rock and whatnot. And it sounds a bit more like a mining base almost, whereas the other ones are very extremely industrial. It's mine, take it, and then you're not really living on these ships for the most part. At least not forever. You'll do it for one mining expedition and then you're done. So I do like the idea. And I mean, I'm always happy for us to get more mining ships. I'm a little bit disappointed that there wasn't an alien manufacturer option because I still want that alien mining ship. I think they can do really, really cool things with it. And yeah, vote Argo because I want to see a large Argo ship. They did a really good job with the mole and the raft.
Yes,
let's see some larger ones.
It's the competitor, though. That's what we want Argo to do.
Nah, I don't.
Okay.
I don't.
I think it was interesting that was said by the last crew that was here that for the mining ship there should be better holding tanks for Quantanium. I think the exact opposite. Because it's a bigger ship, because you can mine more, you should be limited by the timer that Quantanium has. You
Mhm.
have more crew, you have more capacity for just stuff. You should be able to make up the difference, and this is something that's said for cargo for a while. You're not doing high value, you're doing high volume with
Yeah.
with this medium to large mining vessel.
Yeah,
I
100%.
want a lot of Argo things, and I think every ship could have an Argo mirror. But I also want RSI ships. So anytime I get a chance to have them give me an RSI, and I think I said this on the podcast, the Pathfinders, yesterday to Saturday, is I much rather like I don't feel like I've contributed with the stupid RSI vote. It doesn't make any sense to me. It didn't make any sense when it was the Vulture. Which ship are these descriptions do you want us to make? They made them all anyway. Which
Mhm.
silhouette do you want? They made them all anyway. Which manufacturer do you want? Well, you've just taken away my preview at the other 3 ships that we're not going to get. So I much rather it be a, hey, what manufacturer would you like our concept artists or our concept team to focus on over the next year? We may get like 1 or 2 of them over that year, but they have a batch of new concepts that they can pull out and say, aha, we have so many of this manufacturer's ships. Like, let's say they get 5 done a year. Let's say Argo wins. They now have 5 Argo ships they could just like throw out at any time, and here's your new concept ship. I'm
I
thinking-
have a
Go.
I have a theory of why they did that actually. So I got really excited last year when they put the RSI Orion on the roadmap. Now it was just some reconcepting, and it was supposed to happen this year, and it got removed. And it got removed a couple of months ago. What we see sometimes with the roadmap, especially with concepting, is when we have another vehicle from that manufacturer, especially when it's in a similar role, other vehicles that fit that get reconcepted. Right, like the Hull series, they don't just work on the Hull A. Because of what they do to the Hull A, they'll do some stuff to the Hull C, they'll do some stuff to the Hull D, etc. as they're going through the process, because they want to keep that design language coherent. I think they always intended originally on making an RSI mining ship, and that's exactly why the Orion was on the roadmap. And then they were like, well, actually, this would be a cool thing that we could do for Citizencon, and so they've just rolled that back a little bit.
Tinfoil hat and all. Yeah, I kind of want CIG to be big enough to have a dedicated team for each manufacturer. Like if it ever got to that size of a company, you could then pit each team against each other and like have maybe like maybe this lore team or maybe an embedded like junior lore person to start like bad mouthing in the marketing of the other companies, so they actually have like this actual rivalry that bleeds over into the marketing, into the in-game presentation of these manufacturers. So where Drake has to like deal with like maybe they'll have like newsletters that come out every once in a while, because Drake's had to deal with that their ousting of their CEO not too terribly long ago, a few years now, because they said something they shouldn't have. And Crusader is making bombers now, and they're supposed to be humanitarian. RSI is old meat, and they, are not exactly the most popular team right now. There's the whatever Space Elon does is going to be weird and flashy because Space Elon, and he's probably going to do something with AI stupidly. That would be a great place for him to go as an AI ship because of the lore stuff that's happening.
Yeah. All right, let's move forward. I think we've gone off track here a little bit. Let's try to get us back on track. My brain's trying to reassert itself. Rand Lorem asks, do you think salvage will be profitable or just a curiosity, like refueling?
I think it'll be profitable. It's a new gameplay loop. Now that doesn't mean it's going to be, tier 1, 800,000 UEC or whatever every hour, but I think it'll be profitable enough. It'll be more than delivery missions. It'll probably be around where like cargo is at the moment, which is like 200k UEC an hour or something like that. That's what I expect on initial release.
Oh yeah, is the question specifically this next release? Or is the question open ended?
The question is specifically, do you think salvage will be profitable or just curiosity, like refueling? I think he meant like this next release.
In this release, I expect it to be just like box missions, kind of profitable. In the long term, it is an entire career. You will live, breathe, eat, sleep a reclaimer.
And this is part one of like 3 or 4 that it's going to be added. You know, you've got this, you've got hole munching, and you've got component salvage. Not mentioning things like fuel siphoning and weapons removal and those sorts of things, which will start to come in as well. Which probably gets as part of.
They want it to be profitable for you to stay on your homestead and do resource stuff on your homestead and hire someone else to do the cargo hauling away to sell it somewhere else. So salvage is a staple of sci-fi. So yes, it will be a career in Star Citizen eventually.
All right. Let's move on to the next question. I agree. I think it's gonna be profitable, but not the primo profitable in 318. I think, but I do think it'll get better over time. Random Jack's walking out of a passenger terminal for the intro. I still like the idea of just Jack showing up in a completely different ship, like wearing like a pirate outfit, just taking his helmet off, and hello, this is Jax McCleary, you know, and this is Whitley's Guide, you know, and then just
Ninetales Overlord, or something like that. Yeah,
exactly.
Like I found the Overlord secret hideout. I'm not supposed to tell you who they are, but and they cut the feed.
Next question comes from Dal Just, who asks, do you expect 3.318 Evo by Friday?
Pulse already knows when when 3.
1 hour. 1 hour. Exclamation point 318 in chat.
I thought it was going to be at the end of the podcast. They're going to release 318
Evo. I'm gonna drop it at the end of the podcast. That's my name's Chris Roberts. That's what we're gonna do.
You can't expect anything. Like it could. It sounds like it's getting closer and closer, but like
you never can happen.
Yeah.
I hope it's this week. I'll say that. I hope it's this week, but I hope it was last week too. So, all right. Next question is from Croncy. Croncy, thoughts on the ground vehicles? For you.
Me, right?
For you, from Croncy. Yeah. For Croncy, thoughts on ground vehicle speed changes and the implication for racing.
Yeah, they made ground racing really boring. It's breaking up my little racing community. Everyone's really sad. So we have like all of these racetracks that we've gotten, specific specific vehicles for, and have designed those tracks around those vehicles to make them as fun as it is. Which means now a lot of those racetracks are just not great. I hope they revert some of the decisions, or at least unnerf them a little bit. But I don't know. We'll see. We've still got the ground vehicle rework to come as well. That's going to change things a lot. And this could just be a precursor to that. But I am sad.
All right. Hopefully that's the precursor. I agree with that one. All right. Sleazy Meyer asks, is Star Citizen dead now that Todd Howard's made a space game? No. Not my real question. How do you feel about the 3 travel mode split? It's a good start. I think they're going to need to evolve it a little bit further, and I think they even know they're going to evolve it. But they even kind of talked about it as like a good foundation for going forward. But yeah, they'll tweak it, I think. What do you think, Croncy? Do you think the what do you think about the 3 modes?
So I think about the 3 modes. You're talking about the SEM mode, the quantum mode, and then the also quantum mode. I don't know,
I think he's
mode.
talking about the quantum mode, where you have the fast mode, the quantum boost mode, and the quantum mode.
Yeah. I think it's pretty cool. It was a thing that I think we were kind of expecting. There's a lot of people that are complaining a lot of stuff about everything in regards to like the master modes changes and stuff, which I think they're complaining more about balance than they are actually complaining about the mode itself. I think the mode itself is really good. There's lots of balancing to be made, but I like it. I also like the fact that it's going to actually allow us to once again choose a direction and go that way rather than having to go to a specific point, because I want to go as far away from Stanton as I can and see how small I can make the star look.
All right. All right. Let's. And Naz, your thoughts on the same thing?
I
Do
love
you-
the idea of the master modes. The only thing I have to say, because I did answer it earlier, or at least a similar question earlier, is they're gonna get hit. CIG is gonna get hit in the face with community backlash for it.
Mhm.
Just stick to your guns, CIG, and do what you're planning. And this is your game.
Yes.
Finish
I-
the feature and then see if it sucks.
Yeah, I think that's why they told us it, because I think they were done with it. That
Yeah.
was they wouldn't have told us this at CitizenCon if they weren't done with it. They even talked about how like they went into like what fish names, like
Yep.
they had gone through the entire alphabet on
Bit
each iteration.
numbers, you
Yeah.
know, with fish names. And I also want to answer the not the fake question. Starfield does not compete with Star Citizen at all.
No.
It doesn't even compete with Squadron. It sits in between Skyrim and Star Citizen because it's a sci-fi single-player open world. It's not MMO. It's not an sci-fi epic. It is a open world Bethesda game. It's a sci-fi open world Bethesda game, and it's not in competition. It's more in competition with something like Cyberpunk than Star Citizen, even though the stages are completely different.
Yeah, I agree. I know. We know it was a joke, Sleazemeyer, but
Yeah.
it's a joke that comes up a lot. The kind of things. So
And I like talking about both games.
I like both games too. Tarnfolk asks, any thoughts on the mini QT jumps, since it seems like you can only go straight ahead for a limited time? Do you think it'll be fairly limited in usage? They said 50K, right? 50K M?
Yeah, they said
30,
roughly
50.
50,000. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, probably local planetary systems, moons and stuff like that.
And you
But
can always, sit, recharge, do it again.
mhm.
Yeah, you can probably chain them if you need.
And it's
Yeah.
more levers to add more quantum drive items. So, ta-da! And they also added, with the whole system, they added a lever for shield emitters. Yeah, the shield
Mhm.
components. Because there's a buffer now, a buffer lever. So a better shield, or a component that will be in the decision making for whatever shield generator you're using, is its storage, how much it stores when you go into quantum mode.
All right, I've got some quick ones. This is actually a really quick one. Pyro asks, don't we already have a medium/large mining ship coming with the Expanse? Why are they talking about another one? The Expanse is not a
miner.
mining ship because it can only mine and refine Quantanium.
And that
That's all
goes
it can
straight
do.
to the
No,
engine.
so you're also thinking about the wrong vehicle. So you're not.
Oh, I'm
of
thinking about the
Expanse.
Odyssey.
You're
The
thinking of the
Expanse is
Odyssey. The
different.
Expanse is the refinery ship.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's what he meant, because the Expanse is a pure refinery ship, not a mining
Yeah, it
ship
does
at all.
mine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Odyssey is more like a mining carrack, is how I see
Yeah.
it. It's a bit different. It's not really
With a better hangar.
Yeah, exactly. It's a live in, scout out some mining sections, mining asteroid places, and then report back with your finds, rather than it
Yeah.
is like a hardcore industrial. Let's make some money.
Yeah.
I think that's actually a really good definition between the Carrack and the Odyssey. The Odyssey is a good live in for a long time, scout around an area. And the Carrack is, see that star over there? We want to see what it's made of. We're going to it, and we're going to probably run into it.
Mhm.
I think the Odyssey will do much better in surveying large areas.
All right. Next question comes from Nick's Outcast, who asks, what are your thoughts on how communication between players, orgs, and so on will work between systems? Because we can't message call each other between systems, right? If CIG doesn't let us message call each other between the systems, then they'll just use Discord.
Yeah.
So
We can do it in Spectrum, so
they either bend the rules or let people just relent to the idea that people can use third-party systems. So
yeah, remember the at this point old adage: you take it to realism and you bring it back to fun.
Yeah.
So there's no way we cannot have FTL communication, because they'll
or
just do it
light
out.
speed communication. Yeah.
Yeah.
In real life.
Yeah. Yes, yeah, light speed. If
My
it's not
expectation
in-game,
is
it'll be out of game.
Yeah, my expectation is they will implement it in game. They'll have like a small little lore explanation of it, of like faster than light information.
Mhm.
Because we'll do it in real life if
I mean,
if we can't do it in there.
just use quantum. like the actual quantum physics.
Yeah.
Two quarks, doesn't matter how far apart they are, will read the same, or technically the opposite, but you can read the data from it. So that's FTL.
Yeah.
But yeah, they do plan to put all of Spectrum, the entire Spectrum platform, into the game.
Yeah, they do. Let's say, oh yeah, but I think the main thing with the communication stuff is that we're much more likely to see just them kind of hand wave it a little bit. They might come up with an explanation, but they'll come up. The actual like transportation of information is going to be based on NPC stuff. I don't think you're going to be info running information from one group to another in game. I think it's mostly going to be the NPC universe, or like
There's a lot
claims
more
and stuff like
data
that.
than just player comms. We're not info running or data running. You know, your call to mom. It's mapping data. It's economy data, stock market data. You know, who's doing what where. It's the law data, the pirate data. It's not just communications. There's a lot more sensitive information between Bearing HQ and Bearing on ArtCorp. I don't know where their HQ is, but you know, different HQ areas are going to need sensitive data move. There's a lot more for data running than just communications. And NPC communications are still there to give you a nice background.
Plus, have you seen how easy it is to hack comm arrays? You need to make sure some of your data is a bit more protected sometimes.
I imagine that will get a lot harder when hacking comes in.
Yeah.
But for now, it's boop, done.
All right, let's move on to the next question, which is: do you guys think passenger transport gameplay will arrive with the Spirit? I think it's the plan. I couldn't tell you when that actually comes out, though. When the Spirit's actually coming out, I don't think anyone can.
Yeah, it really depends on the release of that. If they're close to release, then no. If it's going to be maybe a year or two away, then yeah, we might get some passenger stuff.
I would expect in 2 years. They actually had mentioned in the design, not the website for it, the concept website, the Mr. Mixer or whatever it was. That was in the original design doc as the food drink mini game thing. So it's actually on the ship.
The Mixmaster.
Yeah, that one. So it's actually on that ship. So sweet.
Yeah.
Sticking to the design that was set so many years ago. Hopefully it's updated and nice and current. But yeah, it makes sense. Smallest ship.
Yeah, it just depends when it comes out. All right. Dal just asks, do you think they will hold 4.0 back until Citizencon next year? I don't think it would be intentional. I think if they hold 4.0 back, it's because it needs to get reworked. It needs to get the time to breathe. I could see CIG going to the point where they could release 4.0 in like Q3, but they're like, or like Q2, and they go, don't really have enough time. It won't really come out in time. Let's go. Let's kick it down to Citizencon. Kind of like what happened with 318. So, what do y'all think? Do you think they'll delay?
It's harder to release something like that as when like Citizencons will be live, most likely, right? You could maybe release like a PTU and then be like, we're going to announce that at Citizencon and also, hey, you guys, like there's computers over there if you want to go try out the new patch.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree. I don't think it'll be intentional. I think it's a bit more awkward for them to release it there, so they're less likely to do it.
I am still, keeping hope alive for H1 next year. End of H1 4.0. Because it's 318 4.0. There's nothing in between.
There is 319.
19 is being dissolved.
We don't know.
As 18 gets closer or farther and farther, 18 gets less and less of a time, I guess. Less and less time. So as the gap closes, because the people who are working on server meshing are still working on server meshing. So as the gap closes, it might just squish all the stuff that was in 19 over into 4.0.
We'll see.
Yep.
All right. We've got 2 more questions. Comic asks, with the Spirit series being announced, do you see a need for a bombing variant of or the luxury taxi in the A1 and E1 Spirits? I mean, do you see a need for the A1 and the E1?
Bombing variant for sure. Like
Yes.
the A1 I think was definitely needed because we wanted a ship that had more different sizes of bombs. One thing that during the presentation I didn't realize is that the A2 is supposed to have like I say, it has a size 10s, but it's supposed to have size 3s. So it's kind of cool that here's the A1 has size 5s. It's an interesting change.
I was the exact opposite ship. The passenger transport makes way more sense to me being in the game because it's you get you get your starter ship, then you have like a freelancer as a cargo, and the E1 is the passenger one, right? The 1E or whatever it is. Like that's your start of actual transportation, and you work from that to a Starliner. Or if you want to go for luxury VIP, so that's your like branching off point. You either go into mass transit or luxury transit with the Origin series.
All right. Let's move into the last question, which is Choka, who asks, do you think we will ever see a revamp of the My Hangar page and a buyback page? I'd love more options to manage my ships. Yes and no. I think the question's asking about is like an app to manage your ships beyond, like in game, beyond just seeing what your ship and like deleting your ships and stuff like that.
You'll be able to have your working, what is it called, the thing that used to be the live AR works. Yeah. You'll be able to tell your port from out of game how you want your ship fitted, so when you log in, it's ready. So, and everything that has ever been done to this date is possibly going to get reworked.
Yeah.
Welcome to game development. It's not done till it's out the door.
Yep.
And with Star Citizen, it's live development, so nothing's really done.
What do you think, Crunchy?
Yeah, like it's I think it's actually an inevitability, especially with the hangar, just because like what the My Hangar, just because the part of that website was like last updated maybe 4 years ago. It's just it's going to get updated. Things need to stay fresh. When that's going to happen, I don't know. What features are going to be added to it, I don't know. They haven't talked about it. We don't have a super necessity for it right now, so probably not in the near future. But yeah,
they are updating like piecemeal the website. We got like the new composts with the updated like formatting. We have the new concept ship sides, the new header that we got a couple years ago, and the footer, and that nice flat gray. And they're kind of changing over to whatever system that is. I think is actually Turbulent developed it, I believe. And so they're slowly piecemealing the entire website over to that system as it needs to be. I imagine like they're not going to touch the Matrix of Lies until it's ready to be actually attached to the game. I imagine the hangar's probably very similar. They're just waiting for the hookups.
All right. That's it for the questions. Thank you so much, Croncy and Naz, for coming in and talking with us. I am dying. I have one more session left.
Nah, you're good.
So I'll be doing fine. But thank you for coming in. And if you're watching this after the fact, make sure to let me know in the comments below. But your questions or your answers to these questions, would love to hear your thoughts. Make sure you are checking out Croncy live on Twitch and on YouTube, and Naz on YouTube and Twitch as well. Check out their content. Check out the Pathfinders podcast. Go watch any of the fantastic racing streams that Croncy helps host as well and does. So yeah. And join us live on Saturdays when we usually do the Captain's Table. And remember, we're still doing that fundraiser for Gamers Outreach.
Giveaway to Gamers Outreach.
Yeah, it is a give to Gamers Outreach. We currently, Anonymous just donated $30, so 45 minutes ago. So we're at $2,401.74. So we've crushed our initial goal of 1,000. And we're on the way to 5,000. So if you want to donate money, even if this is after the stream, if you're watching this well after the fact, that stream link should still be good for the entire month of October. So if you want to help out, feel free to do so. Exclamation point charity in chat if you are in live here on Twitch or on YouTube. You got this. All right. And thank you for watching. Like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Like,
all right, let me get the other two in. As remove from group. Cross remove from group. And then we're gonna go toy. And then execute. Boom boom. There we go. Hey toy.
Hello, hello.
All right, I'm gonna give you the link to your camera. So we use a system called OBS Ninja.
Yep. I use that
Okay.
too.
Sweet. So you know what to do. And then I'll give this to X. There's a ninja link for you there, X. No, X, no video.
Okay. No video it is then.
No. It said when we pulled it up, it said no video on your screen.
Yeah, because it was loading.
Yeah, I just thought it was funny. It said X no video, and I was like, oh, okay.
The brain really has turned to mush, hasn't it?
Oh, and I am straight up mashed potato brain right now. So, I'll be right back. I'm gonna turn on the music. So, it's probably already playing because I'm a dumbass and haven't changed anything. I'll be back here in a couple seconds. So I just gotta use the restroom and everything. Don't go anywhere. Entertain them.
Oh, I'm meant to be entertaining people, aren't I? No.
Keep forgetting I have push to talk on. No.
He sent me the same stream ID as someone else, or someone has logged out, left it logged in. So I have to wait till he gets back.
Really? Is that what it says when you press the?
Yeah. It says the stream ID you are publishing is already in use. Please try a different invite or refresh again to try again. So whoever is the same link as me left it on.
Cricket's on my ass.
You said cricket, don't.
Darkness did. Better have some good donations. Actually, I don't have any crickets, so. And I'm not accepting any at my PO box, so.
I was going to drop around to the Discord today, but I've been too busy. All right, what's your fleet there, Velociraptor? What's your fleet?
I have to talk my wife into the three pack.
What, for the C1, L1, and A1, or whatever it is, the A1?
You know, I don't much care about the civilian one, but the other two I absolutely love. So.
Most women I know don't need to be talked into spirits. They just let you have as much as you want and get drunk as hell. But, you know, if you've got to do that, you do you.
Well, I've been married to her 30 years, so.
All right. Get toy up there. You get the camera activated there, X.
He said he got a bad link.
Yeah, I keep getting a bad link. So one of the other two that were just on must still have their browser open.
It was Croncy, I think. All right, well, whatever. I'll just give you a new link.
I'll message him.
It's not showing up on my end anymore, so you think you turned it off. But
I'll refresh again and try again. And
yeah.
this is the third time, but
Hey, who knows?
yeah.
If it doesn't work, I'll just send you a new one.
Yeah, if you have a Max, I would pick that any day over the C1.
Is it coming through? Nope.
No, it's not. So don't worry about it. I'll get you a new link. Just. Execute. Boom. Thank you for doing this again, buddy. And thank you, Toy, for coming on. It's been a while since you've been on the captain's table. I know you've been on like one or two, right? Back in the day?
Yep.
Yeah.
Been a while though. I've been like just gone, like
Yeah.
out of the country gone.
Ah.
Let me know if that comes up. So it did come through though? It did come through.
Hold on. It's loading up right now. Came through. You're good. So,
You know, this isn't anything different.
better camera.
Mm-hmm.
I had heard that you got a better camera going on, so.
Yeah, this is the first test of it I've done, so yeah.
Filters, chroma key. Okay, and then filters, chroma key. Boom.
Had a bit of a discussion with C Daddy earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Had to thank him.
For fucking me over?
Oh boy, yeah. I'll give that man a big fucking wet sloppy kiss.
I hate you all. I fucking hate you all.
I had follow-up suggestions though. We'll talk about that later.
Okay, so let me put up some. I'll put up some backgrounds. I don't think I have many here, but it's fine. Boop. Nope. I don't think I have your background X still. I might, but let me double check.
Hang on. I can fake it on this side.
Oh.
Hold on.
Okay.
I'll just have to resend the cam. But
That's fine.
Just give me a moment. I've got to open OBS.
Doo-doo-doo.
Okay. Let your camera on. How's that?
Great. got you set up there. All right, go guest 1 is execute. Guest 2 is Toy Grubbin. Properties, transform, and transform. There we go. All right. So, as we've been doing this so far, turn off studio mode. I'll introduce y'all, and then we'll go from introductions to I'll ask you about the best parts of CitizenCon, the worst parts of CitizenCon, how you rank this year and this CitizenCon in terms of like average, best year, worst year, bad, good, that kind of thing. And then we'll go over like what your hopes for for 318, like for between now and the end of the year, so 318, 319, and then after that we'll go to the question and answer sessions. So.
Sure thing.
You think we'll get 318 before the end of the year?
Yeah,
Just,
for sure.
Just kidding. Just kidding.
That's the question's going to ask now. All right, you all good to go?
I'm ready.
Yep.
Hello and welcome to the X shakes a bag of crisps show. My name is Paul Shelley. Welcome to 24-Hour Captain's Table. We have been raising money for charity for Gamers Outreach for all this live stream. It is hour 22 of 24, so I am on the edge. I'm doing pretty good, I think. I'm not totally dead. I've been keeping hydrated, so. And I've only really had, I think, 3 things of caffeine, effectively like 3 cups of coffee this entire day. So
How's that song
That's
go?
it?
I'm close to the edge. What's that song?
don't push me, I'm close to the edge. Yeah. We
I
got
got
bots
my
coming
cup.
in. All right. How to use for this channel? There we go. I hate these stupid bots. Try to report them and get deal with it, but
Actually, Nubilet's reached out to me and showed me a technique to get rid of them, which is kind of handy.
no, because you have to share that to me. We try to deal with that because I think you could like ban certain things for saying so.
Yeah, I will do. We'll look at it after you've had some sleep.
Yeah. So, yeah, let's get started with CitizenCon. We've been talking about CitizenCon. So, joining us for this last session of this 24-hour stream, again, we've raised over $2,400, is Execute and Toy Grubbin. So let's go with Execute. Who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? And where can they find you?
I'm a meat popsicle. No. I could just spend the whole stream stuffing with him.
Uh-huh.
No, I am one of the infrunners. I run that with Algrid, Paul, and Space Tomato, and a bunch of that. And we, I don't know, I guess we focus on ships and talking about speculation and the game's deeper details, I guess I'd put it. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with CitizenCon as well. We did a live stream, first time we've ever done it. And that was really enjoyable. I did it solo too, which really kind of freaked me out because I don't like doing stuff on my own. But yeah, I had a lot of fun doing it, interacting with chat the whole time. So yeah.
Awesome. And Toy, who are you? What do you do in Star Citizen? Where can they find you?
Well, you can find me on my Twitch at Toy Grubbin. Been backer since the very beginning. Been streaming past few years now. I mean, I've been in everybody's streams forever, watching and talking and chatting. And most of the time we just sit around Theorycraft, watch a bunch of videos, basically deep dive into them and break them all down and Theorycraft a lot of stuff out of it.
I noticed some of your usual lurkers are in chat Toy.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, this entire thing has been CitizenCon, and my brain is already potatoes. So let's start with you, Toy. What was your big highlights for CitizenCon this year? The good stuff from CitizenCon this year. Only the good stuff. No negative. We'll go to the negative stuff first. Positives, then negatives, and then move on.
So positives, I love the new scanning they were showing. You know, the multi-level of the Idris scanning was just absolutely awesome, breathtaking. Been waiting for that for a long time. I mean, we've seen leaks over the years of different like FPS level scanning and stuff, and that one just looked like next level.
All right. Is that it? Anything else?
I mean, there's a little bit of stuff here and there. I mean, the new Genesis baby ship, the Spirit, is just. I mean, ever since I read the little info sheet on the mixer, I have just wanted the Genesis Starliner just for that gameplay alone. And the fact that they're making a smaller variant of it is awesome. And same thing goes for the bomber and stuff. You know, the A2 Hercules is awesome and it's great. You could drop 2 big bombs and then you have to go and reload 2. But 10 size 5 bombs, I think, is like the perfect mix and a perfect size ship. You know, with it being, I would consider it the Freelancer class. You know, Freelancer and mid-tier Cutlass series equivalents. Just another manufacturer on those mid-tier lines is really nice. So real nice to see that.
Nice. Execute. Good. The positives from CitizenCon this year.
I think the first one that I got really excited about was the turrets on the Corsair. I know it sounds weird, but something me and Argo had complained about a lot on that ship. I think the Spirit was really good too. A couple of weeks in chat, we were talking about like, do we need another starter ship? And we were talking with the audience, and we did a vote, and they ironically said a Crusader Cutlass Freelancer size ship. So I thought it was really funny that they actually came out with what our chat had been saying. So they were really on the money with that. Yeah, and I think again the C1's probably going to be the most popular one. We did a vote on that as well, and it went C1, A1, then E1. But I know a lot of people that I'm actually kind of more close to picked up the E1, kind of like what you were saying, Toy. I think people are really like that kind of gameplay. I guess the only other ship besides the Genesis would kind of be those VIP. You know, like that's probably the next step down in population. There is, you know, you got like heaps of people on the Genesis, and then a few on the Spirit, and then less on, say, something like an Origin. So there's now a degree of it. I think that's kind of interesting.
I'm just not sure what other ships besides the Genesis and this new Spirit one is actually made for, because those ships are made for NPC traversal. Is picking them up and taking them, and then they rate you based on how well a service you give them. I don't think they have any other ships in that line besides the 2.
You don't think that's similar to VIP?
I mean, you could say the Phoenix, no, because then you could just lump that in with 890 jump too.
Yeah, well, Phoenix 890 jump and 600 are all very similar.
I'd say they're very similar. It's the personality of the NPC that changes.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know if those ships were made and delivered for you to shuttle NPCs around. I thought those were, you know, made to shuttle us around players.
It's probably a bit of both, actually. Like, because I can see people that if you go to, say, someone like Kirsten at the moment, you can go at the back and it's got like domestic and interstellar flights. So you'll be able to get on something, say something like a Genesis Starliner, and ride it to wherever you need to go. If you don't have a ship, you can just pay to fly, you know?
I'm interested to see what ships. I mean, technically you could use any ship to, you know, just, they said you would have to register your ship in order to put it on the list for, you know, picking up passengers and stuff. So you can probably do it with anything.
There'll be a lot of rep as well. You'll obviously have to get a rep grind to prove that you know, qualified to take a lot of people, or really up there with say Origin, just to be able to even get an 890 jump. But then you've also got to prove how good you are with food and all the other things required to be able to even take a VIP. You'll have to be trusted and in with their people. I don't know what to call that. You know what I mean? Like before you can take them and stuff like that. So actually, I think there'll be a lot of rep required for a lot of different things, to be honest with you.
All right. Anything else, X, or is that it for right now?
I'm good.
Okay. So I'm gonna move on because I've been talking about this for the entire day. So let's move on to y'all talking about what you disliked about Citizencon. So X, let's hear that long list. I'm sure it's going to happen, but
mine is a negative that's probably very content creator based, but it's something that really irked me the wrong way, and that was actually a part of the community hub. The fact that it only caters to Twitch streaming and not YouTube streaming at all. Other things like they don't have other things that are already on the forums, like lore and stuff like that, so they don't allow for writers. They don't. I did notice that they allow you to post images and video links as well, but streaming is not just agnostic to Twitch anymore. You've also got Facebook as well, and a few things like that. I also think they should allow you to post videos from Twitch as well, so like VODs and stuff. Obviously, it's in its infancy, but I do think it is a massive oversight to just kind of cut the community in half like that. Kind of gives haves and have-nots. So yeah.
Okay. Toy, what do you think? What do you dislike about?
Oh, geez.
Citizencon.
Where do I start? Where do I start? The biggest thing that bugs me. Okay. And we've been watching and talking about, and being excited for Pyro for years and years and years. Way back when Sherry did the lore makers, and they talked about how Pyro is supposed to be a hot system. It's got this sun that pulses, and it's dangerous even for your ships to be in space when those pulses happen and stuff. Yet we have planet after planet that is full of trees and bushes and water and everything else, but maybe no oxygen, but it's got everything else that just makes zero sense for Pyro. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love the looks of them. They were great planets. They were great moons. They were great everything. It should be in another system. It should be nothing but dead rock, volcanic lava for almost all of them. Maybe at the outer reaches, they could put something else, but anything close to that pulsing sun, it should be nothing more than liquid lava or dead rock, basically. The one where they showed the shale or whatever, sure, that's fine. That makes sense for a molten, area planet thing, but all the rest, oh man, I was screaming.
I have to agree with you there, Toy. I did say myself at the time when I was watching it, there was no lava, and that really surprised me because they talked about that quite a lot.
They did say a long time ago that they just didn't have the tech yet. They said they were going to fix the water tech, then go back with lava, but there was just so much grass, so many trees and bushes. Like I said, it just doesn't make sense.
They did say something about the technology of glows, so maybe lava is up there with the glow tech as well. If you think about it, I didn't really think about that just now. Yeah,
I mean, Sherry, I think it was Sherry Heiberg that talked about how one of the planets was, faced the sun all the time, and the whole half of it was just nothing but a lava ocean. But the backside was facing away, and it was all like crusted over. So you can imagine maybe, you in one of your big fat suits or whatever can land on the backside, but, on the lava side, you couldn't do much of anything there. So that's what I was hoping for, and see these big, huge mountains of volcanoes, spitting rocks and lava everywhere, would look really, really nice. It makes sense for the zone.
Correct me if I'm wrong, and I probably am wrong here, but isn't this our fourth year of Pyro? Or seeing sneak peeks of
2019 is when we first saw it.
Yes,
Citizencon.
Technically we did, but we didn't really see it. We saw them go into Pyro, and that was it.
Yeah.
So we're gonna take it though, Paul. It's 4 years of Pyro.
I honestly, I think that they just changed the lore for the planets, because the planets were originally supposed to be super blasted and completely worthless rocks, and then they're like, this is the second system we're going to be building that makes no sense for.
But it
interesting
doesn't
systems.
make any sense to make it. They're still not changing the lore as far as it being a lawless piratey zone.
Yeah.
If it's so habitable and so, all these beautiful little planets and stuff, everybody would be flocking there.
Well, it's still difficult to travel there, and they're still going to do those those solar flares, so it's still going to be dangerous to live in. It's just it's habitable, but it's not necessarily easy to live there. So, but yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. It's like they want to do more beautiful planets, and they'll find a way of bridging that gap, and they're going to do a retcon. They've gonna have to, because they still have not updated the planets being habitable, because right now the only planet that's supposed to be habitable is Pyro 6, so going back and changing it so that like Pyro 2 and 3, 4, and 6 are all habitable, because they've actually gone back and redid Pyro 2's lore a little bit in kind of a roundabout way, but they haven't gone through specifically. And I'm gonna hit with another bombshell. Likely every single system that they've done so far is gonna have to get a complete rework when they start looking at it in terms of what's habitable and not, because the reason why those planets had no habitation was because they weren't going to be landable. So there was just make them a bunch of dead rocks, so it's hard, so you don't have to land on them.
That's a good point.
That's way back before they had landing people of the planet stuff. So. But I get it. I understand the frustration, because it's like you look at it and you go, this is everything you've said before, and now you've changed everything. And it doesn't make any sense. So, all right, let's go into the next part about this. Toy, your thoughts on this year in Star Citizen and this Citizencon specifically, in terms of your this year. Is this a average year for Star Citizen, a bad, a good year, the best year for Star Citizen, the worst year for Star Citizen? And this is an average Citizencon, the good, bad, the best, worst. What do you think?
Well, I mean, they're just now starting to get out of their work from home and back in the office, and then they add to that all these brand new offices that they're purchasing. So not a lot of stuff has really been getting done. They can say all they want, working from home, they're getting stuff done, and they are. They're doing individual projects, but I don't think they're really working good and working on team projects as much from working from home. But so I don't think this year has been their best year. I don't think it's been their worst. But I think next year everybody will be working from the office starting next year. So next year is where we'll really start seeing a full year of stuff. But they've been putting out some good content this year. They have been doing a lot of good stuff, compared to the previous couple of years. Of course, the engine is what is still lacking behind with PES and now server meshing. After that should have been done a few years back, but because of the global situation, that all got put on hold. So
okay. And how about for the Citizencon overall? What would you think is average, good, bad?
I mean, there were some gems in there, that's for sure. I wouldn't call it a very content-filled Citizencon, but I didn't expect much this year, but it was better than last year. So we have better than last year, but not, second to the last, on the rung there.
Okay. Execute your thoughts for so far Star Citizen this year versus the Star Citizen this year and Citizencon this year rankings.
So far, and I guess if they finish with what they're saying they're going to do, I would say this year's been lots of little small things that have added up to something bigger, is how I'd kind of put it. Lots of quality life improvements, lots of little, like things that we've kind of almost forgotten, like refueling that kind of came in, but that really feels like a pyro thing that just didn't kind of eventuate. I guess it'll come back around. Hopefully we get, the cargo factor and salvage and things like that, but I'm not going to hold my breath at the moment because we tend to get that patch at the end of the year and it's just buggy as hell, and it kind of sits there for 2 months being buggy as hell until they get back. So we'll see. But yeah, now knowing they're focusing more on Squadron 42, I'm surprised we've got, excuse me, as much as we have.
Okay.
Yeah.
How
Well,
about
Siege of
for-
Orison was a real gem. I mean, I will
yeah,
say
that's
that
another
right
one.
there.
Okay.
The events have been really good. I'll give you that too. Yeah, 100%. And they've improved every time they've come out. They've got better than they were. Even if it's just a small step forward, it's all progress, all little small steps. As for Citizencon, I kind of agree with what Toy said. It was better than last year. It was better. You know, it's not the best Citizencon ever, but it wasn't the worst. And considering, you know, it's kind of a bit repetitive over the last couple of years because they haven't really shown off as much new stuff. I think the panels were much better this year. They were much better tailored for the audience. Some of the ones last year were just they were, I don't want to say dead boring, but they were not how do I put this, scripted well. They were not trialed and tested, is the way I'd put it, for a more casual audience, because I think we have to be honest with that. More people check in for Citizencon than the regular shows, and I think they do need to be a little bit more casual. But yeah.
I did get upset about one thing that they answered later, and I felt better about when they started the show and showed the Connie Phoenix lounge that they had made. I was like, how much money did they waste on this? I mean, it's subscriber money, should go towards the videos, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I was getting pretty mad that they wasted so much money on this nice set that I thought they would just use for Citizencon, because they do. They spend, you know, over $1 million to do a physical Citizencon. They build all this stuff, and then it gets put away forever. Or, you know, maybe used the next year or 2 years or whatever. But then they, you know, later on they did say that Disco was going to be using that to do the Inside Star Citizens from. So I felt much better that at least they would get more than a one use out of it.
I have to kind of think about it. I also think that it kind of shows that they don't need to do physical Citizencons as much and waste all that money. You know, you do it properly, you can just do it from a small studio like they did, and it worked out pretty well. Also things like, remember when they used to do, what was it called, calling all devs, which was just Skype calls? It's not about the quality of the presentation, it's the value of the information that you can give out. We're not in it for pretty graphics, so to speak. We want the details.
But they're getting millions, and there's numbers they've put out, millions of dollars of subscriber money that is supposed to be allocated just for subscriber stuff, just for the videos, just for subscriber stuff. Millions upon millions of dollars. And there's only so much equipment they could buy. So all that money is just, you know, I know Disco's paycheck should come out of his paycheck because that's his job, but
so let's look at it this way. Why don't we have hosts from Germany or Asian countries or Manchester, from the different places around the world? Why aren't they localizing this content to other countries and stuff like that, rather than putting into one physical event that, as you said, cost $1 million, that's for just, you know, one day? I just think it could be spent so much better than the way it is. My point about the production value is it's not always about the production value. It's the information that's more important, because whether you watch Citizencon or you watch a 5-minute replay that summarizes it all, you're still going to get the information. So that big flash and carry on type of thing isn't always required.
The production value, they said, is their number one priority on all their videos. They've already said it. John Cruz said it. A bunch of them said it, because it's not about making the game look good for us. It's about making it look good for their corporate sponsors. So everything has to be the highest production value they can get.
Yeah. All right. Next question.
Well, I was going to say, like, I kind of disagree in the sense of, like, the it's also important to remember that this isn't just for us, it's also for future for future viewers, and these things are not going to be used as just like ones and dones, as we've already talked about. These sets are going to be used for future videos and so on and so forth. I would say the physical Citizen Cons are as much of a marketing event as they are a fan event, and also a kind of a morale event. You know, there is something to be said about people who normally do not get a lot of praise in their field, going to an event where people will praise them for their field, especially for things like lighting artists, QA people who manage to go to these big events and meet the fans. It's a huge deal, those physical Citizen Cons, because not just for fans, but for the developers to see those fans and to interact with those fans. And I've talked with developers before who say it's like an energy boost to get them to go through the rest of the year and into the new year, because it gives them like, these are the people who are making this game for, feel like we're all in it together, that kind of thing. So, you know, it's just it. All right. So last thing we're going to talk about before we move into the question and answer session is your thoughts on the rest of this year. What are you looking forward to between now and the end of the year? I'm going to start with you, Execute, on this one. What are you looking forward to? What do you think is going forward?
Salvage and the cargo factor. I've been looking forward to them all year, to be honest with you. I think they're the two biggest things that are really coming to the game and will make the biggest change. And obviously, you know, repair and hacking that will hopefully come after that. Just any new gameplay. I think that's the thing I've been looking forward to since I started, you know, the gameplay. And we've kind of really only had mining and basic combat up until this point and really basic delivery quests. So it essentially kind of doubles the gameplay we've got, just adding those two. So, yeah.
Okay.
Not a root beer. It's
Toy.
a hard cider. Yeah, what's up?
What are you looking forward to at the end of the year?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to the cargo refactor. I am not, when the game launches, I will not be a cargo guy, but I do respect that profession and I love the whole sea. I did, you know, end up switching my fleet around and picking up a whole sea just because I liked its layout and the way it works so much. So
you need to call your hull sea the Spartan.
Yeah. But you know, we've been waiting a long time for, you know, what was the expanding, collapsing physics grids to get in so they can give us those ships. We finally got the whole A in, and it's pretty neat. But, you know, everybody, I think, wants the bigger and better ships. So the whole seas, I'm really looking forward to that. And it's nice because, you know, they're putting out, you know, the Mule, and some of these other ships are getting ready to drop the SRV that will be used for pulling those bigger boxes to load those ships up. So I'm really looking forward to that.
Actually, you've just reminded me of something. I'm just going to open this and check. I did a poll on Infrunners earlier today because you guys were talking about the Drake crane. Do you remember when you were talking about that?
Citizen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to see how many responses I got. So, 89 responses. So basically, one of the things is if you actually look in the photo, there's actually a person in the photo, and the person doesn't even get to the height of the tire. So it's definitely not a mule because it's like 4 times the size of a standard mule.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it does look kind of Drake-ish. But yeah, people tend to agree with
it. It has the same Drake cockpit and everything like that.
It looks just like the Mule, but a little bigger with a crane on it.
Yeah, about 4 times the size though. It is. Yeah. It is. You know, because basically when you stand up to the Mule, you know, you're at the top of the cab. This thing, you don't even get to the glass in it, like with the character that's standing in front of it. But yeah,
I mean, it would need to be bigger to have a useful crane on it.
Well, yeah, I don't know why they don't just have a tractor beam either side. But yeah,
well, I mean they have ships with landing gear and they have ships with hover stuff. So I mean, they might have a ship with a tractor beam crane, and who knows?
It's a good point. Different tech points, and you would have to say, traditionally speaking, I don't know if that's a term, but Drake are not as tech savvy as some of the others, so you're probably right there.
Yeah, I could also still see their tractor beam on that crane and just use the crane as a telescoping tractor beam attachment, you know?
Yeah, put the dish on it like they have on the SRV.
Yeah. Toy, what are you looking forward to for 318 and beyond, like between now and the end of the year?
I mean, I'm really hoping that this persistence, persistent entity streaming, PES, gets in and is good. You know what I mean? Because this is really the last thing next to server meshing, which, all server meshing is really going to do for us is allow us to get the thousands of players that they're aiming for, because they can spread them across on all these different servers. But this is really the last core function of the engine that needed to, where they don't have to write it twice. They don't have to make it for their Frankenstein CryEngine. They don't have to make it for the engine that they're trying to get to. So that's what I'm hoping. They get this in, everything works great. Then they could just start. After this is done, sure, this will be a tier 0. I'm sure there'll need to be, updates and redos on a few of their little subsystems or whatever. But it will allow them to just start working on content, focusing on all the game mechanics that's been missing, or slow, not missing, but very slow.
That's the last pillar, yeah? Remember that show, Pillow Talk, that we've never seen again? Yeah, that one.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of that stopped happening because of COVID. They couldn't meet together in person, that kind of stuff. So I get that. I'm kind of in the general feeling that, like, I'm looking forward to PES coming in just because it's in. Like, it's not going to change in much of it, if anything. It's just going to be in, which is nice. But
well, they even said that, didn't they? They said this first iteration we won't really notice. So
yeah. I mean, it doesn't allow more entities. It really just allows those entities to be registered in their systems. So
yeah. It'll allow it to be more efficiently registered, and I'm sure it'll improve some server aspects just simply because the game server isn't going to struggle with as many entities in its local memory, for long-term storage. And but I don't think we'll see much of a difference between it. And honestly, the biggest thing about 3.18 for me, in terms of actual gameplay, is not even salvage, but Gen 12. Gen 12 coming in is going to cause massive client performance boosts, because we saw only a little bit of Gen 12 come in like 3.17, and we went like up 20 FPS. Like everyone went up 20 FPS overall. So more of that being added in, which I think is pretty much all of it is in 3.18, should have some significant bonuses too, especially with like cloud tech. Should pull that up as well. So yeah.
Can I often ask an off-tangent question?
Sure.
And this is for chat as well. When I was seeing the Corsair on the day, I had these vibes of another ship, and it took me a little bit to figure out what it was. But the shuttle from the Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
I see that in the Corsair. Am I the only one that sees that? Or like with the wings foldings?
Yeah.
With the way the wings fold up. You know how you, in the Star Wars one,
if you took it and you tipped it on its side, so the two wings on the bottom and the wings on top, it would look exactly like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very Star Wars.
Yeah, the Lambda. That's it. The Lambda.
Yeah.
Sorry, tangent. My bad.
All right. Well, I think that's actually it. What we're going to talk about for the conversation. So we're going to move into the question and answer session, because going to get towards the end of this, and we're probably going to have a lot of questions. So thank you so much for watching this last section. If you wanted to watch the full 24 hours, I have like a 20-hour section and like a 4 to 6 hour section that's going to be put together on YouTube for the full thing. But this is alone. I do want to hear your thoughts and comments down below for your own thoughts about CitizenCon and everything else like that. Make sure you subscribe, like the video. Make sure you're checking out the Inforunners and checking out Toy Grubbin, twitch.tv/Toy Grubbin, and Inforunners, youtube.com/the Inforunners. Yeah, thank you so much for watching. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Y'all ready to go?
Yeah, bud.
Yep, almost set.
Yeah, we're not over yet. We still got questions, and we've already got freaking 6 questions. We're gonna go by pretty quickly. I've got literally an hour left according to my live, and we'll probably hit beyond that. So,
Another 24 hours. Let's go. Woo!
Another 24 hours. Let's go. Yeah. All right, y'all. If you're all ready to go, let me start the recording. Welcome back to the final section of our 24-hour charity live stream. We have raised, let me pull this up, as of now, $2,441.74. Thank you so much for Lanier for that $20, and Kazi for that $20 for those submissions. Y'all rock. We are closing out the end with Execute and Toy Grubbin. We're going to be taking questions from the chat. Again, as I say, make sure that you check out InfoRunners, youtube.com/InfoRunners. You'll see Execute, myself, many other people on there, and check out twitch.tv/ToyGrubbin to hang out with his content. So, with that all, let's get down to these questions. The first question is from Sandgroper, who asks, now that the AstroPubs owns the Paul's most favorite ship, LTI, I hate you, what are the chances of seeing an entertainment or bar module for the Redeemer? Low. I don't think we'll see a bar module for the Redeemer.
So remember I said I was going to talk before the show, and I talked to his Sea Daddy, and I gave him my suggestion. And what I said to him is I want to have like an Astro Tears or an AstroPub charity skin that every time it's sold, it goes to charity that you choose, Paul. And so when you do things like this in the future, you can say, well, if you don't want to just give a donation, you can go buy the skin. But it's got to be for the Redeemer, obviously. Then everyone wins, except you. It's perfect.
I hate you all. And it's
going to be like neon pink and blue to go with your, your little neon lights.
Yes.
That have that on the Redeemer. I think that'd look cool. And maybe they change the trails that drops to tears.
They're going to put shipjacker lights on it?
Yeah, that's it.
There we go. All right. So, I honestly don't think we're going to see much changings for the Redeemer. It's a ship designed for its role. I don't think you'd see much interior changes. I know it's mostly a joke, but
you'll get a few modules though. Like I'm expecting the
dropship module.
One. Yeah, that's the one John Cruz said. But I also wouldn't be surprised if we don't get it a little bit like the Avenger, where we get a cargo module that can also be a bounty hunting module. I think that might be because they're the other ones that they mentioned. And I've heard some other ones from the military guys, like a hot drop medical bed, like almost like a single bed cutlass module, that just to get someone out of a hot zone. And what was the last one was one? This is the really weird one. Was one that carries a cyclone underneath, and it's actually got a cut hole in the floor, and the cyclone's wheels hang out the bottom, and it's just a tractor beam that picks it up. And so when you walk downstairs, there's like a frame you can walk around the outside, and then you get into it almost like how you get into the Merlin. It's like hanging out the bottom of the ship. And then basically it just tractor beams you straight down to the ground, and then you just drive off.
There was a leak picture a long time ago that showed some kind of ship that held a ship underneath it, kind of like with claws or something. I was kind of expecting them to do that with like the Argo, without the little pod in it that could pick up stuff up, like maybe the mule or maybe the rocks or something like that, and haul them around. That'd be pretty nice.
There was a picture of the Redeemer holding an Ursa behind it with a crane that pulled it up behind the tail. I don't know if you ever saw that toy.
Yeah, I don't remember. I've seen so many pictures over the years.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
All right. Move on to the next question, which is from Randy Lorm, who asks, will the Redeemer be the new daily driver? Maybe daily explosion. I'd probably take it out every day and self-destruct it just to destroy it.
I fly mine a lot. Maybe we should do that one time, Paul. We'll do another small charity thing, and it'll be Execute versus AstroPub, and we have to get like celebrity guests in to be our turret gunners, and the winner wins money towards a charity.
I'll just
been
ram
donated.
into you over and over again with my redeemer, so both our redeemers get exploded.
Good
so I
luck.
don't have to do it.
The thing flies like a bathtub right now. Good luck.
Tarnfolk asks, when will we see get bags of chips to get Cheeto dust on our ship's touchscreens? The STV is supposedly to be easy to clean, so I hope it's highly detailed cleaning simulation. I think it means mostly exterior, but you know, I get the. I actually kind of like the idea of having chips and crisps as a food bin. It's one of those things we haven't got it yet.
You know those little dried meat things we eat? That's not
Yeah.
far off, is it? Yeah.
No.
Sorry, Toy.
No, it's fine. I was just gonna, add that, they're adding dirt and stuff to the looks of the ships, and every single stupid window they put in every ship is just covered with scratches and covered with this. It would actually be nice if you could polish your windows and make them nice and clear and shiny. And then, maybe over time they did get a little dirty or whatever, but they're just terrible. Most of them are just terrible. We even saw it in this, Citizencon. They showed some windows and I was like, come on, man.
Toy Grubbin wants some of that squidgy gameplay with the Toy Grubbin Windex coming to a starship near you.
I do
Well,
think
give me an use that fucking, what is it, the push pull or whatever, where you oh god, pulling yourself around by your hands.
Yes.
The Spider-Man.
Yes. Oh. I do think we'll have some sort of cleaning mechanic going on, especially with the whole like reputation stuff, where like if you don't have the right ship or the right appearance, you won't be able to get like a time of day or whatever. But I also think a lot of it's just lore.
Look at Origin. Like if you don't have an Origin ship that's up to spec and you've let it go to like a really dirty standard, there's no way a VIP will want to go on there. 100%. And also they've already told us about janitors that randomly clean stuff and stuff like that. We've been told about that a few times. So yeah, 100% agree.
All right. Let's move on to the next question, which is Jock Cop asks, what's the best citizen for you guys and why? We'll start with you on this, Toy. What was the best CitizenCon for you?
I really enjoyed 2019. I mean, but it was my first year that I volunteered at a CitizenCon. So I actually got to see all the behind the scenes that I'd been going to these CitizenCons over and over. I mean, 2018 was great. That's when they dropped the Kraken and a whole bunch Tony Zervik's, thing there with Quanta. I mean, so it's tough, but I did really enjoy that 2019 because I got to see the behind the scenes. I got to help out in the war room and hang out with all the guys even more than I have in CitizenCon's past. So that was my best.
Okay. Execute.
Yeah, mine's pretty similar to yours, Toy. Mine would be 2014 because it was in Australia. For pretty much exactly the same reasons you said. Just like being there in the flesh was really cool, and all the people I got to meet. I still have friends, actually. There's people in chat right now that I met there. So I've people I met at that PAX. I met Algrid there for the first time, but though I didn't know he was Algrid at the time, things like that. So yeah, just meeting people in real life. And I think I know Croncy was on before, but meeting Croncy and General Desperado in Sydney recently, like just people that I've talked to and stuff, and meeting people in the flesh is the things that I have enjoyed most about this. So yeah.
Well, I mean, if you've met Jen, you've met me then.
Oh dear. No, Jen's. I actually, when he was streaming at the bar that night, I was the one holding the phone because his arm wasn't long enough, so I was like kind of like film crewing for him a little bit. Yeah.
We tease Jen all the time.
We love him, man.
Yeah. I am gonna say 2018. 2018 because it was in Austin. It felt really good. It was a good CitizenCon. There was lots of they had the little theme booths and all these sorts of things going around. It was a fun time.
The Dragonfly too.
Yeah, the full scale Dragonfly. So, yeah.
Yeah, that was like I said. That's right up there with the 2019 one because we went out with the CIG devs and did top golf and did the studio tour afterwards, and it was awesome.
I think they're gonna have to do a full size Aurora just to top that.
You know what I want? I want them to build a full size Cyclone. So that would be my wish list right there. Give me a full size Cyclone.
How do you do the tires though, bro?
Yeah, I don't care. They could just leave old regular tires on it. Just do the rest. Do the body style with the Cyclone.
Now you've said that, you're just going to get a Grey Cat STV.
Oh, jeez. Don't even get me started on that. You know, we missed that whole section of talking about this new car, which I like, by the way. I will say that. But the fact that they made it the fastest car in Star Citizen is just dumb. Isn't that only RC should be the fastest?
Isn't that only the case, though, because they did a vehicle refactor?
Yes, but we talked with Groncy about it, and it's still the RC is still faster because it has boost. That's the only thing. The other thing doesn't have boost.
Shouldn't be buying vehicles anyway. They're not worth it.
Oh yeah, they are. I think so.
Well, 6 months from now, the thing will be available in game for $1.50. So
yeah,
you know.
All right. What would you guys think of having Armed Forces Network for getting news such as aboard military ships in Squadron 42? I was recently linked a video of some of the most cringe PSAs you've ever seen, and it'll be amazing to have in PSA in Star Citizen while you're at a UEN home base, such as when you land at Jericho. I mean, yeah, that sounds interesting. I'm always a good fan of context. So like having shows playing in the background and commercials and stuff like that are always good. That would make sense for Squadron 42, but that's a completely different context for the verse. I'd love to see something like that in Star Citizen as well, depending where you are. But what do you think, Toy?
I think when I was in the Marines, we had the AFES network, Armed Forces Exchange Network, something like that.
Yeah,
and it was awesome. I mean, it was very, very repetitive because it was a very small production for the military, but it was fun. I think it would be nice to see. I mean, everything they do adds to the, to make the game feel real, and to put that in would feel right too.
Didn't they talk about the Mako doing stuff like that down the road as well? Like having in-game shows and stuff?
Yeah. Being able to stream whatever you're recording to places like the bars. They talked about the bars having like the games that we're playing up on the screens and stuff. Yeah, immersion. I'm not using that word, Al.
What do you think, X?
Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't know about the military stuff myself, so I can't really speak to that. But having in-game stuff always kind of sounded cool, and you could have different content creators come around, and especially with the way FOIP and that works, like it seems very logical. I could see Paul coming in there doing a history show and using an in-game avatar and stuff like that, and me and Algrid coming in and just giving him shit. That'd be great. I'll do a comedy show.
There you go.
Make it, roasting Paul, 29 48 edition, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I dig that coming in and doing a music video.
There you go.
I can say that.
All right. Velocity Rapper asks, fix my fleet. Talon, Vulture, Cutlass, and Liberator. I like investigation missions and the FPS missions and driving around in my car. Okay, this isn't really fix my fleet. I just wanted to hear Execute talk about this. Talk about the Spirit. What do you think about the Spirit, Execute?
I am actually kind of impressed with it. I think it will really give the Cutlass Black a run for its money as the best all-round ship in the game. I think it really shows how badly Age of the Freelancer has aged, though, too. There's lots of little things I like about it. The little VTOLs. It really is like a mini Hercules in a lot of ways. It really, really is. And I think you kind of spoke to that before, Toy, didn't you? So yeah.
I like it because it is a what I would consider a higher tier manufacturer. But the width of those wings, it's just as wide as it is long.
Sorry. You said higher tier manufacturer?
Yeah, Crusader. I mean, better than you know.
They are like right down near Drake, just so you're aware. They don't
Yeah.
even have windows, mate. They are budget manufacturer, just so you know. They're like budget cargo.
They're definitely above Drake, though.
Yes, they are.
Quality. Yeah.
Yeah, they use silicon instead of duct tape. Yeah, I get what you mean. But one thing I do have to say, which I'll ask chat this as well, it's the Normandy. It really is the Normandy from Mass Effect. Like it like just reeks of it. But yeah.
Yeah. It's very Turian, you know, the kind of design. So I'm very blah on it. I'm not gonna rush out and buy one. I have one for giveaway, but I'm not gonna be rushing out and using one really when it comes out. It feels like a good medium place between the freelancer and the Drake, the Cutlass. It feels like it's going to be like a better Cutlass, but a worse freelancer, but a faster than the Cutlass or freelancer, kind of like middle between.
It looks like it's got speed on its side and maneuverability, but it loses shields from what I can tell. And that's just, I haven't sat down and done the proper analysis yet. We did a little bit on the stream when it first came out, but it's got the size 1 shield and that's it. So I think the Cutlass has probably got it beat in the tanky department, if that makes sense. But other than that, they're pretty similar. So
yeah. All right. Next question comes from Tarnfalk, who asks, "What are the chances that we get Nyx? Maybe one system. Okay, what are the chances we get that after we get Nyx, maybe after one system we get a system that has Vanduul in it? Low. We're not going to have any Vanduul systems until Squadron 42 is out. They do not want us to see Vanduul probably at all until Squadron comes out. They want us, the first experience for the Vanduul is going to be Squadron. So."
I think Algrid said it best when we were on your lore podcast a couple of weeks ago when we were saying the first aliens we'll probably see is the Tavaran. Because they live with us. Yeah.
In game, I think. Yeah, hopefully. Though we'll see. What do you think, Toy? Do you think we'll see Vanduul soon in game?
No, not soon. No way. Okay. Not until after Squadron 42. I mean, and then even then, I don't think we'll see Vanduul in the game for a while after that. I think, they're going to be building out other systems, not really working on Vanduul systems.
And for those who are saying we're far from Vanduul space, we're not really. We're within three or four jumps. Virgil is connected to Odin, and Odin is connected to Nyx. Nyx is connected to Pyro, and Pyro is connected to Stanton. So, so it's only a couple of things away. So
technically, we did have that one Vanduul ship mission back in the day with Tanner Bannister. So kind of already have, but we didn't see the physical standing alien. We did see their ships and them snarling over the radio.
Yeah. Do this real quick, so I'm gonna report because I got spam bots and I've been sleeping on it. So, yeah, I mean they had some of those, but they weren't really Vanduul. They were just like people flying the Vanduul ships, stuff like that. So, all right, Ferric Veer asks, this is a good question. Do you guys think the Crusader spirit evolved from the rumored Achilles star bomber we heard about a couple years ago?
No, John Crew answered why we got the spirit, because they liked the look. Everybody wanted the look of the shuttle that we got at Orison. So he based off that.
I think you have to say the Star Bomber probably evolved into this because they're both bombers. It seems pretty logical. Like if you like the example I'd give is think about the Argo UFO thing we saw, and that's now dead. So maybe there was a Star Bomber and it evolved over time and got folded in. It doesn't, when I say become, it doesn't have to become, but you know what I mean? Like it evolved into this. I think it's clearly the fact that there's a bomber variant and it's about a Cutlass sized. I think that's too coincidental. I think we'll actually see them use the name Star Bomber when the A1 does come out. I'd be really surprised if that doesn't
Yeah.
stick.
You mean the A1 Spirit called the Star Bomber?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We've got 6 more questions and 45 minutes. So get some deep questions there, chat. Delinar asks, what other manufacturer should get a Cuddy/Lancer size ship, and what would its focus gimmick be? Let's start with you on this, Execute.
Yeah, I don't even give me time to think.
I can go with Toy, and I'll give back to you.
Well, I think I'll give Algrid's answer of Kruger. They, you know, especially he always talks about the Ares and stuff, but specifically at that size, there's actually a lot of manufacturers you could do because, like, Consolidate Outland, you know, they don't have anything near there. That's a tricky one. I actually think we are going to see a lot more ships at those medium and large sizes. They are the ships that I've always said that will be coming last because they're the ones that'll, you know, be the best because they can kind of scale up and down. You know, the only kind of medium profession we've got at the moment is the mole. So, yeah, I don't know. You can almost pick anyone at this point, can't you? Because they're way open. Besides the 3 we now have.
Yeah, I think the biggest ones are probably RSI and
not Origin.
I think if we see any more medium manufacturers soon, it's got to be an alien version.
I can see aliens. Yeah,
because we're all talking about human version, you know, manufacturers, but we have not seen, you know, other than what the Banu Defender. That's the smallest. Well, I mean, of course, we got a few of the other alien manufacturers, but nothing other than fighters. So,
I guess technically you could also say things like the Terrapin and the Vulcan and the Prospector and the Vulture. They're all kind of medium as well because they are kind of, you know, they're profession starters, but technically they're medium because they're a physically bigger ship. So there are more bigger ships there. I think it's just as they kind of put it, is they're not duo craft or 2 people craft. They need more solo medium, dual medium ships. And we don't have a lot of those. So, yeah. I'll throw this back to you a little bit, Paul. Do you think they need to rework the Freelancer a little bit to be more 2-person rather than 4-person?
Yes.
And is it really showing its age?
Oh, yeah. It's one of the oldest ships we have in game in terms of its interior. I think the exterior is fine, but they need to change the turret is too old. It needs to get updated, and then the rest of the interior needs to be remolded to what we need in the future. It's fine for its role right now, but eventually it's going to have to get reconstructed. So, yeah.
What about you, Toy?
Yeah, I mean, they just redid the outside not too long ago when they split off the Max and made it, you know, much bigger. And I love that, you know, that look of the series that they changed with that. But yeah, I mean, we know they're going to have to go back before this game gets to beta or even close to being launched and redo all the ships over and over and over again, probably 3 or 4 times. But definitely it needs some rework on the interior.
Okay. Let's move on to the next question, which is Space Scope, who asks, with the new missions like investigation missions, what type of missions will you guys be most interested in?
That's a tough one.
Like, I would like the missing person one. You know, say, you know, hey, my family member's missing. Can you go find them? And we have to basically jump around and like they said, you find a data pad, maybe you find some information that leads you to somewhere else, that leads you to somewhere else for missing persons. I would like that.
Ironically, a lot of the stuff they showed off was a lot to do with scanning. So if they actually end up getting like in-system scanning going as well, yeah, it is actually a form of exploration in a way. I know you said earlier today that it was bounty hunting, but I also see it as a part of exploration, Paul. I don't know about yourself there, but
yeah, definitely exploration. I also can see some things like investigation missions being like corporate espionage and other aspects, like even a mercenary stuff, like the opposite of that. Also, the opposite of legal investigations, illegal, where you're going over and trying to figure out if there's a rat in a criminal organization. So there's plenty of different like options you can go for, where you have people who you have to kind of eliminate and such.
It's almost the reverse of smuggling too, in a way. I just thought of that too. If you're
finding contraband,
yeah.
I would like to see, missions later on. It doesn't need to be now, but later on, where you literally have to change clothes to infiltrate. They won't talk to you if you just go in your normal UE spacesuit. You have to change out and go into like maybe a grungier style, or a more bad guy-ish style of clothing before they would even deal with you.
Kind of like that guy that had to put on the waiter's outfit for the Citizencon at Microtech that year.
Yeah.
The jacket tech. But yeah. No, I get what you mean though. Especially if you want to actually infiltrate different organizations, makes a lot of sense. So you could be like a pirate, or, as I said, a waiter on an 890 jump or something like that. James Bond style. Shaken, what is it? Martini, shaken, not stirred, and, assassinate someone and then have to get out of there. But yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah. More interactions with other NPCs, or even interviews. I'd love to see like interviews with NPCs, but I don't know if they're going to go that detailed, especially not first off. But I think that they could do that if they can more procedurally generate stuff. But
what they're showing with Squadron 42 with the wild lines and the engineer, when they showed that little slice with the engineer, that was awesome. I love that. So you can go up to the NPC, and maybe he's annoyed at you, doesn't want to deal with you right now. So you got to do something to make him like you, and then you can come back and he'll reveal some more information.
Kind of like rep for little individual characters.
I mean, when we played Star Wars Galaxies and stuff, to get into Jabba's palace, you just didn't go right in and talk to Jabba. You basically had to work your way in all the way up, doing missions and gaining rep or whatever before you were able to finally talk to Jabba himself.
Yeah, there's some other things part of it. Yeah, I definitely see some of these like missions being rep gates as well. So
I was a big fan of the contextual menus as well. Because you try to drink something at the moment and the bottle's shaken up and down. So that's a big thing for me, to hear them actually tell us that they've been listening to our feedback. So, yeah.
All right. Next question comes from Z242 Pilot, who asks, do you think people like me will set ourselves up for disappointment by thinking/hoping they will suddenly release the bigger ships like the Surprise the Odyssey has done? Yes, you're setting yourself up for disappointment. CIG is very careful about explaining what they do. They will never release a surprise ship that's already been announced like that. You will see it well ahead of time, because it's just how it works. So,
like the Banu Merchantman.
Yeah, they've been showing us the Banu Merchantman's construction. We know it's not coming out anytime soon, maybe next year, but we'll see. Like, it's you gotta work with what you got. So.
Yeah, their straight to flyables have never been big, super huge ships.
No.
Actually, that's another question for you guys. Someone in chat just asked for the link to the Pick the Next Mining Manufacturer Challenge. Who did you guys vote for? I'm just curious.
I'm sure it's one of the questions, but I voted for Argo, obviously.
Me too. What about you, Toy?
Definitely RSI.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'd vote either Argo or RSI happily, but not MISC. But the thing that really took my goat was, why wasn't there a whole new manufacturer in there? That's what annoyed me the most, because I would have picked any other manufacturer beside those three, just because then you've got one of every different manufacturer. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, Disco said a long time ago they weren't going to do, every manufacturer wasn't going to make every type of ship. You know what I mean?
But by the same token, Drake could make a mining vehicle, so could Consolidated Outland. Just there's just two off the top of my head. They would very easily fall under their aesthetics and manufacturing and reasoning, or whatever you want to call it. So yeah. Not to mention Alien.
Yeah.
I mean, so they're making a mining ship that's somewhere between the Mole and the Orion. I don't know if I mean, don't get me wrong. I absolutely love the Mole. I think it's perfect. It's designed course, they need to do a few little tweaks to it just to make it perfect, put lights on all the pods. But I just don't know if I'd want to see just a bigger version of the mole. You know what I mean? That's why I went with RSI instead. Because I think the Orion is going to be a totally different style of miner. We know it's a processing ship and a mining ship, but that's more of like a planet miner, you know, or a big, huge asteroid miner. That's not something we're going to be taking down to, you know, the moons and stuff to bust these rocks up with.
So the last one we're actually suspecting on Infrarunners is actually going to be specifically tailored to be underground mining. So kind of almost the complete opposite of the Orion. Or under surface mining. So it may land on asteroids and drill specifically into a certain spot, but its main thing will be landing on planets to get what's under the surface, because we've had them say at the end of last year that they are still planning to do underground mining, and they do have images in the prospectors concepts of it's actually like drilling down, and as you drill down, you'll be able to use your scanner to see the drill mechanics on the HUD, you know, your scanning HUD on your ship, and you'll be able to see the drill going down, and you'll get a rock or a node or whatever it is under the surface, and you'll be able to extract it from there. Well, that's what we're expecting, is something that's more tailored to that, which, as you just said, is complete opposite of the Orion, which is designed to munch those huge asteroids.
Yeah. Velociraptor, and I'm not going to answer that question. That's just dumb.
Got a nice big raid.
Oh, we get a raid?
Yeah, big one.
By looks like it's Yelis.
Yep.
I could be wrong.
Yosalius, I don't know who that is,
Yep.
but hello, welcome. I'm on hour 23, almost 24 of 24 hours. So, thank you, Sly. We're powering through this. We're actually raising money for a charity. So exclamation point charity if you want to help out there. So,
yeah.
All right. Tarnfolk asks, do you think we'll ever get a 2-seater trainer fighters? Recently, I was in the rear seat of a Super Hornet with a new pilot up front and was showing him the ropes in combat. Yeah. We have the Avenger trainer, which is supposed to be in Squadron. So I'm sure we'll get something like that in Star Citizen. It's in Squadron right now. What do you think, Execute? I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. I think there's a couple of ships like that. So you got the Reliant and the Super Hornet, as it was mentioned. I think the Cutlass can do that as well. What about you, Toy? Is there any?
The Hurricane has a 2-seater.
Yeah, that's true.
I think they mean.
I think they mean specifically for training new players. I think the big loss there was the Scout. That was a huge loss to something like that when they removed the 2 seats on that. Actually, that's probably the biggest change of almost any vehicle we've ever seen, if you think from concept to... Like, when I brought it because it was a 2-seater. And then I melted it when they removed the 2nd seat, so...
I just still got it in buyback.
That's true. Okay, so Paul's going to be right back. Question. I'm going to take that one from Herbals, because I can see it. If we ever get a sphere-shaped ship, who would make it? Ooh.
It'd definitely be an alien manufacturer.
Yeah.
What's the
Vandal?
The
Vandal.
The one that made the Santok Yai. Those are kind of roundy with the cockpits.
That's a Zion, but there is actually a almost spherical ship from the Vandal. I think it's called the Void something. I could be wrong. The Void Bomber. So the question, I took a question from chat because we kind of went a bit quiet, but the question was from Herbie's53. He says, question, if we get a sphere-shaped ship, what would it, who would make it? You're probably best to answer that because of the lore stuff.
Sphere would probably be Gian would be the guess. Vandal are more bladey, but then like the difference between Gian and Vandal is that they both have circular edges or circular objects. That like Vandal fly like this and Gian fly like this. Like it's just the tilt. So
you know the one that's got the bitey teeth on it by the Vandal. Like it's not the Void Bomber. I'm trying to think of it. It was the one that basically ran ships. Yeah, something like that. There was it's kind of sphere, but it's spiky. I was trying to think of the name of it.
It's either the cleaver or the spike. It's a boarding pod.
Yeah. That was the one I was thinking of. But I did say Void Bomber, but I meant to say that one. But yeah.
I doubt they'd put in a sphere ship. I mean, because they want us to use the, fighting in atmosphere and stuff like that. So trying to fly an egg in atmosphere just wouldn't work. No matter how big an engine you put on it.
Now I kind of think about it, the Scout's kind of a bit spherical, isn't it? Because you sit in a sphere and then it's kind of a wing attached to the sphere. So in a way, it's kind of already in the game. Yeah.
All right. So Z242 pilot asks, at one of the ISCs, they mentioned the Crucible will probably need a reconcept. Any guesses as to when we might see that? We actually have seen some aspect of it because they put it on the roadmap recently and then they took it off. So it's next year at the earliest because it's something they wanted to do, and then they kind of reposition stuff. So,
and originally it was really short. Like it was meant to be done by first quarter next year. It's going to take longer than that.
Well, they actually updated it because the concept was supposed to be starting in like February, but it's just that it didn't say concept, and then it said concept and moved up when they updated it. But
yeah, I don't reckon you'll see that to the end of next year at the earliest.
What are you saying, Toy?
I asked what ship you guys were talking about. I missed it when you guys.
The Crucible.
Oh,
the
okay,
Crucible. Yeah. So
it's very symmetrical though, and it's kind of a bit spider-like. Like most of that ship, I don't know. You can correct me if I'm wrong. This is before concept, but most of it is that Scarab.
Yeah,
that dock. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the dock is just nothing but a big box that sits between the legs. And the actual cockpit itself spins. Yeah. So it spins one way to pilot, and then you spin it around to actually do work.
So here's a few things though. With that Scarab, if they do that to Metrix toy, it literally, we were looking at it the other day, it's literally got to double in height from what it was. So if that doubles in height, does that mean the Crucible's got to, like the arms have to get thicker to match it? So once you start putting questions like that in, that ship's got to grow as well. Or do they just make it so the Scarab is only half as high and the roof doesn't close anymore? Because originally you had to land a Hornet in it and the roof would close over and you could repair while at warp. So if that happens and they put it to Metrix, that Scarab has grown drastically. So that's why it all needs to be reconcepted, because it's just so old. It's kind of like what Paul said. There's only I think a few ships left now that will grow because they're to the old Metrix, and that's one of them. That and the Endeavor, I don't think there's any more that are real big, are there, Paul, that you're aware of besides those two?
I mean,
well, the Genesis, they said they would have to redo too.
That's another one.
That's
another one.
Yeah,
you're right. There's another one. I can't think of any. Tell me if you can think of another one then, because there's not many. That's the point. Most of, I think it was 2016, Paul, that they all.
Well, when you think about it, there's over 200 ships now done. So
yeah. Well, that includes variants, but it's a ton of ships.
And they actually have more ships done that they just don't want to give us because they want them in Squadron 42. Of course, the Idris and Javelin and who knows what else they got there waiting for us there.
And that kind of stuff, yeah.
So, I mean, most of the original ships are pretty much done at this point.
I think it was 174 or 173 last time I counted it. And we went through and you could work out what I think it was about 19 of them were, and about 7 of them we had no clue what they could be. And that was just based on missing profession ships. Based on what they'd said, where they want one at each size class and one for each profession. But again, like you said, you can never tell what they're going to do. Change their mood like their underpants.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go on to the next question, which is Tarnfalk asks, is it true that if your consolidated outland ship catches fire, you'll be unable to exit since the electric failure will automatically lock the doors like the ancient Earth Tesla? No comment.
Oof.
No comment.
That's what I'm kind of missed at. I wish they would have shown at Citizencon a little bit, because we haven't seen it in such a long time, is the fire tech. They showed us the beginnings of the fire tech. They showed us some progress on the fire tech. And then they told us about extinguisher tech, but then we haven't heard a peep since.
It was there for about 10 seconds when Dan Truffman did his thing where it was the venting. Yeah, that was about it. Yeah. But I do think that shows that there's like one of the things Paul and I have talked about on Infront is fire trucks or a fire rescue ship or something like that. There's definitely there's definitely fire in Squadron 42. Let's just put it that
Yeah.
way. So, yeah, if I'd like to see, put it that way.
Well, I've been playing that Marauders game that's kind of out
Yep.
right now, and kind of a thing, and it has the same type of thing. You can go, your engine catches fire, you grab the fire extinguisher, you go put out the fire with it. It's been pretty fun. So I'm really looking forward to it in Star Citizen.
All right, let's move on to the next question. Space Goat asks, I believe that the Corvette-sized ship is going to be at Star Citizen's Golden Zone. What would you expect from what would you expect a Crusader Corvette to specialize in? Cargo.
Yeah, Corvette. Yeah, I'd
I
have
mean,
to.
we
go
have
with
the
cargo.
Polaris, we have the one with the guns. What's that one called?
The Perseus is not a Corvette; it's a gunship.
It's
Yeah.
not a Corvette. At the
But-
moment, we only have the Polaris, and
That's
that's
it.
basically scissors in the rock paper scissors design. So I'd actually say that the Crusader would have to be the paper roll, Paul, because I'm expecting something a lot more tanky for the rock roll. But I don't know. Could you see a really big bomber, like a Crusader bomber?
Maybe.
Like
No, because any Corvette, its purpose isn't for bombing; it's for use against the big ships, the Idrises and Javelins and stuff, and Krakens. So I doubt we'd see a bomber for that. I mean, and we have the Polaris, which is the torpedo boat for that. We would have to see a bigger version of maybe the Perseus that's meant for.
Well, so
taking those out.
the example I'd give you is if you look at the three ships below, the Perseus, the Hammerhead, and the Nautilus, you've got the Hammerhead is the Hammerhead's the scissors, the Perseus is the rock, and the paper is the Nautilus. So, the paper's always that one that's a bit utilitarian or off the cuff. So if we've already got the Polaris, and that is most definitely a glass cannon, so it's a pair of scissors. They're probably going to have something more tanky, and then something more paper driven. So when I look at that, I kind of go, well, Crusader would lead itself more to that. But I think we'll all agree there's definitely some bigger ships, because they talk about Crusader making these massive ships.
Massive ships, yeah.
And they're all tiny at the moment,
Pegasus.
besides the Hercules.
Yeah.
I mean, a Pegasus, of course, the aircraft carrier that's supposed to be almost the size of a Bengal, I think.
It's massive. There's no way we're
Yeah.
going to be getting access to that.
No, they won't make it so we could actually buy it. But let me back up real quick and say the Hammerhead isn't meant to fight other capital ships, though.
Nope.
It's meant to guard them with, against small fighters.
You missed what I said. I said if you look at the three below the size of the Polaris, I was just talking about the rock paper scissors analogy.
yeah.
That's all I was talking about. So
Yeah,
that's the scissors in that scenario.
Yeah. So because you've got the Hammerhead, and you've got the Nautilus, and you've got the Perseus, which are all about the same size, and they all have similar roles, but they all can counter each other or complement each other if they're working together, is the idea. So, but we don't have any other. We need two more Corvettes, and I don't think Corvettes is the sweet size. I think the Corvette is the sweet size for the larger organizations, but I think the sweet size for your average group of friends hanging out and do multi-crew is actually the Perseus, Hammerhead, and
The medium large.
yeah, the medium large areas. That whole area is going to be the one, especially the large. The medium will be good for your daily drivers, but the larger ones are going to be the ones that are the sweet spot for your average person, especially the Perseus, because Perseus is 5. I think it's like maximum 3 or 4.
It's 4, but the Perseus, even Badgers will tell you this, is that there's a problem with it, is that it's got a real weakness to fighters, right? So you also probably need 6 people at least, with 2 people flying escorts in fighters to get that to work. There is no perfect ship. That's just it. You got to have a mix or a couple of different things and tailor it to the size of people you're playing with. Are you playing with 4 people today, or are you playing with 14? You got to tailor it. That's a good sign of a good game, by the way.
Yeah, a good kind of diverse stuff. All right, Fishy asks, should there be an Origin miner or salvage ship? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Toy, can you take Fishy out behind the shed, please? It's time.
Absolutely not, Fishy. Origin is not the manufacturer. I know they do racing ships, and then they may have like a 600i trade, a cargo ship, because that was its original thing. But It is definitely not its aesthetic or its purpose. It's mining or salvage. Not at all.
Can we modify his question and put this back to chat? Do you guys think that we should see some form of, say, something more like science or medical from Origin? Because I think that's a lot more realistic.
I mean, we still got the we're waiting for our Apollo though. So
True.
I mean, they've covered the medical pretty good. I mean, we have the Endeavor with the huge hospital, you know, the 890 jump, the Carrick, you know, the Kraken, I think, is supposed to have a medical respawn and a whole bunch of other ships. So I don't know if we need another medical ship.
Okay. What about, well, okay, besides the ones I mentioned or science, what is there another profession you could see for Origin then?
Well, we don't have, I mean, we only have one big ship for growing stuff, and we know that will be a thing. So I'd like to see a medium or large style growing ship.
That's official. I've got to write that down. Toy grubbing for Origin drug ship. Okay. High class drugs. Get them here from Toy grubbing. I can see now, but no. I do agree with you. We're definitely going to have some more farm ships. One of the things that we discovered recently in a live stream was creatures, and man, we went down a rabbit hole with that. Just in the you know, all the different resources you can get off them, hunting, farming them. So say they discover a planet and there's a rare lizard, monkey, whatever creature, and they want you to breed that out so it can, you know, fix something that's on the other side of the universe that has a problem, a certain disease that's there, or something like that. And they can do that with plants as well, very, very easily. Not you know how they've talked about growing plants and nebulas and stuff like that. You can actually copy that all over to animals as well. So, you know,
I can't wait till we try and capture like space whales in Idris or something.
Yeah.
Try and scoop them up.
Yeah, exactly. You know, taking a boreal stalker. Someone actually on the live stream dared me to take an SRV pool and drop in a boreal stalker into the AstroPub.
Oh wow!
And I said, "Nah, that's too easy. I'll take the AstroPub and drop it into the boreal stalker."
Let's move on to the next question. Rushmore asks, because I'm about 20 minutes away on the 24 hours, so we're kind of get.
So if every dollar that comes in from now on is another minute, Paul's going to stay on the stream. No. We're gonna hit that $5,000 goal, Paul. Woo!
We'll go through all these questions at the very least. I'll pause these redemptions right now, and we'll get through all these questions. So that way, we'll definitely hit the 24 hours and probably get to the right time at like 6 a.m. my time. So. Rushmore asks, good morning, everyone. I've asked this yesterday, but I'll ask it again. In regards to the UGFs, how do you guys perceive they will become prominent in the game? Will they be available to NPC companies? Will players get their hands onto them? How so? By building or buying these new UGFs? So how do you think they'll
What's
see
a UGF?
Underground facilities, the bunkers.
What is it with military people and using not algorithms, acronyms that I have no idea what they are?
That's what CIG calls them. They call them the UGFs. So,
okay.
What do you all think is will they become prominent? Will you see them all over the place? Will they be available only to NPC companies? Will players be able to build them or buy them? What do you think?
I'll let you go first, Toy.
All right, I would love to see him. I mean, I know that CIG said that we'd be able to fight over a limited amount of stations. So I would like to see the same thing as far as an underground facility. And nothing should be impenetrable, of course. You know, they put some shields up. That's a good thing, you know, used for your bomber ships to take those shields down and then infiltrate the facility and have multiple entrants into it. I'd love to see that. So whether they do that, I don't know. I mean, that's a lot of stuff we theory craft is like way after they should get this game out first and then add that stuff in.
When I first kind of thought about them, I was like, well, they really are kind of like a first-person shooter dungeon, aren't they? You know, you can kind of relate them back to WoW's dungeons and stuff like that. Until you mentioned it then, I didn't actually think about players building them, but that is potentially a possibility, allowing you to like, but just how far do they allow you to go? Because at some point it gets excessive, doesn't it? But I think most of what they're wanting us to build at the moment is outposts, and by having outposts limited to the surface, it allows them to be bombed and taken over by other players. It's a lot harder to bomb someone's facility if it's only got the starting part up there, and also there's the obvious weakness: if they take out your front door, you're dead. Because how do you get out? So it creates more problems that it solves from a player perspective. But if that's the medium one, I don't want to see a larger or like how big was it? It was huge. So I also, you said about how many of them there would be. Obviously, you'd expect them to be tied to population density. So they're probably more common on, say, a planet rather than a moon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I also think you'll see them more frequently in settled systems than non-settled systems. But I think Pyro is probably going to be riddled with them, but old and abandoned, like hundreds of years old, sort of thing.
Well, the good thing about it is, it leaves you at a disadvantage because you're on foot in the facility. Any ships you have on the surface, you're not taken down under there. So, there is pluses and minuses to it. They could do some good gameplay with it, but yeah, they need to be careful because you're either invulnerable in there or you're not. So
I think for me the big takeaway was like the merging of caves and those systems. My first thought was like you could literally go. How they showed being able to fly down into caves? I think it was about earlier this year or a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
If you can fly down and there's a special backdoor entrance into a facility or something like that. That smuggling entrance or some way to get
Emergency
in.
exit. Yeah.
Yeah. So it just gives more, kind of like what they're doing with Squadron 42, giving you options on how you do the missions, whether you do it via stealth or guns a-blazing or a combination of both. That's always a cool thing in a game where you can play your own way. And I think being able to do that in the PU is going to be a big thing too.
Well, I mean, if they stick with the realism stuff, you would have to have oxygen generators on the surface. So if those got taken out, there's no oxygen down in your cave. I mean, like I said, they could balance that. So you really have to make sure you're protecting your surface. So I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it goes further too. What about underwater caves and stuff like that? And like you could literally have a getaway mission, which is you're in a boat trying to get out, and there's a huge ass waterfall that you come out and you jump out of the boat and you fly. Whatever, you can see where like it just gives you way more gameplay opportunities when you can mix and match the different kind of level sets, and that's where I want. Like, the more we have of that, the more variety of missions we're going to get, and I just think that's really important.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to the next question. Do you think we'll ever see an Anvil Connie competitor? Maybe.
Absolutely. I mean, I would imagine it. Because the Connies are your next step up from your freelancers and your cutlasses and now your spirits. So sure, they would have to have equivalents to another manufacturer.
Remember what I said, there's a lot of medium and large ships missing, especially from the professions as well.
And also keep in mind, CAG said that, they only make money off the sale of this game. And then when the game goes live, they said they're going to still make money off, probably skins and ships. So they'll be making ships for years and years and years.
I think technically the closest to that right now would be the Crucible, wouldn't it? An Anvil large ship. That'd be the closest thing to.
Yeah, but that's
it's not a Connie competitor.
Yeah, that's the Crucible is a work ship.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, would you actually get a Connie competitor? I'm trying to assess it in my head because technically you got the Terrapin that's a medium and a Crucible. I think that's the gap there. I don't think there's anything else around that point. So there is definitely room for another one, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, there's definitely room.
Mm-hmm. I definitely said there's space for it. But yeah, I don't know if we will see it right away. I think that's something that we already have. Like, when we talk about ships, it's important to remember that we have a shit ton of ships that are still being made, big and small alike. And every time they do a smaller ship or a medium ship or even a large ship, that's going to take resources away from other ships. So they want that. It's obvious that they kind of want to give it some pacing, you know.
And remember, they got to balance too. Can you imagine balancing over 200 different ships? Oh man, what a nightmare!
Yeah.
All right, we've got 6 more questions, and then that's that. So wait, the variant of an existing ships. Do you think it could be 600 cargo delivered along with a rework? No, I don't think we're going to see the variant of the existing ship, because that sounded like it was coming out at IAE. What do y'all think? What do you think the variant? Any ideas about what the variant of that existing ship might be?
Well, there was three rumored ones that I can talk about. So the MSR bomber variant, I think that's kind of gone out the window with the Spirit, though. The variant of the Pisces, which was the C8R, and there was one other that I've totally brain farted on, that I can't remember what it was, but there was 3. So the only one I've got for you is the Pisces R, Pisces 8R, sorry, which I believe would be the original, back in the concept of the Pisces. They had a scanning station in it, which makes a lot more sense than just a cargo variant, because you need to scan and navigate small jump points, and the carrot can't go through small jump points, so it makes a lot of sense.
Okay. What do you think, Toy?
You know,
No,
go ahead.
Oh, the Terrapin.
Yeah.
That was the last one. There was a variant, a medical variant of the Terrapin was the other one I heard about.
Was there? I didn't hear about that.
It's just a rumor.
Yeah,
just a rumor. Yeah,
it's a search and rescue variant of the Terrapin, because it's been mentioned in its description multiple times, and a lot of people have been wanting a search and rescue variant of the Terrapin. The the range, the defenses of the Terrapin plus medical bed, people love that kind of stuff. So, all right. I'm sure it's been discussed in the last 23 hours, but do you think the master modes disadvantages non-combat players too much by making it harder to run? What other modes would you like to see? Well, I will like to point you to Yogi's post about the very beginning of the stream, about an hour before I started streaming. Yogi posted, actually 30 minutes before I started streaming, Yogi posted a post on Spectrum that clarified it a little bit, saying that your shields don't just instantly blip out when you go into quantum cruise mode or quantum mode. It slowly goes down as the quantum bubble expands. So if you are at 50% charged for the quantum drive, then your shields will be at 50%. And once you've reached full 100%, your shields will not just blip out, they will go into a storage mode, which then when you switch back into standard control mode, the quantum bubble will immediately collapse and the shields will immediately come back up. And even if there's fire that's coming in at the shields, they will not go down until they're fully up. So you have a brief moment of invulnerability as you're charging your shields back up from going into quantum mode. So they have already talked about more of the details about how that's going to work. So, but yeah, what would you like? Do you think it master modes make it too hard, Toy?
No,
non-combat members.
No, I think it's fine. I mean, and I love the way they're doing it with the where you actually have to steer in your little short quantum jump too. Mm-hmm. I love that shit too. So I think it's fine. I mean, just like anything with CIG, let them put it out. Let's test it and then hate on it. You know, like the same thing. Remember the hate they got with the golf swing? Everybody, no golf swing or whatever. It's just a ping, dude. You know, let them do their thing.
We're trying to do a concept, and people took that the wrong way. It's the same thing with hover mode. Like, people saw hover mode before they even got a chance to fly it, and they're flipping out.
Well, I hate hover. I played with hover mode. I hate hover mode. So
yeah, I think we're going to get something similar to hover mode, but a lot more refined from what they showed us. And I think it should be that way too. You obviously want more realistic in-flight stuff, and certain ships should have an advantage on planet to other ships that have an advantage in space. And I think that gives us more options and versatility in our ships. And I think it's a really good idea. As for the what was the original question, Paul? Just to refresh my memory.
Basically, do you think it disadvantages non-combat players too much, making it harder to run? And what other modes would you like to see?
So that's what I remembered. That was my point. Also, it's probably going to be different between different sizes of ships. So say you're a small fighter chasing a starfarer, you've actually got to, maybe the starfarer can go faster in normal mode, so it has a chance to get away, as an example. But a fighter, maybe it takes longer to get up to that mode. There are things they can do to change it, and like you said, the shields don't just turn off straight away either. So if you've got really big shields, they take longer to turn off, so you can warp out and stuff like that. So there are ways around it, is what I'm trying to say. They've just got to be clever about it.
I mean, on the big ships, this is why you have engineers to try and mitigate a bunch of that stuff as well.
Using the multi-crew to your advantage. Exactly. That's another good point.
All right. I actually don't. I would like to see more modes. But I think master modes for just general thing like mining, salvage. Like we need a master mode for scanning, long range, short range, and medium range scanning. So those sorts of different modes that can go into those. So, and yeah. I mean, the whole point of this was to make every ship have a purpose, and as I think Execute already kind of touched in on this, is that it's going to make all ships feel more unique, because it will.
Yeah.
Like your cargo ships will have more advantage in certain ways than others. So.
Well, they even went into details like on the interdiction ship, saying like that one of their special abilities was the ability to change quicker. So obviously you ray that around. I'm not saying this is the case. I'm just saying like they're showing that there are exceptions. So if you are a more utility-based ships and you've got less guns, maybe they give you more perks towards shields. Like maybe your shields last longer when you turn off when you go into that quantum mode. Things like that. Maybe they're mods that you can buy that extend their duration in that mode, so you've got more time to speed up. Before you go into quantum. There's a whole bunch of stuff that can come into play there.
Yeah. All right. Next question comes from Fishy. Given what we've seen at CitizenCon, what do you expect at IAE? I mean, I give you the easy answers, which is a straight to flyable ship for 318 and a straight to flyable variant at 318.
I'll let you go first, Toy, because I've talked about this. Is like the 4th or 5th time I've talked about this in the last 2 weeks. So you go first.
Well, I mean,
I'll fill in the gaps.
We're getting the Corsair, right? I mean, that's
I think the question means specifically new ones.
Yeah, I have not been theory crafting like what ships they're launching anymore. So I'm just being pleasantly surprised at this point.
So I always just look at what they're working on the roadmap. So we've got the cargo refactor, we've got salvage, repair, hacking, things like that coming down the pipe. And so I see that in my ships. And, you saw them put that salvage work into the reclaimer. And we know reclaiming salvage is coming. I think it really likely we get a new salvage ship that just goes straight into game. Makes a lot of sense to me. And then you've
we
also
go from a small to a large. I mean, we have two now.
So we have a small and a large. It would be the medium that they put in. We also know that one of the unannounced ships they talked about was they finished the cargo hold and the living area, which puts it right up there with some kind of profession ship. It could be a profession ship, cargo ship. It could even be a combat ship, right? But it's obviously a bigger ship is what I'm trying to get at. It's at least a medium or up.
Yeah.
Right?
And they just released. That means we'd have two medium ships released, one in concept and one in release, because that's what the Spirit is. It's a medium ship.
Yeah.
So,
I heard a rumor from someone that I trust that said they heard it from CIG. I won't say who it was, but apparently there was an alien bike that was meant to come out at Alien Week that didn't come out. So apparently that's on the list as well. I'll believe it when I see it though, because I've heard this type of thing before. But as I said, it comes from someone that I know, so I tend to trust it a little bit more. And then also, obviously cargo refactor again, but I also sit here, and you guys can probably answer this. There's not too many cargo things left. We've got a lot of cargo stuff. The only one I can think of is similar to 400i with climate controlled or environmentally controlled rooms. So something that's designed for specialist cargo. That's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah.
Which would be a good Crusader, actually. But yeah.
I can't really tell you what I think, what I expect. All I know is a ship and a variant, and I'm banking on the I'm hoping for the, what is it called, the Terrapin Search and Rescue variant, but we'll see.
What's the holdup with the Origin G12? I mean, why the heck isn't that thing out?
It's not needed in game at the
Just
moment.
not needed right now. Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, Paul, let me throw this back at you. What if it was a 600i variant? And they spring the rework on us, and so
I don't think they'll do the rework, because
well, it is of a popular. They did say it as a popular ship, you know,
Yeah.
and that ship's it's got to be one of the ones from the vote. You look at the vote, so you got Pisces, MSR, Carrick, 600i, and they had the top 16 there. So if you kind of look at that top 16, and I go back through it, there's not too many ships there that I could chuck a variant on.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I mean, I don't know. All right, so we've got 3 more questions left, and I've got less than a minute left. So we'll finish these up, and then I'll call it a night. I'm gonna double check Twitch to make sure it does say 24 hours, because I think Twitch is also tracking me. So it says this session is 5 hours. So, but my total is 24 hours because I had a hiccup in the session. So we'll just call it at that. So we really need another carrier bomber like the Gladiator, even though that's my favorite ship. What manufacturer do you think it should make it? Another
Do
carrier
we need
bomber?
another bomber?
Yeah,
I don't
kind of
think
asked that
we got the
too.
Gladiator.
Yeah.
We got the new one that just came out.
Yeah.
The Spirit. We got the
Retaliator,
What's the one with the three
A2,
size 10s in it?
A2,
No. The
Polaris.
No, the Eclipse. There it is. The Eclipse.
Oh yeah, the Clips as well.
So, yeah, we got a ton of them.
I could see a fighter bomber. I could see a fighter bomber that's mixed missiles and bombs as a.
So the actual star bomber that's kind of like an Eclipse size ship, but it drops bombs instead of torpedoes, essentially.
And also has missiles on it, and it's like a fighter, so you can still like use guns and stuff like that. But it's mostly designed for ground attack.
I can see that. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that
Yeah.
one.
The Vanguard Harbinger too. I mean, there's just way too many.
Yeah,
There are.
I do agree with Paul though. I think the person asking the question is, now I think about it, is talking more about bombs rather than torpedoes.
Mhm.
But then again, no. But he did mention the Gladiator, didn't he?
Yeah.
So yeah,
A carrier bomber.
Yeah.
So like the Gladiator.
that's true.
All right.
Next question. If you're a carrier bomber, I mean, the bombs only are supposed to work in atmosphere. So
This is true.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Next question comes from Steve Callaghan, who asks, when do you think we will see a reconcept of the Genesis Starliner to bring it in line with the current Crusader aesthetics? Soon. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the E1, the Spirit, is the basis for them trying to bring back people transportation, because people transportation is definitely what that thing's designed for. So
Yeah, and if you also think about it from like a work process level, working on something that's in the middle seems to be what they do first. So if you're looking at VIP gameplay, that's one person, and then if you're looking at a huge crowd, that's a Genesis Starliner. So doing something like that that's in a smaller ship makes a lot of sense. And if you give an experience what I'm talking about like how they did the whole C, and then they did the whole A, and then they'll probably do the E and then do the D and B last to fill in the gaps. So it's a very common technique, and it makes a lot of sense what you said, Paul. I can see that now. When it's only got 6 people, and it's a lot more manageable from an AI perspective anyway, isn't it?
mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think we're going to see it anytime soon. That is going to require so much advanced AI that they just don't have yet, and a whole rework of, like I said, there was a whole thing with registering your ship to even transport people, and you had to go through, all this, jump through all this.
So I didn't
get your plane listed.
I didn't mean soon. What I actually meant was like when they do it, it makes a lot more sense to do it in a small craft than one of the other ones. And if you look at it, the 890 Jump, the 600i, and the Genesis are all fairly large by comparison. So I think it gives a really good test bed to work on. Sorry, I should have clarified. I meant
And
when they do it.
I disagree that they say all these other advanced AI. They showed us some of that advanced AI at CitizenCon. Like they built it. It works. It's just not in Star Citizen yet, and that's the key. And Chris has said when he talked about it, he said this was going to be, they were going to wait until 4.0 until they get server meshing in before they start introducing that. So it really depends on when 4.0 comes out. But they wouldn't be introducing, because CIG has been said this before, they don't really introduce new ships anymore unless those ships have the accompanied gameplay. And there's no accompanied gameplay for the E1 anytime soon, but it seems like that's a ship that they want to release in the near future. So I think there's you could put two together there, that they at least think that they're going to get closer to that.
I don't know about you guys either. Like for me, when I think about those AI sitting on the ship, it's not that advanced, because like I don't think it's very advanced when I sit in my ass and do nothing. But you know, that's just me.
But demanding things like you know,
bring in my drink, beggar.
Yeah. Being a little
demanding. Oh, you didn't mean demanding as in the AI being demanding, right? My bad. Sorry.
Yeah. All right, we got one last question, and we've already over the 24 hours. So, Space Goat asks, with the E1 being introduced as kind of a Learjet, do you think we'll get a smaller taxi ship? And which manufacturer will you make it? So, like a small ship, because we've got the.
Is this the Zeus again?
No, not the Zeus, the small one, the small one. We've got the we've got the Learjet. We've got the 747. Do we need the taxi or the like the Piper Cub or whatever? Oh,
that's a good. Sorry, someone's just talking about. Sangrope is talking about toy in chat. I'll let you guys read that because that's funny, because that's true. I'll let you read that. Sorry. As for a taxi, Paul, as long as it looks like the taxi from Fifth Element, I am in. There
we go. If that's the case, then it's probably a MISC ship. If it's taxi from MISC,
the Drake Drag or the MISC.
I can see Origin doing something like that. Origin
true.
Or RSI.
Oh no, that's true. Like a limo type. Yeah. Remote. What's that thing from Cyberpunk? The robot taxi guy.
Oh yeah.
Something like that. Yeah. I see it now. Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah, so you it's like you're driving, and then there's a back area where you have a guest, or you can go back there, but it's separated by a door, and dual hand. Yeah.
Did they say how many seats the E1 is going to have for passengers? I know the Genesis is going to be modular.
6.
So you need to transport 6 people up to it. Huh?
Yeah, and if you look at the concept shops, they've actually got pods, and the pods like have doors that close, so they're kind of like private little pods. Something Agrid put out there too is they could potentially be ejectable. So like if they're a lot like if people in danger, like closes the pod and injects them out. So yeah, could be interesting.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we could definitely see something like that, just because it fits that. That need for small, because you're going to need to have that personal transport and then the larger transports and those sorts of things. So, and like 300i is not really a personal transport. It's like a personal ship, but it's not like a personal transport ship. Like a limo or like a taxi or something like that. So
I think what you're specifically stating though, Paul, would work really well in like as a vehicle. Like you could have a hover one and then like a physical ground one. So you could have like essentially a flying car, and then one is that's a bit more down to earth. That's more just hovers just above the ground, or it physically drives with tires. So I didn't even think about vehicles that just only fly in atmosphere.
I mean, they could put luxury seats in the back of the G12, and it's kind of nice.
Exactly. The Lynx Rover toy. There's another one.
Yeah.
So me and Agard have talked that before. I said like you could literally take the Ursa, modify it, and so basically it's just got 6 seats in the back, and you put a glass roof on it. Boom. There's your Lynx Rover. It's just a modified version of the Ursa. But yeah, you got a really good point. That's interesting. I never, because what are all these roads going to be for that they're making with this road tool?
Yeah.
Are they just going to have AI driving around everywhere? Like that's got to be half of it, right?
Yeah.
You know, are they going to allow us to build roads out to our homesteads? Are they going to build roads? Like if we start building a player-owned place and it gets so big that it's its own city, it's like, you know, New Algrid or something.
Yeah.
Are they going to let us build a road out there? You know, so we can go out to AstroPub, or that is what we call it. You know, New Astro. You know.
Yeah. Whatever.
Or Toyville. You know, wherever you want to go.
All right, y'all. That's the last question for my 24-hour live stream. Thank you so much for executing Toy for sending me over this line. We have streamed for a total of 24 hours and 8 minutes.
What food are you having before you go to bed?
Probably nothing. I already had pizza for dinner, so I'm probably just gonna go to bed.
I was waiting for the pizza. Do you know I was gonna order Domino's, but you didn't, because I was laughing in chat when you said that, because I share a driveway with Domino's Pizza.
Okay, you just walk up and grab it.
Well, my housemate used to deliver it literally to my bedroom window, like when I lived on the other side of the house. It's quite funny.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway.
So we've raised a total of $2,500 for charities. Thank you so much for doing that and joining us.
That's our number.
It'll still be available for those of you who are watching this well after the fact. It'll be in the link that will be in the description below. So feel free to click that link and continue to contribute all throughout the month of October. And like I've been saying, now it's 2 sections, which was 1 section. Will be a 24-hour or 2 sections, part 1 and part 2 of this 24-hour stream. So you can watch them in big chunks if you want to. But I'll be dropping these individually, the main and the question answer sessions at the same time, but in 2 separate things every 2 to 3 days between now and the end of time, because it's 12 sections, and even if I drop them every 2 days, like twice a week, that's still 6 weeks. So I'll be done in November. I'll be done when 318 is done, maybe. So thank you, Toy. Thank you, Execute. Thank you to everyone who's come on, and thank you to everyone who's donated to Gamers Outreach. Thank you to Gamers Outreach for being a fantastic charity and reaching out to ask me to come on. And like I say every time, go ahead.
Before you go, can I get a thank you for Paul and get some F's in chat for
absolutely.
Paul?
F's in chat for Paul.
Yeah. Claps for Paul, because I think you deserve it. 24 hours is a hard slog, mate. Good on you.
I don't do these very often. I do it once a year, and then I got to prepare for it. So, thank you, chat. And like I say every time, hope to see y'all someday in the black.
I am going to have some CIG about making that skin for you, though.
Yeah, you are.
I think. Yeah, it's like I'll just talk to. I'll just